charge of our children. It is not only in Washington that this is needed, but everywhere, as you have already had opportunity to see. Chapter Zalville. The local machines. We have now examined school conditions in 19 of the largest American cities. The total population of these cities amounts to 18 million, which means 4 million children subject to the education here portrayed. You have noticed how much alike these school machines are. It has no doubt occurred to you that such resemblance cannot be a matter of accident. There must be some centralized control, some Bureau of Standardization in charge of school systems in the United States. And this is true. The local school machines, in cities, towns, and villages, are part of county machines, and these county machines are part of state machines, and these state machines are united and coordinated and standardized by the National Education Association, with the help of the United States Bureau of Education, and the Rockefeller General Education Board, and the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Let us begin with the counties. Under the American system, a county superintendent of schools invariably has to be a school politician, and almost invariably has to be a political politician as well. His school gang is made up of his assistants and clerks and principals and other numerous appointees, all of whom depend upon his favor. The loco machines 225. And are looking for promotion, also those teachers who serve him as bellwethers, leading the flocks of teacher sheep. In order to preserve the self-respect of teachers, and make them think they have something to do with education, they are organized into associations or clubs, all of which are affiliated with the National Education Association, and practically all of which are run by the local school machine. These teachers' associations thus occupy in the school world the same position as the company or yellow unions, in the labor world. In the great percentage of cases, the officers in these teachers' associations are the superintendents and principals and other members of the supervising force. In the remaining cases, they are teachers who take their orders from this force. In the few cases where the teachers have dared to rebel and control their own organizations, their leaders have been browbeaten and persecuted, slandered, and denied promotion. The county superintendent works hand in glove with the local politicians and their local financial masters. Whether he is appointed, or whether he is elected, makes little difference, because the election must be preceded by a nomination, which depends upon the local political machine. Back of this nomination and the ensuing election are all the sinister forces of graft which expect to profit from the schools. There are the land speculators, who either have land to sell, or want to buy school lands upon which wealth of some sort has been discovered. There are contractors who want to put up school buildings for profit. There are school book agents, who are bosom friends of all superintendents, and put up money to elect them, and get it back tenfold. I shall show you in due course how these book agents serve also as teachers' agents, controlling the appointment of teachers and handing out favors and promotions to those who support their line. And of course there are the bankers, who want the handling of school funds, and also of the teachers' funds. You shall see how the teachers put up money for their own pensions, and the gang takes charge of it, and turns it over to the bankers, either for cash or for political support, which comes to the same thing. Also there are business interests which want child labor, and want the compulsory school attendance laws repealed or ignored. There are the various organizations of big business propaganda, the 226. National Association of Manufacturers, which wants the children trained for servitude in mills and stores, the American Legion and the militarists, who want them taught war and the patriotism of greed, the newspapers, which support all forms of reaction, and hold over the head of every official the imminent threat of ruin as the penalty for insubordination. Such is the position of county superintendents of schools, and of county boards of education everywhere throughout the United States except in those few counties where the people, through the farmer labor movement or something of the sort, have been able to take over control of their own affairs. Next, the state superintendents and the state boards, which are the same thing upon a bigger scale. The state machine has more money, the state superintendent gets a higher salary, and so he is a politician of more skill and subtlety. He stands in with the state gang, and his office is a hangout for idle functionaries smoking numerous big cigars. He works with the land grafters and the book companies, the bankers and merchants and manufacturers. He is their man, and gives the people their kind of education. As a rule, the people are satisfied with that, there being no other kind of education in sight, and no other kind conceivable. The devout peasants of America have been taught to sing a hymn about the old-time religion, which was good for their fathers and is good enough for them, in exactly the same way their children get the old-time education from the old-time gang. The average American has been taught to believe in the public schools as next to the church in sacredness, and he takes it for granted that public educators must be noble-minded and disinterested men. There are frequently disputes between the educational politicians and the political politicians, but if you examine these, you will generally find that they are disputes over the division of the public funds. The educational politicans are naturally fighting for the educational machine. They want it to grow big, they want to be able to promote their subordinates, and to carry on their propaganda, and to build up their prestige. Here in my state of California, as I write, the state superintendent is in the midst of a dispute with the newly elected governor of the Black Hand. The governor cut down appropriations for the Locan machines 227 state school machine to almost nothing. It was part of his program of economy, and the state simply must have a new penitentiary if the criminal syndicalism law is to be saved. The state superintendent of schools carried the issue to the legislature, and the legislature voted him the money, and the governor vetoed the bill. So now in the Los Angeles Times you learn that the state superintendent is guilty of political activities. He is using the power of his office to appeal to the people against the governor. In such a dispute, the sympathies of the local educational machines throughout the state will be with the superintendent. They too want funds, and they have to fight the forces which cut off their funds. But they will all be careful not to overstep a certain limit in their activities. The ultimate arbiter is big business, and both parties appeal thereto. I have emphasized the uniformity of school systems and of their political control. This uniformity is attained by constant communication among the superintendents and the supervising force. In California they make the state pay the expenses of this intercommunication. Twice every year there are conventions attended by all county and city superintendents. Once a year there is a convention for all principals of high schools, and the traveling expenses of these functionaries are paid out of the school funds. We shall find when we come to study the national body that it has a department of superintendents, and holds a convention in the course of each winter, at which all the superintendents gather, expenses paid. Here is the great clearing house, where the bosses exchange experiences and perfect the technique of holding down the salaries of the teachers, breaking up their organizations, eliminating the rebels from the system, and making fast the hold of the gang. We are going to attend several of these conventions of the National Education Association, and meet some 30,000 educators, assembled from every corner of the country. But first it is desirable that we should know more about the county and state organizations, all of which send delegates to the national conventions. Let us take up the state machines, bearing in mind that they are all alike, and that when you know one you know 48. 228. Chapter X Evid. The steamroller. I again select California, because it is the nearest, and the easiest for me to study. We can best know the California machine by following the adventures of a rebel teacher, so permit me to introduce Mr. Ray E. Chase, until recently head of a department at the Manual Arts High School of Los Angeles. Mr. Chase was a man of brains, who refused to take the orders of the gang, and we shall see what the gang did to him. In the year 1917 Mr. Chase was chosen by the Los Angeles High School Teachers Association as their legislative representative, to proceed to the state capitol and watch out for the interests of teachers. He applied to the school board of Los Angeles for leave of absence without pay, whereupon the board members called him before them, and required him to submit a complete list of the measures proposed or endorsed by the Teachers Association. Said Mrs. Waters, widow of a bank president and member of the board, "How could we know but that you meant to advocate something of which the board would not approve?" But having heard an outline of the projects, she declared, "I think those are all harmless." So they allowed Mr. Chase to go and incidentally invited him to work for some measures of theirs. Turn back to our Los Angeles story, and refresh your mind concerning Bill 1013, whereby the Better America Federation and its political crooks tried to cripple the schools of the state. When this bill came up before the legislature, the teachers' agents were assured that it would not affect the schools, so they let it go by. Afterwards, the teachers had to initiate and put through a referendum to repeal this bill, so as to keep the schools functioning. Mr. Chase was a leader in this procedure, and earned thereby the deadly enmity of the Black Hand. They did all they could to drive him out of the school. His principal was offered promotion by Judge Bordwell, president of the school board, on condition that he would get rid of Chase and 2 other radicals. It was during this intrigue that Bordwell asked the question, "Can't you get something on their morals?" The Steamroller 229. Mr. Chase came back to Los Angeles and set to work on a plan to enable the teachers of the city to exercise control of their association. At risk of repetition, let me make it clear that these teachers' associations are purely voluntary affairs, the teachers' clubs, or professional societies, which they try to run in their own interest and according to their own ideas. Not merely does the gang take this control away from them, the gang has made it a matter of professional life and death for a teacher to stand out for the independence of the Federation. When elections are held, principals and superintendents are nominated, and teachers who oppose their superiors' ambitions are denied promotion, and sometimes dismissed. Let me remind you of the teacher in Oakland who refused to vote for Superintendent Hunter's candidate, and was hounded, not merely in the schools, but in the business world outside. It is no easy matter for a common teacher to travel to a convention, only the high-salaried ones can afford such a luxury. The rules of the teachers' associations permit members of one group to send members of another group as delegates, so when the teachers cannot go, it is tactfully suggested that a superintendent or a principal would like to go, and how should a teacher be rude enough to deny credentials to such a personage? So these personages go. They go fully versed in the technique of controlling conventions, and the first thing they do is to enter a caucus, and come out of it with a program of proceedings and a slate, all ready to be jammed through. For 3 years the independent teachers of Los Angeles worked over a plan to reorganize the southern section of the association, taking it out of the hands of the superintendents and putting it under the control of the classroom teachers. The project came up in December, 1920, at a convention whose chairman was Drive E. C. Moore, director of the Southern Branch of the University of California. We met this gentleman as superintendent of schools in Los Angeles 17 years ago, getting himself into trouble by cutting out General Otis's open shop propaganda from the program of the National Education Association. Since then Dr. Moore has learned discretion, and become a thoroughly tame servant of the Black Hand. At this convention he ruled out the report 230 of the Reorganization Committee, on the technical ground that he had not had 30 days' notice of the matter. Mind you, this committee was reporting according to orders given at the last year's convention, where it had made a tentative report. Dr. Moore had known all about it at that time, but he now shut the committee off, and appointed a new committee to work over the Constitution. This took another year, and resulted in a document under which the association is a closed corporation, entirely controlled by the supervising element in the schools. Simultaneously with all this, and practically duplicating it, was Mr. Chase's experience with the State Council of Education, the executive body of all these California teachers' associations. At its meeting in Oakland, April, 1918, Mr. Chase brought up a project to bring these associations under control of the Chasurim teachers. He had a detailed and carefully worked out program to reorganize the associations, and provide for their democratic control from the floor of the conventions. Mr. Chase swept the assemblage with this project, and was made chairman of a committee to perfect it. His ill health prevented his activity for 2 years, but finally the project was got into shape, and was brought before local bodies, and approved by everyone that voted on it. In December, 1920, Mr. Chase took it to the state council, but the gang leaders, knowing what was coming, deliberately kept the convention busy all day, and called for new business late at night, when everybody had gone home except the administrative crowd. Out of 30 present, there was only one classroom teacher. They meant, of course, to vote down the project, and then have the kept press flash the news over the state. So Mr. Chase forbore to introduce it. He never will introduce it now, because his story came to a sudden end. The Black Hand in Los Angeles succeeded in getting him, according to the formula suggested by Judge Bordwell some years earlier. The story is a complicated and rather ghastly one. Suffice it to say that they put him in a position where he could not defend himself without dragging in some other people. As he was unwilling to do that, he is out of the schools, and the gang leaders are secure in their grip upon the teachers' associations of Southern California. But California is our most reactionary state, Tour Steam Rower IER 231. Will say. Very well, then let us skip to Wisconsin, which is our most progressive state. Let us see what has happened to the Wisconsin Teachers Association. There is one significant detail for you to get clear at the outset. In state after state we find the people taking over their political government, but they cannot get hold of their schools. The school machine is entrenched behind entanglements of red tape, the supervising force has pull, sometimes it is protected by civil service anyhow, the machine is tough, and hangs on until the reactionaries come back. We shall see that happening in North Dakota, in Minnesota, in Wisconsin. Senator LaFollette carried his state last time by the biggest plurality ever known in America, but Mrs. LaFollette was barred from speaking in country schoolhouses. The state educational machine, the county machines, and most of the city machines in Wisconsin are still in the hands of the gang. The situation in Milwaukee is especially interesting. Before the war, Milwaukee was under the eye of Victor Berger, while the schools were under the eye of Victor Berger's wife, so there was one American city with no graft in its school affairs. But during the war the gang came back, and they still have the schools. Mrs. Berger was for years the lone socialist member, and the board is run by the so-called Voters League, which consists of exactly 7 men, the chiefs of the Black Hand of Wisconsin. These 7 picked the candidates for the school board at every election, and the newspapers printed the list conspicuously, and told the people to cut this out and take it to the polls, and, like good, patriotic Americans, they did so. In the effort to bludgeon the Teachers Federation, this Voters League proposed a bill making it unlawful for public employees to organize. But this bill failed, and the teachers of Milwaukee have stayed organized, and what is more, they have kept the control of their own organization. They went over the heads of their reactionary school board, and appealed to a progressive state legislature, and got the school taxes in Milwaukee conditioned upon the payment of a minimum salary of $1,500 to grade teachers, running up to $2,400. Imagine a school board unable to terrify its teachers by threats of salary. 16. 232. Reduction, and you will understand the fury with which the educational gang regards the Milwaukee Teachers Federation. Not content with getting their own salaries increased, these Milwaukee teachers contributed $2,400 to the publicity campaign of the state association, to get salary increases for the other teachers. They lobbied through the state legislature the best kindergarten law in the United States. They proposed legislation for tenure, and drafted the best law on this subject. In short, the Milwaukee local of the Wisconsin Teachers Association is Bolshevism, raw, red and bloody, trampling the holy ground of American education. In order to get clear what follows, you must understand that outside Milwaukee, the gang still controls the teachers' organizations, as it does in California and all the other states. We are now going to watch the gang leaders of Wisconsin at their job of holding down the Milwaukee local. The Constitution of the Wisconsin Teachers Association provided that representation at conventions should be on the basis of 1 delegate for every 50 members or major fraction of 50. This provision was as explicit as the English language could make it, and it had been thoroughly threshed out, and understood by everyone. The Milwaukee local had 1,347 paid members, and on that basis their representation had been fixed at 27. But now the gang set up the claim that small communities should have a chance to send representatives to the convention, let it be provided that communities having less than 50 teachers might have one delegate for every. Asterisk from the Clarion, Milwaukee, November 18, 1922. Educational Bolshevism, sic. Milwaukee last week entertained the literati of Wisconsin's leading educationalists. The convention, designed to be creative in works of harmony, goodwill and a spirit of constructive development, resulted in a wild and riotous effort to determine the status of the caste system with regard to our state educators. Topping it all, the head of the Milwaukee's Teachers Association emits a theory so rank in its Bolshevistic nature as to rock the very foundation of learning and to place in extreme jeopardy the principles and ideals of our system of state education. Note, this theory was that teachers are the equals of superintendents. Tuesday Steamroller 233. 26 members. To this the Milwaukee teachers answered, very well, but if the basis of representation is to be one delegate for every 26 members, then let the large cities also have one representative for every 26 members, instead of one for every 50. But you see, that did not fit the purpose of the gang, which wanted to hold the Milwaukee teachers down to 1 in 50, while giving double representation to the country districts, which the gang had under its thumb. In February of 1922 a meeting of the Executive Committee of the State Association was held, and it was resolved to permit the forming of locals of the association in small communities, these locals to consist of 26 members or more, the understanding being that the convention, to be held in November, would determine whether or not it approved this procedure. All over the state delegates were chosen under this arrangement, and 46 of them came to the convention. The scheme of the gang was to get these country delegates seated, overwhelm the 27 delegates from Milwaukee, and put through an arrangement to perpetuate that semi-disfranchisement of the Bolsheviks. The floor leader who put through the job for the gang was Mr. Carroll G. Pears, then president of the Milwaukee State Normal School, and now a book agent. I point out to you in passing that he is one of the big chiefs of the national school machine. You remember, I have referred to this as our educational Tammany Hall, and if you thought I was just calling bad names, read this account of the steamroller at the 1922 convention of the Wisconsin Teachers Association, and see if Tammany could teach anything to the schoolmasters. On the evening before the convention there was a meeting of the Credentials Committee, which voted that the 46 delegates, representing locals having less than 50 members, were to be admitted in violation of the Constitution. And next day the president of the convention placed his chair in such a way that he could not see the Milwaukee representatives when they rose to demand recognition. He called for a viva voce vote on the report of the Credentials Committee, and declared that this report had carried. The Milwaukee teachers, of course, demanded a roll call, but the president refused to order. VY Fed. 234 Tuesday goslings. It. One after another he recognized the representatives of the supervising force, who orated to convention amid storms of protest. Here was a large gathering of people, no one had any means of knowing which were delegates and which were not, yet the president refused to determine who was voting on this motion or on that. He refused even to rule on the point of order, that he should determine who had votes. He drove his steamroller ahead, rushing through one motion after another. The Assembly adopted an amendment to the Constitution, admitting delegates from locals with 26 members or more. The Assembly elected a normal school president as president of the State Association for the next year. The Assembly passed a resolution, offered by Mr. Pears, validating and legalizing all proceedings up to that time, and all this without a single roll call, without any record whatsoever as to what persons had voted for these various resolutions, what mob had altered the state constitution and disfranchised the Milwaukee teachers. Having a night to think it over, the gang must have realized that this story would look just a little raw when told in the Goslings. So Floor Leader Pierce appeared next morning with a resolution excluding those representatives whose rights to seats had been questioned on the day before. But all the motions which had been passed by the shouts of these representatives were permitted to stand. The disfranchised delegates were directed to leave the hall, then they were recited, the whole transaction occupying 5 minutes. Finally, a superintendent of schools was elected secretary of the association, at a salary of $5,500, and the public school system of the state of Wisconsin was safe for another year. Take this to any ward heeler or henchman of your local political machine, and see if he can beat it. Chapter 3. The dispensers of prominence. We now ascend to the top of our great school pyramid, the National Education Association. This is the professional organization of the educators of the United States, and as such it possesses tremendous prestige and power. The dispensers of prominence 235. In the educational world. You probably know very little about it, and may think that it has nothing to do with your local schools, but in this you will be deceiving your self, for its influence is none the less strong because indi_rect. What the NEA does is to set the standards of the school world, in its councils, open or secret. The thing called educational greatness is determined. Who are the great educators of America? Who are the ones that really know how children should be taught, and what they should be taught? Do you know who they are? Manifestly you do not. You have to be told who they are, and the function of the NEA is to tell you. It is the dispenser of educational prominence and applause. The final test of greatness in the school world is to be invited to deliver one of the addresses before its annual convention, while to have your name added to the list of presidents of the organization is in the school world the same thing as it is in public life to have your name added to the list of presidents of the United States, which every school child has to learn by heart. You step out before this vast assemblage, amid a flutter of applause, and tens of thousands of teachers and sympathizers absorb your utterances, and carry them away to the farthest hamlets. This is what is known in America as inspiration. The local newspapers print your address in full, and the Associated Press sends a summary of it to its 1,300 leading newspapers. Thus, if you are a reactionary, you help to set backward the clock of American history, and to render the position of your capitalist employers secure. If you are not a reactionary, then you do not get within many feet of the platform at the NEA convention. There are at the present time 125,000 members of the NEA, and they pay dues at the rate of $2 per member. More than 80% of them are the plain, ordinary, humble, rank-and-file classroom teachers, whose function is that of the day laborer in the great corporation to produce the wealth, while their superiors spend it. You will be told that the NEA is a democratic organization, and you will understand what this means when I tell you that Tammany Hall also is a democratic organization. New members are welcome, in fact, they are eagerly sought. 236. Drives are carried on, and the prestige of schools is established by the fact that they have 100% membership in the NEA. Some school systems are even going so far as to make membership in the NEA compulsory to all applicants for teachers' positions. The Journal of the National Education Association for September, 1922, triumphantly quotes the superintendent of schools at Onaway, Michigan, as stating that teachers' contracts in Onaway, Michigan, will in future require teachers to become members of state and national educational associations. And in the case of St. Joseph, Missouri, the blanks to be filled out by applicants for teaching positions contain the following 2 questions: are you a member of the NEA? If not, will you be a member this year? Now the classroom teachers are the real educators in America. They do the actual work of teaching your children, they are the ones who know your children, they spend some 25 hours with them every week, and they are not seduced from the job of understanding children by prominence and applause, nor by high salaries, nor by any other lure. The classroom teachers are the ones we must depend upon if education is to be improved. The classroom teachers represent democracy in the school world, and the test of democracy in the NEA is what happens to this rank and file. So I begin my study of this great organization with its Department of Classroom Teachers. Until a year or two ago, the Department of Classroom Teachers of the NEA was nothing but a name. The way it leaped into sudden life is an amusing story. The school superintendents of the NEA decided that they would have an exclusive organization, and hold meetings uncontaminated by the presence of the school proletariat. At their midwinter convention of 1920, they reorganized themselves into an autonomous body, called the Department of Superintendents. After they had done this, the embarrassing discovery was made that they had violated the bylaws of the NEA, but, of course, at the next convention of the NEA special amendments were passed, so as to legalize what the superintendents had done. Being a superintendent in the NEA is like being a millionaire in a police court. Tour dispensers of prominence 237. Now to each of the NEA conventions come the Bolsheviks of the Milwaukee Teachers Association, headed by their president, Ethel Gardner, also the Bolsheviks of the Chicago Teachers Federation, headed by Margaret Haley. These groups are fighting for the school proletariat, and they watch with practiced eyes the tricks and contrivances of their superiors. They pounced upon this brilliant scheme of the Department of Superintendents. Why not reorganize the Classroom Teachers Department of the NEA, and have it autonomous, like the Department of Superintendents? A beautiful scheme, you see. The Department of Superintendents had excluded from its membership everyone who was not a superintendent. Now let the Department of Classroom Teachers exclude everyone who was not a classroom teacher. Here was treason and rank rebellion, and actually, these teachers had the insolence to call a convention in Chicago, in February, 1922, at the same time as the midwinter meeting of the Department of Superintendents. The gang was so indignant that in Milwaukee the Board of Education refused leave of absence to Miss Ethel Gardner, who was president of the Department of Classroom Teachers, so that she might attend the convention she had called. The gang moved heaven and earth to oust her from her job as a teacher, but it so happened that she had an honest principle, and when they asked him to report her as incompetent he replied, "I will not tell a damned Hugh." The convention was held without Miss Gardner, and the teachers appointed a committee of Milwaukee and Chicago Bolsheviks, which spent all the spring drawing up a constitution and having it made airtight by a competent attorney. At the 1922 convention of the NEA, held in Boston, they appeared with a printed draft of their scheme. They were going to re-elect Miss Ethel Gardner, the Milwaukee Bolshevik, as their president, and it goes without saying that the gang did not intend to let that happen. The gang picked out a tame teacher, Miss Effie McGregor of Minneapolis, and decreed that she was to become president of the Department of Classroom Teachers in spite of the classroom teachers. This chapter is called Dispensers of Prominence, and here you see what I mean. The classroom teachers. 238. Had never heard of Miss Effie McGregor. She had never attended a meeting of the Department of Classroom Teachers, nor was she a member of a Classroom Teachers Association. She had fought hard against the increase of their salaries, but now she was to be their president, and have the spending of their $10,000 for a year. President Charlo Williams of the NEA proceeded to place the lady on the main program of the NEA, introducing her as the foremost classroom teacher in the United States. President Williams went on to explain the lady's credentials to that title. She had arranged a movie benefit at a theater, and raised funds to send 8 delegates to the convention. Please understand, that is not a joke, that is the NEA * idea of greatness. Come back with me to Oakland, California, and recall the picture of Fred M. Hunter, superintendent and educational ward leader, with his school henchmen and his grafting contractors. Recall Miss Elizabeth Arlett, who, while supposed to be teaching the school children of Oakland, was touring the United States, shortly before the 1920 convention, in the interest of Mr. Hunter's candidacy for president of the NEA. For that service and her subsequent activities, Miss Arlett was promoted to be principal of a high school in Oakland, etc. You will expect to find Miss Arlett at this 1922 convention, ready to carry out Mr. Hunter's orders for the smashing of the classroom teachers. You will be prepared to hear that the gang went into caucus in Miss Effie McGregor's room, and that Miss Arlette took the initiative and made the principal speech, endorsing her and outlining the program. The gang had engaged Symphony Hall for the business meeting of the Department of Classroom Teachers, an afternoon meeting, and there was to be a concert in the hall in the evening. The promise had been made that the hall would be vacated at 5 o'clock, but not a word was said to the teachers about this, and the gang proceeded to drag the meeting out with technical discussions over the details of the Constitution. At 6 o'clock a slip of paper was sent up to the presiding officer, stating that the meeting had already kept the hall for an hour beyond the time agreed upon, and must vacate immediately. The teachers had just got down to the work of electing the dispensers of prominence 239 officers. They wanted to finish this work in a hurry, for they knew exactly whom they wanted, and it wouldn't have taken 5 minutes. But the gang would not let that happen. A member of the Board of Trustees of the NEA began a violent and noisy filibuster, and so prevented the election. The Assembly twice rejected a motion to hold an adjourned meeting. They wanted to do their electing right there, but the gang held on and delayed matters, until finally the janitor threatened to turn out the lights, and thus forced the teachers from the hall. So here was the Department of Classroom Teachers left without officers for a year. They did not know what to do, but the gang knew, you may be sure. They sprung the proposition at an assembly of the NEA convention, at which very few of the classroom teachers were present, but at which 4 out of 5 of those present were superintendents or members of the supervising force. To this gathering the president of the NEA announced that she ordered a meeting of the classroom teachers department, to be held as soon as this NEA assembly had adjourned. Under the bylaws, the president of the NEA was absolutely without authority to order any such meeting, but she ordered it, and the incoming president of the NEA took charge, Mr. William B. Owen, president of the Chicago Normal School, ward leader of the gang in that city. The meeting was held, that is to say, a number of spectators stayed over, and Mr. Owen called them to order as classroom teachers, but without making any effort to find out whether they really were classroom teachers or not. The climax of absurdity was reached when this meeting, it was held in a theater, was forced to vacate, and adjourned to the boys' trade school. Fewer than 200 people came to this place, and no effort was made to ascertain who they were, or what right they had to vote in the affairs of the classroom teachers. By means of this assemblage, the gang proceeded to elect Miss Effie McGregor to run the Department of Classroom Teachers for a year. And you may be sure that in the course of that year the gang got busy, and pulled its wires, and saw to it that at the next convention there was a good majority against Miss Ethel Gardner, the Milwaukee Bolshevik. The job was an easy one, because the convention was in 240 Oakland, and we have been there and seen how Superintendent Hunter keeps his teachers under his thumb. I think that to make the above story complete and perfect you will need to know something about the lady-president of the NEA who put this job through for the gang. You already have her name, Charlo Williams. She was school superintendent of Shelby County, Tennessee, and immediately after this convention she got her reward, a permanent NEA job, carrying not merely a salary of $7,500 a year, but the privilege of uplifting the teachers with Southern eloquence at $100 per lift. This lady, ex-superintendent, ex-president, field secretary, also represents her state of Tennessee on the National Committee of the Democratic Party, where she sits in conference with the chiefs of Tammany Hall, so you see exactly where this rascality comes from. Keep the lady in mind, because a year later we shall find her selected by the NEA to uplift the World Conference of Educators and to soothe their cravings for peace with weasel words of war. Chapter E. A Plot Against Democracy. The National Education Association is a very old institution, predating the Civil War. It has always been controlled entirely by the supervising force. In other words, it has been an employer's organization. During several decades of its history no classroom teacher was ever elected to any office. At the present time some well-trained teacher is occasionally admitted to office for the sake of appearances. It required many years of struggle to get the National Education Association to give any consideration whatever to the living and working conditions of the classroom teacher, or to recognize salaries, pensions and tenure as legitimate subjects for discussion. It required a revolution in the organization to secure in the year 1903 the appointment of a committee on salaries, tenure, and pensions, and this committee made a report which was full of misrepresentations. Not until 1911 was action taken even to gather the real figures on these questions. A pure science democracy 241. I will give you a glimpse of the organization in those early days, just to let you see how these things remain the same. At the 1901 convention in Detroit, the United States Commissioner of Education gave a paper outlining the progress of the schools. He was an aged dotard, as an eyewitness said to me, "In the educational system we don't bury the dead. We let them walk around to save funeral expenses." This speaker congratulated the country upon the growing number of school pupils, but said not a word about the need of more school money. An orator who rose to applaud him declared that the educational sky was without a cloud, and his only regret was that the American public schools had not been able to get a donation from Rockefeller. But suddenly a cloud rose upon the educational sky. A thing happened which had never before happened in the history of the NEA. A classroom teacher rose up from the floor of the convention and asked to speak. To make matters worse, it was a woman teacher. This female rebel declared that she for one was glad that the American public schools had not got any money from Rockefeller, and she hoped they would keep clear of all corporation influence. If the rich wanted to help the schools, let them pay their taxes, let the railroads, for example, pay taxes on their franchise valuations, which they were everywhere evading. You may not need to be told that this was Margaret Haley, making her debut to the NEA 23 years ago. The great assemblage was stunned, to attack the railroads, the NEA's main source of revenue. At that time, you see, when you bought your ticket to the convention, the ticket included your dues, and the NEA got the rake off. The aged commissioner felt called upon to put down this insurrection. He got up again and stated that all the wealth of the railroads had come from economy in administration. He knew, because he was a personal friend of Commodore Vanderbilt. As for the attitude of the lady teacher, these meetings were held at the end of the school year, when all the teachers were tired. If there were any more such hysterical outbursts, he would insist upon having the time of the convention changed. He urged the delegates to pay no attention to this. The teach. 242. ERS were worn out from the school routine, and were not in condition to think soberly. Moreover, the delegates must bear in mind that Chicago was no criterion of the rest of the country. Chicago was morbid and cyclonic. You can imagine how the Chicago newspapers appreciated this compliment from Detroit. 16 years passed, and revolution came in Russia, and our school superintendents realized the danger of permitting the lower classes to get out of hand. They resolved to put down the classroom teachers in the NEA, and to keep them down. The procedure by which they did it constitutes one of the most amazing public crimes in the history of the United States. Bear in mind, this National Education Association was a public institution, with a charter from Congress, according to which it was controlled by its members. Any educator including teachers might pay $4 and become an active member, and these active members met in convention once a year, and there voted and elected officers. This was democracy, as our ancestors understood it, and this was the thing which was suddenly discovered by school superintendents and their capitalist masters to be a menace to the American schools. At NEA conventions there would appear two kinds of active members. There would be those who had come from all parts of the country, and 90% of these were from the employing class of the schools. These had the money to come, and made it their business to come. Most of them had their expenses paid, either by the public, or by the organization to which they belonged. The other group was made up of members who lived in or near the city where the convention was held, and these would be 90% classroom teachers. They were the only classroom teachers who could attend the convention without great expense, and they represented, and properly felt that they represented, the great mass of the teachers who could not attend, but who had a vital stake in education, and had needs to be voiced. So at NEA conventions there was beginning to be noticed that major phenomenon of our time, the class struggle. Here were the high up and prosperous and powerful superintendents and great educators, and here were the common riffraff of the school proletariat. In 243. Any big city it would happen, inevitably, that the proletariat would be in the majority. They would have little idea what was going on, or how they should vote, but here would come a dozen or two of the New York and Chicago and Milwaukee Bolsheviks, who would get up in meeting and ask questions and explain matters to the classroom teachers, and induce them to vote for their own class, or shall we say for their own classes. This was the thing which the educational employers decided to change. They worked out the scheme at their midwinter convention of 1918, the Atlantic City meeting of the Department of Superintendents. Instead of the NEA being governed by the democratic vote of its active members at the annual convention, the NEA was to become a representative body. Like the United States of America, the members in the various cities and towns and counties would elect delegates to the state bodies, and both local and the state bodies would elect delegates to the national convention. The gang, of course, would be on hand at every stage of these elections to pull wires and get its own politicians chosen. So, when the convention assembled in some big city, the classroom teachers of that city would no longer have votes as active members of the NEA. Instead of that, they would be represented by delegates on the floor, one delegate for every 100 teachers, and, in case they had more than 500 members, one delegate for each 500 members thereafter. So the classroom teachers of the convention, instead of having one vote per teacher, would have 1/100th of one vote per teacher, or maybe 1/500th of one vote per teacher. And so the NEA would be made safe for the superintendents. There was only one difficulty with that scheme, and that was explained to you when you were a child and read Aesop's fables. The mice wanted a bell put around the neck of the cat, but how was it to be done? At some one convention of the NEA, the classroom teachers of an American city must be induced, not merely to disfranchise themselves, but to disfranchise the classroom teachers of the entire country forever and ever after. Such was the job, and I repeat that the doing of it was one of the most amazing public crimes in the history of the 244 United States. We are now going to hear the story of it in detail. Chapter Lee. The plot fails. First you will ask to know the people who did the job, which means that you will be introduced to the bosses of our educational Tammany Hall. Some of them you know already, but for convenience I will reintroduce them. Superintendent Fred M. Hunter, Ward Leader of Oakland, 1921 President of the NEA, and Life Director of the NEA. During his presidency, Mr. Hunter had a liberal teacher, whom he recommended for discharge to his Board of Education. The board thought the teacher ought to have a hearing, to which he was legally entitled, but Hunter's proposition was that he would give the teacher a hearing if the teacher would first resign. In other words, said a board member, you want to hang him first and try him afterward. With these words ringing in his ears, Hunter went to the convention of the NEA, and presided over meetings at which eloquent orators set forth in glowing terms the rights of teachers under our great American democracy. Carroll G. Pierce, formerly president of the Milwaukee State Normal School, and now a book agent, also a trustee and life director of the NEA. We have seen Mr. Pierce smashing the classroom teachers of his own city. If we had time for a detailed study, we should discover him running the NEA machine for a decade, from the time he was president in 1912. Next, President William B. Owen, of the Chicago Normal School, 1923 President of the NEA. Mr. Owen is the ward leader of Chicago, and we have just seen him in Boston, stealing from the classroom teachers their own national organization. Mr. Owen is Vice President and Life Director of the NEA. Next, Professor Howard Driggs, of the English Department of the University of Utah, author of Live Language Lessons, President of the Utah Educational Tuesday Pyotephaises 245 Association, a power in the Mormon Church, and Vice President of the NEA. Next, Superintendent Charlo Williams, of Shelby County, Tennessee, a lady of fine presence, an inspirational orator of the old Southern style, an aggressive Democratic politician, 1922 President and now Life Director and Field Secretary of the NEA. Next, Mrs. Josephine C. Preston, State Superintendent of Public Instruction of Washington, 1920 President and Life Director of the NEA. We have seen Mrs. Preston browbeating the teachers and defending the incorporate tax-dodging creatures of the lumber country. Next, Principal Olive Jones of New York, 1924 President of the NEA, also Trustee and Director. I asked 2 New York teachers to tell me about her, and the answer came: she is small-minded, vindictive, not over-scrupulous, a self-advertiser and office-seeker, a good, clever politician. Last but not least, the representative of Columbia University in our educational Tammany Hall. Before introducing him, it is necessary to explain that for the first decade of the century our national school machine was run by Nicholas Murray Butler, who was president of the NEA in 1895, and then head of the Department of Education at Columbia University. Becoming president of Columbia, Butler dispensed the educational patronage of Teachers College for his gang. How great this patronage is, you will understand when I tell you that Teachers College has officially announced that it furnishes more teachers than all the other universities and colleges of the United States and Canada combined. You will find half a dozen chapters about the dispenser of this patronage in the Goose Step, and I point out to you that the most bitter critics of the book did not find a single error in my statements concerning him, nor did one educator in the United States come to his defense. Nicholas Miraculous was preparing himself to take charge of the American government, so he no longer had time to bother with the school world. He turned this tale over to one of his subordinates, George D. Strayer, professor of educational administration in Columbia University, and 191% president of the NEA. It was during Strayer's presidency that the great plot was hatched, and 246. He received a year's leave of absence from his university, so that he might devote his entire time to putting it through. He presided at the Milwaukee Convention of 1919, where he failed. Then he was elected first vice president, and sat at the right hand of the president at the Salt Lake City Convention of 1920, and supervised her every move. Both Strayer and Butler are life directors of the NEA, and so, as you read this story, you must understand it as one more of the Nicholas Murray Butler chapters of the Goose Step. It is the spectral hand of old J.P. Morgan, the elder, reaching out and seizing the minds of your children, and twisting them out of shape, so that Morgan's heirs shall be able to pick their pockets without inconvenience. Our story begins with the Midwinter Convention of the NEA in 1918. Miss Frances Harden of Chicago was the first classroom teacher who ever attended a midwinter convention, and she had to pay her own substitute in order to do it. She saw the plot being hatched by the Department of Superintendents, and brought back word to the Chicago teachers, who got out a circular describing it, and pointing out what had happened in their own state of Illinois, which had just been reorganized and made a delegate body according to the new scheme. The first Illinois convention under this plan had been held in December, 1917, 1,360 teachers had attended, and the effect of the scheme had been that 1,193 of these teachers were disfranchised. There were only 167 delegates entitled to vote, and the occupations of these delegates were listed as follows: county superintendents, 42, city superintendents, 53, presidents of colleges, 4, principals of high schools, 12, principals of elementary schools, 24, teachers in colleges, 5, teachers in high schools, 13, teachers in elementary schools, 14. In other words, out of 167 delegates, 135 represented the supervising departments, and only 32 were teachers, only 14 of these being elementary classroom teachers. This Illinois reorganization was the work of Owen of Chicago. It was his pet scheme. At the Pittsburgh convention, notice was given of intention to apply it to the NEA, and the gang set to work to line up the school bosses. Then came the Milwaukee Convention of 1919, here Strayer presided, and the gang had a charming device too. Tuesday Putfats 247. Get rid of the teachers. The bylaws provided for the business meeting at 11 a.m. of the 4th of July. Milwaukee had a sane fourth program for that day, and the teachers were supposed to be occupied in the parks. The gang, thinking to catch them off guard, called a snap meeting at 9 in the morning. But the Milwaukee teachers have been trained in politics, and know its devices. They had arranged to have the sane fourth program taken care of by those teachers who were associate members of the NEA, while the active members, who had votes, were to attend the business meeting. Some of them got wind of the 9 a.m. trick, and these went in and started singing America. They went right on singing America until 11 a.m. They are so patriotic in Milwaukee, and that was their idea of a sane fourth. To make sure of keeping it sane, these Milwaukee teachers omitted to eat any lunch, and stayed by the convention until it came to an end at 5 p.m. The gang brought up their reorganization scheme, and Margaret Haley arose on the floor of the convention, and told them that they were violating their federal charter. The reply was that they would put the scheme through and get the charter changed afterwards. But Margaret Haley, who has a way of consulting lawyers, pointed out to them that any teacher could get a court injunction, and forbid them spending a penny of the association's money for a year. So they dropped the proposal. Owen resigned from the committee and moved to discharge it. The slate was wiped clean, and the teachers thought the scheme was dead except for a few who made note of a motion to appoint a committee to take up the question of amending the charter of the NEA. The place selected for the next national convention was Salt Lake City. The classroom teachers made no protest. How were they to know that the gang had been conducting an educational survey, combing the United States with a fine comb, to find one place where they might be sure of getting their way? Said one teacher, when she got to Salt Lake and saw the frame up, we should have had notice of this. Said H.S. McGill, field secretary of the NEA, you blocked us twice, this year we've come where your cohorts couldn't follow us. Said Strayer, strutting like a little bantam, we 17. 248. Took it where we could put it over. And if that is not enough for you, a prominent official of the Milwaukee Convention told Miss Ethel Gardner, quite naively, that Professor Strayer had a most wonderful plan, by which he was going to get all the big businessmen of the United States back of the NEA. He did. When the minutes of the Milwaukee business meeting were produced, they included a notice of intention to amend the bylaws at the next convention, by repealing the provision which requires a year's notice before a constitutional amendment can be adopted. No one could recollect having heard such notice given, but the minutes showed that it had been given by Professor Howard Driggs, the great Mormon educator. It was a peculiar kind of proposition for a great educator to make. Whenever you mention the subject of constitutions and bylaws to such an educator, the first thing he praises is that system of checks and balances prevailing in the Constitution of the United States, which imposes restrictions upon the hasty passions of the masses and compels us all to stop and think before we act. Such a provision had been put into the bylaws of the NEA, and now it was proposed to abolish it, and permit the hasty passions of the masses to prevail. Professor Driggs apparently realized the strangeness of such a proposition, coming from a great educator. Discussing the matter on the floor of the Salt Lake Convention, he said he had not known the contents of the notice when he gave it. Somebody had handed it to him. He thought perhaps it was Mr. McGill, the field secretary, and asked him to give the notice, and he did so. Dear, innocent, trusting Mormon educator, you could hardly believe that he was 47 years of age. Before you decide what to believe about him, wait and see what use the gang made of that alleged notice. They had a whole year to work in, and they went at it systematically. They drafted an amendment to the charter of the NEA, known as Section 12, providing that it might be organized as a delegate body and governed by a representative assembly. The gang leaders spent much time in our national capital, getting this charter amendment passed by Congress and signed by the President. When our leading plutocratic educators appear in Mormon Massic 249. Washington, asking to be permitted to govern their school proletariat in their own way, how should a plutocratic Congress refuse? The amendment was being trumpeted over the country as a plan to make the NEA democratic. The President of the United States had just made the whole world democratic, so it was to be expected that he would approve the plan and sign the bill. Chapteralil. Mormon Magic. Come now to Salt Lake City, and see why the NEA machine selected it for their next convention. Externally there are reasons, in the form of beautiful temples and educational institutions, erected by the devotees of a weird religious cult. This cult is based upon certain tablets having the appearance of gold, which were dug out of the ground by an ignorant New York farmer youth named Joseph Smith, and were found to be miraculously inscribed with fantastic chronicles in biblical language. Smith was able to interpret them by the aid of 2 magic stones, and they are now the inspired word of God to 500,000 people. One of the customs recommended in this word is the patriarchal Old Testament virtue of polygamy, and the United States government fought a little war with the Mormons over this issue, and Utah was not admitted as a state until the chiefs had agreed to follow the example of the rest of our plutocracy, and keep their polygamy under cover. This is not a work on religion, but on economics, and what here concerns us are the 2 great Mormon virtues of industry and submissiveness. Seldom has a priestly caste evolved a more perfect system for separating its devotees from their cash. The Mormon hierarchy is a big business institution, which works hand in glove with the great corporations of Utah, and their political representative, the Grand Old Party. The Mormon Church is practically the same thing as the Sugar Trust in the state, and also the Smelter Trust and the railroads. Their 2 representatives in the United States Senate are equally active in the affairs of God and Mammon. The church machine has its own educational institutions, and at the 250 same time, like the Catholic Church in other parts of the United States, it controls the public schools. I have portrayed in the Goose Step its domination of the University of Utah, and how 16 professors resigned at once in protest against its policy. So you begin to see why the NEA machine picked out Salt Lake City. Utah is a long way off, and few classroom teachers could afford the journey. As for the teachers of Utah, the majority of them are Mormons, and the rest either take the orders of the church or move out. It takes no stretch of the imagination to picture Professor Driggs, the great Mormon educator, telling Owen and Strayer and Hunter and Pierce and the other great educators how we manage things in Utah so much better than in Milwaukee. And how beautifully the great Mormon tabernacle would serve as a setting for this reorganization drama. Remember in my childhood reading a fearsome story about an innocent American virgin lured into the clutches of a diabolical Mormon patriarch, and here is the story made real, the victim being the Associated School Marms of America. The delegates arrived, and were welcomed by the entire hierarchy: the Mormon governor, the Mormon mayor, the Mormon bishops, the presidents and professors of the Mormon colleges and universities, and the 2 United States senators from the Sugar Trust. You may imagine the effect upon the Salt Lake City school teachers of this array of religious and financial power, but even so, it was not enough. Church and state and big business combined could not prevail against a few simple facts put before the teachers of the city. At the very outset of the convention there was a meeting of classroom teachers, with Margaret Haley and Ethel Gardner and the rest on hand, and Mr. McGill, field secretary of the NEA, was so indiscreet as to come upon the platform and face the questions of these teachers. At the end of the session the gang could not muster 3 votes among those present, rebellion was spreading, and the great educators were frantic. That night hundreds of telegrams were sent out all over the state of Utah. Superintendents and principals of schools summoned their teachers to Salt Lake City. It was J. Fred Anderson, president of the Utah Educational Mormon Magic 251 Association, who knew these teachers, and we have seen in our story of Oakland how Superintendent Hunter presented to him a high-salaried position in the Oakland schools. Hunter was here, hard at work, and received his reward by being elected president at this convention. The master of ceremonies of course was Howard Driggs, who was on his home ground, and had guaranteed to put the job through. With the help of the Mormon hierarchy, both religious and educational, he got the teachers of Utah into a caucus on the night preceding the business meeting of the convention. These teachers were told nothing whatever about the significance of the issue, they were merely told how to vote. The radicals, of course, got wind of this meeting, and came to it, but some of them were excluded, and the stenographer they had brought was ordered to leave. A motion was made that none should be granted the floor except Utah State teachers, or those who might be invited by them. Once during the proceedings a man ventured to ask if they might not hear the other side and know what were the objections to this plan. Chairman J. Fred Anderson glowered at the assembly, and roared, "If there is anyone from the state of Utah who objects to this plan, we'll listen to him." An important part of the plot was a series of amendments to the bylaws, providing for great numbers of ex officio delegates to NEA conventions. All the officers and all past presidents were to be such delegates, likewise all state superintendents, and all NEA directors in each state. Every such personage was to have a vote, and every such vote was to be equivalent to the vote of from 100 to 500 classroom teachers. Naturally, someone asked for an explanation, and so was born the classic jest of the American school world. You might be puzzled to understand why a superintendent of schools should be referred to as an oil dome, but Professor Howard Driggs explained the symbolism to the Utah teachers. When you saw a train of oil cars on the railroad track, you noted that these cars had little domes on top. The reason was that on curves the oil would acquire momentum which would throw the cars off the track, but these domes served to change the direction of the momentum and so prevented an accident. And the 252 oil domes of the NEA machine were the superintendents. If I thought you could possibly do it, I would ask you to imagine the mentality of a country schoolmarm from the far-off mountains and deserts of Utah, brought up to a devout belief in the golden tablets of Joseph Smith. Suffice it to say, that at this group meeting the Mormon ladies listened patiently, and not a single classroom teacher opened her mouth. Mr. McGill gave them printed statements containing the arguments of the gang, adding that of course they would vote as they saw fit. But the Mormon managers were not satisfied with such a careless formula, and one of them got up and pointed out that it was sometimes a difficult matter to follow the technicalities of business meetings, and the Utah teachers ought to take precautions to keep from getting lost in the parliamentary labyrinths. These managers knew they had to come out on the floor of the convention next day, and face Margaret Haley and Ethel Gardner and the rest of the Bolsheviks, so they had reason to be nervous. It was arranged that the Utah teachers should sit together in a group, and in their voting they should follow the example of a leader, saying aye when he said aye, and nay when he said nay. And who was that leader to be? Whom would you guess but Howard Driggs, professor of English at the University of Utah, author of Live Language Lessons, vice president of the NEA, and president of the Utah Educational Association. And lest perchance these teachers from the mountains and deserts of Utah might never have seen the great Mormon professor, the professor was invited to stand up and display his impressive presence to the assemblage. It was furthermore ordered that the Utah teachers were to be on hand in their Mormon tabernacle half an hour in advance of the opening of the business session. Immediately after this meeting there was a secret session in the room of President Pierce of Milwaukee, at the Utah Hotel. At this meeting the gang leaders staged a full dress rehearsal of the proceedings. They had some woman to play the part of Margaret Haley, and to make all the motions and objections which they expected her to make. They worked out the method of foiling her, with each one's duty assigned, each part learned and recited. Tuesday Funeral of Democracy 253. This secret meeting lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning, and goes down into educational history as the midnight rehearsal. Oslal Tur Agi. The business meeting of the National Education Association was called for 8:30 on Friday morning, and the program stated that there would be a paper read and singing before the transaction of business, but the moment the meeting opened, they made a motion to dispense with the paper and the singing. Thus they rushed through a good part of their program with very little opposition. When Margaret Haley and Ethel Gardner entered the hall, the assemblage was voting on the bylaws, article by article, and adopting them with vigorous roars from the rehearsed Utah teachers. In the uproar it was made to tell just what was being voted on. The presiding officer at this convention was Superintendent Josephine C. Preston, whom we saw working hard for the Black Hand in Seattle, and whom we were asked particularly to remember. The report of the executive committee was presented by Professor Strayer of Columbia, first vice president, who explained the act of Congress permitting the reorganization. This report having been adopted by a thunderous aye from the rehearsed Utah teachers, Professor Vice President Strayer seated himself at the right hand of Superintendent President Preston, and was seen to whisper into her ear at every stage of the future proceedings. No one can say what he whispered, but there were some who suspected that he was telling her what to do next. Professor Vice President Driggs now arose, and had the good fortune to catch the eye of Superintendent President Preston, or possibly the eye of Professor Vice President Strayer. He was recognized, and proceeded to bring up the resolution of which he had so innocently given notice at Milwaukee, providing that it should not be necessary to give a year's consideration to a bylaw amendment. Now the classroom teachers' delegates were certain that no notice had been given, the assembly had had no warn. 254 The goslings of this revolutionary proposition. They sought to explain matters, but for some strange reason Chairman Preston, or possibly Professor Strayer, was unable to see any of them, and they could not get the floor. Professor Driggs insisted that the notice appeared in due form in the minutes of the Milwaukee meeting, therefore his motion was in order. The motion was put, and was carried by a thunderous aye from Professor Driggs and his rehearsed Utah teachers. Then at once it appeared what was the purpose for which the innocent Mormon professor had introduced this resolution without knowing what was in it. The purpose was that the Salt Lake Convention might adopt the new Section 12 of the Charter, without waiting a year to give the membership a chance to find out what it was all about. Immediately the motion to adopt this section was made by Superintendent Life Director Hunter of Oakland. I hope I don't bore you with these titles, for you ought to see just who these gang leaders are, and just how they put the job over. Ex-Superintendent Field Secretary McGill explained the proposition to fill the Representative Assembly with supervising delegates, life directors, state superintendents, state directors, and officers. Superintendent Newton of Denver strongly supported the proposition, and a New York teacher opposed it. A rehearsed Utah teacher took the side of the gang, as did also the president of a state normal school in Michigan, Superintendent Dorsey of Los Angeles, and Superintendent Gwynn of San Francisco. The chairman ruled Margaret Haley out of order. The chairman instantly ruled out of order everyone who tried to refer to the rehearsing of the Utah teachers, or to the packing of the convention. There were shouts of question, and the amendment was adopted by a thunderous aye from the rehearsed Utah teachers. The vote was declared unanimous for the reason that the steamroller was rolling so furiously that the opposition teachers could not find out what was being voted on. An unforeseen emergency now arose. The tactics of the gang were so crude that an ex-superintendent of schools of Salt Lake City became troubled in his conscience, and actually had the temerity to propose that this coup d'etat should be submitted to a referendum vote of the member. 255. Ship of the NEA. Ex-Superintendent Field Secretary McGill hastened to explain that under the resolution just adopted this procedure would be utterly illegal. In other words, the charter obtained from Congress had been loaded so as to make this very thing impossible, and the gang was loaded with legal opinions to prove that it had so arranged matters. Mr. McGill's argument was supported by Principal Trustee President-to-be Olive Jones of New York, State Superintendent Wood of California, Superintendent Hunter's Principal J. Fred Anderson of Utah, and Professor Vice President Driggs of Utah. The published minutes of this business meeting condescend to tell us that Margaret Haley of Illinois spoke, but they don't tell us on which side she spoke, nor do they tell us how the chairman shut her off. They merely record that the proposed amendment was laid on the table, of course by the vote of the rehearsed Utah teachers. And note this curious detail: among the new bylaws rolled through by the steamroller was one providing for amendments to the bylaws by a two-thirds vote after a year's notice given in writing, in other words, the very same provision which had been done away with, less than an hour ago, by the motion of Professor Vice President Driggs. The system of checks and balances, which had just been destroyed, was magically restored. Humpty Dumpty, having been knocked off the wall, was put together again. To choose a more accurate simile, the farmer, having let down the bars while he got his pig into the pen, now put the bars up again, to keep the pig inside forever after. Piled on top of that came an even wilder flight of humor. Margaret Haley moved that Congress be asked to amend the charter and abolish the life directors, where upon ex-Superintendent Field Secretary McGill explained that Congress would never again pass another special charter. This trick was positively the last that could ever be played in America. Miss Haley's motion was tabled by a shout of the rehearsed Utah teachers, and the convention proceeded to elect Superintendent Life Director Hunter of Oakland its new president, and to hear his fervid speech in celebration of democracy. It is interesting to note that the minutes of this meet 256 were withheld from the membership of the NEA for 11 months, and were finally published in very inadequate and doctored form. Margaret Haley had arranged with the stenographic agency to obtain a transcript of the proceedings, but after the show was over she discovered that she had been cheated out of this transcript. The agency would not be permitted to furnish a transcript until it had been edited. You see, the gang had also ordered a transcript from this same concern. I obtained a copy of this edited transcript, and have checked every statement in this chapter. In case you find my account incredible, I suggest that you consult in your public library the Journal of Education, Boston, August 19, 1920, in which an eyewitness tells the story with amiable mockery. That American school teachers should have had their own organization stolen away from them seems to Editor Winship just the most delightful joke in the world. Such a comical spectacle, a great convention, lasting for 6 days, with several thousand people devoting all their labors to keeping one little woman from getting the floor, asterisk. Asterisk. Just to make the thing real to you, I give you one glimpse of the steamroller, taken from the transcript as furnished by the NEA secretary. The Assembly is here voting on Section 9, which provides for the packing of the NEA with 151 ex officio delegates, state superintendents, state directors, life directors, and miscellaneous officers. It has been moved to amend this section by striking out the ex officio members, but in the uproar it is impossible for the opposition to know what is being voted on. The amendment is voted down, Section 9 is jammed through, and Margaret Haley is refused the right to ask a question. Field Secretary McGill starts to go on to Section 10, but the protest against this becomes so vehement that the gang sees it has to give way, and Professor Driggs blandly rises and pleads for fair play. Delicious irony. So Margaret Haley receives an opportunity to be informed by the chairman that the measure she has been trying to oppose has already been carried. The text follows. The chairman, are you ready for the question? Cries of question, question. A delicate, I rise to a question of personal privilege. The chairman, what is your question of personal privilege? A devocate, there has been some imputation cast upon the teachers of Salt Lake and Utah as to the packing of this convention. Cries of out of order, out of order. The chairman, you are out of order. Cries of question, question. 207. The chairman, we will now vote on the amendment. All of those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. A delegate, question on the original motion. The chairman, the question is now on the original motion. Are you ready? Cries of question, question. The chairman, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Unanimously carried. A levi delicate, a question of information. The chairman, the motion is unanimously carried. Miss Margaret Harry, Chicago, we couldn't hear what you were voting on. A delicate, Madam Chairman, I think at this point it would be well to listen to the lady's question. She rose and asked for information before that vote was put. Because of the inability of the chairman to hear her, it was passed. The chairman, out of order. Adatikati, she just asked a question, that is all. Adavakati, is it possible we cannot present a question in this assembly? Mr. Mackett, Section 10. Adelicate, Madam Chairman, I rise to a point of order. Is it possible we cannot hear a question in this assembly? Adatikati, no, it is not possible. Aditekati, that lady wants to hear a question. I would like to know what it is. Applause. Mr. Drykes, Utah, I appeal from the decision of the chair on a point of order. Salt Lake is going to stand for a square deal. We want the lady's question. Applause. A delegate, come to the platform. Miss Margaret Hatry, Chicago. It is not necessary for me to go to the platform. I wished to ask the question before the vote is taken. It was impossible for us to hear what was being done, and I didn't know the question that was being voted on. I asked for information as to what the motion was. The chairman, the amendment was voted down and the motion was carried, Miss Haley. We presented to everyone that came, when the business opened, a copy. We want it in the hands of every active member, and I so announced exactly what we were doing. Miss Harry, Chicago, that is not the question I asked. I asked what was the motion that we were voting on. We didn't hear it when it was stated. Tuesday, Chairman, we were voting on Section 9 then, we were voting on the amendment to Section 9. 258. Chapter Live. The fruits of the sowing. So now our National Education Association is what the gang wants it to be. Let us see exactly what that is. The next convention was held at Des Moines in 1921, and here were the first fruits of the sowing. I have before me a tabulation of the delegates to the Des Moines Convention, classified according to their occupations. Statistics make tiresome reading, but in this case the statistics are the heart of the argument, so I beg you to consider these figures carefully. There were present at this convention a total of 553 delegates having votes. Among them were state superintendents, 33, county superintendents, 21, city superintendents, 104, presidents of colleges and normal schools, 28, principals of high schools, 34, principals of elementary schools, 54, supervisors, 23. That makes a total of 297 delegates belonging to the employing class. 297 out of 553, a comfortable majority. But note further, the tabulation includes 14 miscellaneous, 46 not classified, 6 editors of educational journals, and 2 agents of book companies. If we set these to one side, we find that the 297 members of the supervising force were figured upon a total of 485 delegates. And now, to balance this, consider the representation of the teachers, special teachers, 8, teachers in colleges and normal schools, 34, teachers in high schools, 65, and teachers in elementary schools, 81. That makes a total of 188 teachers, including college professors, and this to be balanced against 297 members of the supervising force. In our schools the teachers outnumber the supervising force by 10 or 15 to 1, but in this national body, as between the two groups, they have 39%, while the supervising force has 61. Such is democracy in the great educational organization of the school world. At the close of the 1923 convention, held in Oakland, it happened that I was in the locality, and said something to a newspaper reporter about our school Tammany Hall. Some of the gang leaders made indignant reply, and I received a letter from Mr. Joy E. Morgan, editor of the official journal of the National Education Association. The fruits of the sowing. 259. Who said that I was misinformed concerning the organization, and asked me to have lunch with him. I am shy about breaking bread with the enemy, but I am always glad to talk with him, because he never fails to give me better ammunition than I could otherwise get. So I went to call on Mr. Morgan after lunch, and we had a pleasant chat of an hour or so. He is a young man, and friends assure me that he is well-meaning but uninformed. I will pass no judgment, but my story will make clear his amazing ignorance, not merely concerning his own organization, but even concerning his own paper. Mr. Morgan started off with the ancient formula that the NEA is democratic. All the teachers of the United States were welcome. In fact, they were implored to join their professional organization. I asked Mr. Morgan about this matter of having honorary members who were ex officio delegates and endowed with votes. Here was a representative body, purporting to be democratic, but which started out with 23 life directors and a long list of ex officio delegates, the president, the treasurer, the 12 vice presidents, the 5 members of the executive committee, 52 state directors, 52 state superintendents of public instruction and, to cap the climax, all the past presidents, a new one added every year. The total of these ex officio delegates was 151, and out of this total just 3 were classroom teachers. That constituted a handicap against the teachers of 145 votes, and since it took 100 classroom teachers to elect 1 delegate, and in big cities 500 teachers, it took somewhere between 14,500 and 72,500 teachers to overcome the handicap against them in every NEA convention. Was that what Mr. Morgan understood by democracy? The young editor did not use the phrase, oil domes, but he did assure me that the interests of superintendents and teachers were not opposed, and that the teachers of the country, many of them, elected their superintendents to represent them. Moreover, there were great numbers of teachers who were delegates, probably a majority of the convention. Mr. Morgan actually said that, and then I handed him the tabulation of the Des Moines convention, which showed 188 teachers, as against 297 members of the supervising force. He studied it, and was obviously embarrassed. I don't know just what to say. 260. He replied. I hardly think it can be accurate. The tabulation must have been made by some interested party. Now the tabulation had been given to me by Francis_Harden, who is in Margaret Haley's office, and I could not deny that Miss Harden was interested in the problems of NEA representation. I said to Mr. Morgan, T will investigate and find out just how that tabulation was prepared. T looks to me absurd on the face of it, continued the young editor, because you see it gives 2 agents of book companies, and that is preposterous. No agent of a book company could be a delegate to the NEA. T will look into that, I promised, and we chatted for a while about other aspects of the class struggle in education. Mr. Morgan gave me a file of his publication for the past year, in order that I might see what excellent material they were using. Then I took my departure, and sought out Miss Harden and her bunch of Bolsheviks, who had come on to attend this Oakland convention. We had dinner in a little Dago restaurant, and I told them of Mr. Morgan's objection, and it would have done you good to hear Miss Harden laugh. Why, she said, that tabulation was made from the official list in his own paper, the Journal of the NEA, and Mr. Morgan was managing editor at the time the list was published. When I get back to Chicago I'll send you a copy of that issue. They listed all the delegates at the Des Moines convention, giving the occupation of each, and all I had to do was to go through the list and check the number of superintendents, the number of principals, and so on. We made the tabulation and published it, and it's interesting to notice that next year the list of delegates as published in the journal no longer states the occupations of the delegates, but merely the organizations they represent. You may take it from me, it will be many a long year before the journal again makes the blunder of revealing the makeup of one of its annual conventions. What about the matter of the book company agent? I asked, and Miss Harden and her Bolshevik friends laughed more merrily than ever. Why, one of those 2 agents is Major Clancy, and Mr. Morgan knows him as well as he knows anybody at the convention. He's here at Oakland, one of the first. The fruits of the sowing 261. Sites that is pointed out to a new delegate. He's a kind of unofficial host to all of us. But is he here as a book company agent? I asked, in bewilderment. Why, of course, said the teachers, and Miss Ethel Gardner explained that he had got up some kind of club or association of the agents in his locality, and got himself named as their representative. In case you should find all this as incredible as I found it, let me add that Miss Harden faithfully carried out her promise. When she got back to Chicago, she sent me 2 issues of the Journal of the National Education Association. The first is the issue for December, 1921, and I note the name of Joy Elmer Morgan, managing editor. Beginning at page 199, and continuing to page 205, I find a list headed, "The First Representative Assembly, Delegates who attended the 59th Annual Meeting of the National Educational Association in Des Moines, July 5 to 8, 1921. There I find the delegates by state, with the occupation of each one given. On page 203 I find Robertson, W.W., agent for Charles E. Merrill Co., 19 West Main Street, Oklahoma City. And on page 202 the name Clancy, Major A.W., 502 Globe Building, Minneapolis. The second issue of the journal is that for September, 1922, and again I find Joy Elmer Morgan, managing editor. From pages 291 to 298 I find the list of the Second Representative Assembly, with the occupations of the delegates not given. On page 295 I find as follows: Clancy, A.W., Bookman's Department of Minnesota, 2516 Humboldt Avenue South, Minneapolis. And then, as I complete this manuscript, the Journal of October, 1923, appears, and gives the list for the Third Representative Assembly, at Oakland, California, and again the occupations are not given, and again Major Clancy is given. Yes, you may count upon Major Clancy to attend all NEA conventions. Turn back to our Minneapolis chapters and read about this one-armed old veteran of the threshing machine. And come to Oakland, and see him in the luxurious parlors of the Oakland Hotel. Come to San Francisco and see him in the parlors of the Fairmont. He is the lord of motor cars and of boat rides, never does he sit down at table except it is crowded with guests. The editor of the Journal of Education, not 262. The official NEA journal, but an independent weekly, published in Boston, portrays this aspect of the Salt Lake Convention of 1920 in a playful paragraph. Says the witty editor Winship, no one in the association at summer and winter meetings, has in 50 years had as many men and women to as many feasts as has Major Clancy. Perhaps all this hospitality is poured out from the Major's own generous heart, perhaps again, it is his employers, the book companies, who fill the cornucopia. However it may be, the Major is the idol of the schoolmarms, he chats with them jovially in the lobbies, and now and then you see him jump up and run across the floor. Some superintendent has entered, and he must shake the hand of all superintendents. Presently you see him buttonholing one of the great leaders of the gang, and there is a whispered conversation. It is by these little chats in lobbies that we get our business done, the gentleman tea agreements whereby votes and influence are traded for contracts involving your money and mine. A teacher friend of mine traveled all the way from the East to attend the NEA convention of 1923 at Oakland. On the day before the opening of the convention she visited the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco, where in the lobby she observed Major Clancy in conversation with Principal Olive Jones of New York. This conference lasted for a couple of hours, and other members of the gang took part in it from time to time. My friend wondered what it was about. She never found out, but she noted that before the convention came to a close, Principal Olive Jones of New York was chosen as the new president of the NEA. The Major had had advance information, you may be sure, and likewise the rest of the gang had had it. In fact, this 1923 convention had been held in Oakland, because it was the bailiwick of Hunter, and he and Strayer had promised the honor to Miss Jones when they asked her influence at Salt Lake City. This promise had been for 1921, but the gang had fallen to quarreling among themselves. Owen of Chicago had broken with Strayer, and Miss Williams had got the prize in 1921, and Owen had grabbed it for himself at Boston in 1922. You see what the inside ring is giving its time to, and why the great national organizer. 263. Shin of the school world is an object of contempt to every educator who has a truly professional ideal. The National Education Association now stands complete, according to the design of its architects. It is a political machine, maintained by big business to do a certain job in the interest of big business. And just as in any other great factory, the workers are deprived of all power, but are cajoled into thinking themselves free citizens. At the annual conventions you will hear floods of oratory in praise of democracy, while every precaution is taken to keep the rank and file from having any say whatever about their own affairs. All the power is in the hands of one little group. They put themselves in the key positions, each one on 6 or 8 committees. They make the plans, and when the time comes they jam them through. The classroom teachers form a large group at each convention, but they are helpless. They are outside the circle, a floating group, untaught, untrained, without a background or policy. At Salt Lake City, Miss Harden attended a meeting of 75 of them, and she asked how many of them had ever come to a previous NEA convention, and found that only 8 or 10 had had this experience. What do such delegates know about the machine and its tricks? What chance do they stand against the gang? Miss Flora Menzel of Milwaukee came in 1923, with instructions to recommend certain policies on behalf of her group. She was put on the credentials committee, and wandered about the corridors of the Oakland Hotel trying to find out where this committee met. The meeting was set for a certain hour. She succeeded in finding the place, 15 minutes late, and there was no one in the room. Subsequently she ascertained that the credentials committee had already met, named a subcommittee of the gang, and adjourned in 15 minutes. And that is only one of many devices whereby classroom teachers known to be loyal to their own groups are 18. 264. Shunted to one side. In 1921, at Des Moines, they appointed a committee on the revision of elementary education, and they made it up of college presidents and professors, state superintendents, the United States Commissioner of Education and one elementary teacher. They were going to determine the policy of the NEA toward the most important of all subjects connected with the schools, and they put on this committee just one person who was having actual experience with children. For more than 20 years Margaret Haley has been fighting in the interest of the teachers for action on salaries, tenure, and pensions. It took 10 years to get them to adopt resolutions on the question, and 10 years more to get them to do anything. I have told about the Atlantic City Midwinter Convention of 1918, at which the Department of Superintendents planned the Salt Lake City swindle, and how Miss Frances Harden was there, having paid her own substitute. She was representing Margaret Haley, who had been put on the committee for salaries, tenure, and pensions. The chairman of the committee was President Joseph Swain of Swarthmore College. Past president of the NEA. President Swain got up and made a momentous announcement. 2 young men from the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching had been giving him invaluable assistance on this pension question. The 2 young men were present, and thus introduced they practically ran the committee throughout the sessions. They had a model teacher's pension bill, and they asked the endorsement of the Department of Superintendents, after which they proposed to take the bill to each of the states, and get the endorsement of the state educational machines, and then force it through the legislature. Perhaps you may wonder why the Carnegie Foundation should be proposing to take charge of teachers' pension money. Well, if you will turn to the Goose Step, pages 408 to 9, you will find how this institution, with an endowment of some $17 million, has taken the pension money of the college professors of the United Copyright States and made it into a club to be held over the heads of professors, compelling them to obey the orders of presidents and trustees. If you will read Professor Cattell's book, Carnegie Pensions, published in 1919, you will 265. Be informed about the wonderful insurance corporation, devised by this Carnegie crowd, and run by Elihu Root and Nicholas Murray Butler. The scheme was submitted by School and Society for the consideration of a great number of college professors, and was voted down by 636 to 13. And now here are these Carnegie specialists in autocracy, setting the very same trap for the 700,000 school teachers of the United States. Their device is known as the Standard Pension Plan. It provides a graded pension, and needless to say the sums are very low, while the age limit is very high, from 60 to 65 years, and the term of service required is long, from 30 to 40 years. Needless to say, also, the women are treated as inferior animals. Their heirs have no pensions, while the heirs of men teachers do have pensions. Moreover, the women contribute at a higher rate than the men. Get clear this essential point, that all this pension money is teachers' money. A certain amount is deducted each month from the salaries of every teacher, and it is of this money that the pension is composed. And, of course, the feature that really counts is the control of the money. You may be sure that under the capitalist system no plan of any sort would be standard, that did not provide for the control of the money by those whom God has created for the purpose of controlling money. The essence of this standard pension plan is that the teachers have no control over their own pension funds. In all cases this control is in the hands of politicians who serve on the pension board ex officio, the state superintendent, the controller, the attorney general, and either leaders of the gang. It was decided that this Carnegie pension plan should be taken to the state of Vermont and there tried out, and at the summer convention at Pittsburgh the new Carnegie experts appeared again, and their proposition was jammed through, in spite of the protests of Margaret Haley. You see, Margaret Haley wanted the teachers to have the control of their own money, so the gang evolved one of their clever schemes. They divided the Committee on Salaries, Tenure, and Pensions into 3 separate committees, and they put Margaret Haley on the Salary Committee, which 266 had already acted. Also, they put in a bylaw, providing that these 3 committees should serve for 1 year only, and should then be reappointed. This would give them the chance to drop any kickers, and sure enough, the next year they dropped Margaret Haley. But they couldn't drop her from Chicago. The teachers there have power of their own, and they have just got the legislature to adopt the Chicago Teachers' Pension Plan. Under this plan the teacher gets a pension after having taught for 25 years in the United States, 15 years of which must be in Chicago. Women are recognized as human beings, getting equal treatment with men. But the all-important point is this: the pension funds are under the control of a committee of 9, 3 of them being members of the Board of Education, and the other 6 being teachers elected by teachers. This is the only pension fund in the United States which is under the democratic control of those who put up the money, and it is hereby suggested that every teacher in the United States should set to work to make that Chicago law the standard pension law of the United States. Next, let us consider the attitude of the NEA on the equally important question of teachers' tenure. Is a teacher a civil servant, with some permanence and security, or is a teacher a wage slave, who may be fired without notice and without excuse? At Salt Lake City the Committee on Tenure handed in a report and a resolution. All the resolutions appeared in printed form, but that on tenure was left out. Margaret Haley fought for a whole day to get the floor, and finally one superintendent who had a sense of decency insisted that she should be heard, and she asked about this resolution. The chairman asked the secretary what had become of it, the secretary asked somebody else, and so they passed the buck. The resolution had been mysteriously lost, and nobody knew what had become of it. At Boston, in 1922, they passed a resolution to work for tenure in every state, but they have not done it in a single state. They don't want to be bothered with the teachers, they want the teachers to obey orders and teach. Miss Ethel Gardner told me of her experience at Salt Lake City, where she happened to be the only classroom. 267. Teacher present at a conference of administrators. They told how they had been trying to improve their teachers by holding meetings every Saturday morning and talking to these teachers. But the stubborn teachers persisted in not improving, and even showed resentment at having their Saturday mornings taken in that way. The superintendents discussed the question whether the teachers might not become more docile if the school board would pay them for attending these Saturday morning improvement meetings. Finally, someone asked Miss Gardner what she thought about it, and she asked if it had ever occurred to them to let the teachers talk at these teachers' meetings. It was as if Miss Gardner had thrown a bomb into their midst. Not one of them had ever thought of such an idea. She went on to tell what the Milwaukee Teachers Association was doing for the improvement of teaching, and when she got through they thanked her quite earnestly for having made an entirely original contribution to their conference. These were unusually polite superintendents. As a rule, they resent such interference, and take any suggestion from a teacher as an affront to their dignity. Margaret Haley is one of the most charming of women, a delightful companion, and on the floor of a convention the very soul of wit and good fellowship, but to the NEA bosses she is a fiend in petticoats. They regularly ignore all her resolutions, and when she gets the teachers stirred up, and some action becomes necessary, they take her resolutions and write them over and present them as a contribution of their own. At the same time they diligently circulate slanders about her. She has been paid $10,000 to deliver the Department of Classroom Teachers over to the American Federation of Labor. She received a salary of $10,000 a year from the Chicago Teachers Federation. Such falsehoods as this are circulated and believed by most of the delegates at the convention, the facts being that Miss Haley gets the salary of a teacher from her own organization, and her organization is not affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. At the same time the gang, like all other political gangs, is not too scrupulous about its own personnel. It carried for years one life director while he was in Joliet. 268. Prison for appropriating public funds. It did not hesitate to make use of a man who, while secretary of a state teachers association, charged the association for plumbing work done on his home, and then it was found that the plumber hadn't got the money, the secretary had kept it for himself. And of course the gang leaders are all tied up with the book graft and with other big business in their own localities. The book agents swarm to the conventions, and they have their candidates, and if these candidates do not win, it is because some other book agent has been more active. At the last midwinter convention of the Department of Superintendents, a prominent candidate for president was the school superintendent of Milwaukee, and Major Clancy boasted to a friend of mine that this great educator would surely win. He was favored by the American Book Company. Major Clancy is getting old, and somebody fooled him. The successful candidate came from the city where Ginn and Company has its headquarters. The first aim of the prudent school superintendent is to stand in with the bookmen, as they call themselves. For, whenever there is a vacancy in a desirable place, the book companies are the first to learn of it, and they know their own. So the NEA is honeycombed with book intrigue and graft, especially the Department of Superintendents, the part which really counts. I shall tell you by and by of an especially crooked 5-year book adoption in the state of Indiana. Immediately after that event, it was noticed that a practically unknown superintendent from Indianapolis became president of the Department of Superintendents. That caused a scandal, and efforts were made to break the book company's hold. It is like the efforts to drive the railroads out of state politics. At the last meeting of the Department of Superintendents it was announced that no bookmen were to have rooms in the Cleveland Hotel, where the NEA had its headquarters, but I am told by a gentleman who was present that the American Book Company had all the rooms it wanted. This same gentleman tells me that he was present at a convention in Milwaukee, some years ago, when it was discovered that the American Book Company had taken the entire second floor of the hotel in which the NEA had settled. Bread and Circuses 269. Cooley of Chicago, who happened to be president that year, moved his headquarters to another hotel. Many of the big chiefs of the NEA draw royalties from textbooks. Strayer of Columbia edits a whole series of teachers' professional books for the American Book Company. Also, it features one of his educational books. Then there are the elaborate systems of record cards which he edits. These are advertised and exhibited at every meeting of the Department of Superintendents. Also there are fees for surveying city school systems, and recommending buildings. I am told by one who knows Strayer that he is eager for money, and this is a part of his Columbia heritage. You may recall the $300,000 residence, built out of trust funds for Nicholas Miraculous. Sometimes a great expert is summoned to survey a school system, and he tells the city that it needs many new buildings. Also he names the architects who know how to put up just the sort of buildings which he recommends. The architects get 6% for their work, and pay the expert 1/12 of that. A modern city thinks nothing of spending $1 million for a new high school, so the expert's rake off will be $5,000. Charter Seville. Bread and circuses. We have followed closely the business and politics of the NEA conventions. Let us now consider them in their educational and social aspects. They are imposing assemblages, and of course loom colossal to the cities in which they occur. To have 30 or 40,000 visitors spend a week in the city inspires the local merchants with a deep respect for culture, and the local boosters get busy to show the school marms a good time. The NEA politicians naturally make this a condition in the placing of the convention. They want to have the delegates occupied with scenery and entertainments, so as to distract their minds from political controversies. This wisdom has come down to us from the Roman Empire. Then it was bread and circuses, now it is boat rides, auto rides, luncheons, and telephone calls. 270. I have before me a page from the Chicago Schools Journal for June, 1922, giving the official announcement of the Boston Chamber of Commerce regarding the convention of that year. There are 35 affiliated societies to hold meetings, and halls have been engaged for all. The leading businessmen have organized a committee to prepare receptions, the head of it being a former secretary of the Chamber of Commerce. Excursions have been planned upon a vast scale, the railroads are cooperating, likewise the hotels and tourist bureaus. We note the interesting detail that one of the book companies has compiled an exhaustive literary history of Greater Boston and will publish it in complement to the convention. A copy of this history will be given to every teacher who registers. Also we note that 200 guests are coming from Memphis, Tennessee, in honor of President Charlo Williams, who is on a year's leave of absence to enable her to uplift the educational associations of each of the states, as well as sectional meetings. Price $100 per lift. Other notables are coming: General Pershing, Vice President Coolidge, Secretary of State Hughes. President Harding has promised to attend if possible. Most significant of all, there will be a patriotic demonstration of mammoth proportions, managed by the Commander-in-Chief of the American Legion. It was at the 1921 convention at Des Moines that our NEA turned its political conscience over to the keeping of our fascisty. In the official journal for November of that year I find a report of the special committee on this subject. The chairman of it is Superintendent Gwynn, the gentleman we saw moving from New Orleans to San Francisco to take the place of the superintendent of trombones. This program provides that all teachers must be American citizens, it provides for flag worship, and for the American Legion to furnish speakers for patriotic exercises in the schools. At the very time that this resolution was published in the official journal, the American Legion was displaying its fitness to educate our children by conducting a 3-day drunken orgy in Kansas City, in the course of which they stripped young girls naked on the street and wrecked the lobby of the Baltimore Hotel. As I write, they are for bread and circuses. 271. They're displaying their passionate affection for democracy by inviting Mussolini to come and address their San Francisco convention. Such is the educational department of capitalist imperialism. There is nothing too murderous and bloodthirsty for them, and no degree of reaction from which they will shrink. If Premier Mussolini should bring his Castrodil squad to the next NEA convention, there would be only the change of language and the absence of black shirts to let him know that he had crossed the ocean. Our leading reactionaries would be there to greet him, headed by United States Commissioner of Education John J. Tigert, who before the Des Moines Convention discussed the subject of socialism, and pointed out the vote for Debs as proving that 900,000 Americans were advocating the abolition of all law, all constitutions, and all forms of government. Addressing the school teachers of San Diego, he sounded a warning against the increasing tendency of the public schools to delve into sociology and economics, which subjects were perilously close to radicalism. Said Commissioner Tigert, "There is altogether too much preaching of these damnable doctrines of Bolshevism, anarchy, communism, and socialism, in this country today. If I had it in my power I would not only imprison, but would expatriate all advocates of these dangerous, un-American doctrines. I would even execute every one of them and do it joyfully." Mr. Tigert is a great favorite at conventions of all sorts. He got his appointment at the hands of President Harding because of his charm as a teller of humorous anecdotes. He is able to keep sober enough to tell them something which his predecessor in office was unable to do. At the 1919 convention of the NEA, held in Milwaukee, this gentleman was apparently lured into celebrating the last wet night in the history of the United States. An eyewitness writes me, "He clung desperately to the desk in front of him, and babbled incoherently for 2 hours and a half. People clapped and clapped in the monotonous fashion they have when they want a speaker to quit, but he still went on. I don't know where the efficient President Strayer was, but nobody stopped him. You ask if it is true that he was carried off the stage, he may have been, for I got tired and left." 272 Tuesday goes Linus. I shall be called a vile gossip for publishing things like this. All I can answer is that I think it is of the utmost importance for the American people to know what kind of men the Black Hand puts in charge of the vast and increasing educational work of our government. At the present time the chiefs of the NEA are concentrating all their energies upon the so-called Shepard-Towner Bill, providing for a federal Department of Education, with a cabinet member at its head, and an appropriation of $100 million. When they get it, there will be one more bootlegging politician in Washington, and one more source of reactionary propaganda for the kept press to broadcast. At the same Des Moines convention at which Commissioner Tigert spread himself, the chiefs of the NEA showed their intellectual caliber by putting through 2 resolutions, the first urging disarmament, and the second urging military training in the schools. The business men got up a luncheon for the teachers and themselves, and invited Governor Allen of Kansas, who at that time saw a glorious vision of himself becoming President of the United States on the platform of putting all strikers into jail. Under his supervision the big business vigilantes had been mobbing and tarring and feathering the organizers of the nonpartisan league throughout Kansas. Governor Allen delighted the lunchers by his wit, of which I give a sample. The IWW, I beg pardon, the nonpartisan league come in, and we deal with them. The lunchers laughed so merrily that the governor repeated this wit several times, the IWW, I beg pardon, the nonpartisan league. At an evening meeting John Gay, representative of the miners, showed again and again how Governor Allen had lied in his statements concerning the Kansas miners' strike. He was booed by the audience, under the supervision of the chairman, Fred M. Hunter, superintendent of schools of Oakland and president of the NEA. More recently someone had the bright idea of gathering educators from all over the world and forming a World Federation of Educators, to be run by the NEA gang. The call went out to all nations to send their school representatives to San Francisco, at the same time as the Oakland Convention of 1923. The delegates came. 9/10 of them Bolsheviks, in the NEA sense of that dreadful word, that is, people dissatisfied with narrow and feudal nationalism, and groping towards international solidarity. They found themselves assembled in a hall decorated with enormous American flags, and little dinky flags of all the other nations. Also they found themselves being ushered about by lads in uniform, members of our high school and college military organizations. The address of welcome was delivered by our gracious lady superintendent from Shelby County, Tennessee, Field Secretary and past President Charlo Williams, and these world-wise and war-weary educators, who had traveled all the way from China and Czechoslovakia to hear her golden words, were told that we have wonderful scenery in the Grand Canyon and the Yosemite, also that Whenever in the name of democracy the serpent of communism or Bolshevism or anarchy, feared alike in the countries from which you come, shall rear its head to strike its poisoned fangs into the charter of our liberties, it will be crushed under the heel of a true democracy, just as we kill without fear or hesitation, the common, ordinary garden variety which plays at our feet and then go on about our business. Of course no public address is delivered nowadays without pious statements that we dearly love peace. You remember how dearly the Kaiser loved peace, but let his foes beware, said past President Charles O. Williams. It has been thought by some that this meeting is wholly in the interest of peace. It is not so. And the eloquent lady from Tennessee explained the other purpose. If another war for liberty should be called, please God, we shall not send a soldier who cannot write his name. As a piece of pacifist fervor, that almost equals the utterance of calculage, as quoted on the front page of the Los Angeles Times feature section, October 7, 1923. The only hope for peace lies in the perfection of the arts of war. At this same San Francisco convention, a young high school teacher from Santa Barbara brought in a proposition for the establishment of an international university, to teach world problems from the international point of view. They put a committee in charge of this fine project, and I predict that when the university appears, 274. Before the next convention, it will be a university to teach capitalist nationalism. At the NEA gathering, which was going on across the bay, Mrs. Fanny Fern Andrews of Boston, a social worker and tireless advocate of international understanding, was chairman of a committee which brought in an excellent report, recommending the teaching of history and civics from the international point of view. The American Legion agents were on hand to see that this report was postponed, also the National Security League, whose representative was orating against Bolshevism. The gang leader selected to postpone Mrs. Andrews was the president of the Department of Superintendents, Commissioner Payson Smith of Massachusetts. His motion was carried with a roar, and a crowd of superintendents in the rear of the room yelled out, "Hurrah for Payson Smith!" A study of this convention oratory reveals two prominent features. First, the fulsome flattery which these great educators pour out upon one another in public. The devout schoolmarms and enthralled visitors are told that they are listening to the eloquence of the gods. Second, the prominence given in all the discussions to the material side of education, to administrative routine and red tape. This, of course, comes from Columbia University, whose standard-bearers occupy the prominent places on the program, put there by George D. Strayer, Professor of Educational Administration at Columbia University. Get this title clear, it means that he teaches, not education, but the business of conducting education factories. In other words, education has become a big business in Italy, a chain system of mills for the grinding out of standardized minds. That is the thing they deal with at these NEA conventions, and if you could imagine the soul of a child being present, you would picture it as a midge rolled over by a 10-ton truck. The Central Bureau of the Department of Superintendents is trying out many great schemes. For example, no longer are janitors for schools to be employed individually, there is now to be a contract janitor system, and one great capitalist firm is to take care of all the schools in a city. Before long we shall find the NEA recognizing a new section, and its annual conventions. 275. We'll be listening to the specialists of the Department of Janitorial Contracting. __. In other parts of the country the 4-term year is being tried out, the children of the poor are to be rushed through, and delivered to their big business masters in 6 years instead of 8. Also, an enterprising superintendent from Oklahoma has taken up the problem of what to do with the teacher during the period that used to be the teacher's vacation, a dangerous interlude, when she might read unauthorized books, such as the Goslings. The teacher is now to spend one summer term attending a university under proper supervision, the next summer she is to be sent to acquire culture by travel under supervision, the third summer she is to teach in the summer schools of the city, and during the fourth she is to be permitted to have recreation if she has succeeded in passing the requirements of the previous 3 summers. We have seen the National Education Association assembling in Boston, and welcomed by the Chamber of Commerce. We have seen them assembling in Oakland, and welcomed by the same organization. Wherever they go, they are welcomed with open arms by big business, and the school marms hasten to this bear's embrace. It is no exaggeration to say that from the earliest days of the public school system its worst enemy has been organized commercialism. I understand that there are individual businessmen of vision, who believe in and work for the schools, but the organizations, the class groups of the exploiters did all they could to block the establishment of public schools, realizing that to educate the lower classes was to prepare the overthrow of wage slavery. What big business wants of children is their labor. 20 years ago Margaret Haley was lobbying at the state capitol of Illinois for a bill to abolish child labor, and she talked with the head of the Levis family, which owns enormous glass works at Alton. It was provided in the bill that children shouldn't work in these factories. 276. Earlier than 14. Said Mr. Levis, if you keep the children in school till then, they aren't of any use to us when they come. This he said before the legislature, and afterwards Miss Haley went up to him asking, just what is it in the public schools which hurts the children? The answer was, all this literature stuff, and history, and music. In the schools where they don't have such things the children are willing to go to work. Before the legislature Mr. Levis threatened that if this bill were passed the glass works in Alton would move to some other state. The work of the children was carrying bottles a short distance, and they couldn't get men to do it not at their price. The bill was passed and immediately the manufacturers decided that the work could be done by machines. Having realized that the schools are here to stay, big business now seeks to turn them to its own ends. Modern educators, with their manual training, want to use handwork to develop the brains of the child, while the manufacturers want to develop the hands only. The educators want to keep the unity of the system, understanding that where hand and brain are separated both degenerate. The business interests want schools in which their workers may be trained. They are willing to pay generously, in order to get cheap skilled labor which they may use in strike breaking. They want two separate school systems, with separate boards, buildings, funds, and corps of teachers. They want no coordination between the two systems, the plan being that when they have got them separate, they can feed the vocational schools and starve the cultural schools. The organized teachers of Chicago have understood this plan from the beginning, and they have explained it to the organized workers, who have beaten it. Move up to Minnesota, and you find the same fight, financed by the same people. The National Association of Manufacturers has had this definite policy for the schools for a generation, and they have had highly paid lobbyists and organizers at work all over the country. In Minnesota, these lobbyists came to the legislature with their bill for industrial training under the direction of employers. The money was to be put up by the public. 277. But the school authorities were to have nothing to do with the spending. There was to be a second school system, run by the manufacturers, and they were to have power to transfer students without the consent of their parents. Also, the local school boards were to be permitted to accept petitions to provide industrial education in the public schools. Mr. H. E. Miles, agent of the National Association of Manufacturers, came to Wisconsin and denounced the schools there, declaring that the vocational schools would never amount to anything until they were run by the manufacturers themselves. Once more, big business was to train its wage slaves, and the state was to pay the bill. Mr. Miles made the beginning of what he wanted, starting a trade school in a tannery in Sheboygan. Mr. Schultz, a member of the state board, wanted one in his chair factory. He objected to all scholastic subjects, especially civics. He wanted only the trade taught. Many of these pupils were foreigners, many were feeble-minded and could not get beyond the third grade. Mr. Charles P. Carey, state superintendent of education, insisted that these children should spend half their time in self-improvement, but Mr. Miles would take nothing less than their whole time. He wanted them to learn but one thing, the exact thing they were going to do the rest of their lives. Anything else was over-educating them. Talking with Mr. Carey in April, 1921, Mr. Miles admitted that what he wanted of the part-time schools was to train strike breakers. "I was talking with one of our great manufacturers," he said, "and he told me that by putting in the plant system of training he had made $20,000 in 1 year. Now if that were paid for by the city and state," and then suddenly Mr. Miles realized that Mr. Carey was not a man to appreciate this line of argument. He said abruptly, "It's a remarkably fine day, is it not? We went to war with Germany, thinking to abolish the German system of autocracy. But here was a high-salaried agent of our biggest business organization, representing many billions of dollars of invested capital, devoting his energies to establishing the complete Prussian system in the American schools. In Germany of the old regime, this system comprised two distinct types. 278 of schools, first, the people's schools, and secondly, the gymnasia for the privileged classes. The children of the poor dropped out at the age of 14 years, 90% of them took to part-time study and part work, fitting themselves to do what their fathers were doing. Those who were destined for the gymnasia pulled out at the 3rd year, and began on foreign languages. A boy who finished the people's school had to go back and take up foreign languages in order to get into the gymnasia, and very few ever achieved the feat. This is class education, and it is what the National Association of Manufacturers has been working for all over the United States. Margaret Haley told me of a legislative hearing at Springfield, Illinois, at which they produced Superintendent Cooley of Chicago, who gave an elaborate lecture on the European system of vocational training, which he pretended to know. Mr. Frederick Roman had gone to Germany, with credentials from the governor of North Carolina, and had spent 2 years making an independent study. Superintendent Cooley didn't know about this, and was taken by surprise when Mr. Roman walked in upon this legislative hearing, and showed that Cooley had misrepresented both the law and the facts of the European system. The vocational training which the Chicago Superintendent of Schools was recommending for the state of Illinois was worse than anything in Prussia. Superintendent Carey of Wisconsin told me the details of his long struggle with the manufacturers. They informed him that if he did not obey orders, they would put him out. He must play the political game, and name the county superintendents selected by them. When he refused, they put up a candidate against him whose son was an agent for Ginn and Company, book publishers. A little later on we shall deal with these book companies in detail. Suffice it here to say that one book agent offered to put up $15,000 for Mr. Carey's campaign fund, and the offer was refused. The manufacturers, being unable to get the trade schools they wanted from Mr. Carey, went to the legislature and got provision for separate vocational schools, and put their man in charge of these. When the next election came round, they put up a man for Mr. Carey's place, and set out to Tuesday National Spies Association 279. Raise a campaign fund. One contractor sent out a letter to the others, the book companies rallied, and so Mr. Carey no longer has anything to say about public education in Wisconsin. The National Association of Manufacturers, together with the National Chamber of Commerce and the American Bankers Association and the rest of them, now have a comfortable working majority in the Supreme Court, and they got a decision granting them the right to work our babies in their factories. They have several million now at work, and you recollect how in California the Better America Federation tried to force through the state legislature a bill providing for the dismissal of any teacher who should discuss with any pupil the desirability of any amendment to the Constitution. As an illustration of the conditions they want, take the state of Delaware, which has no compulsory school attendance law, and where children are bound out to employers on the old English apprentice system, which is practically the same thing as selling them into slavery. In Delaware the powder interests, owned by the DuPont family, have very kindly taken over the educational system of the state. They have established a school association, which under the law does all the buying of supplies and the putting up of school buildings. Gapter Viti. The National Spies Association. Next comes the question of the open shop, the most important in the world to our national manufacturers, who have been active in putting anti-union propaganda into the schools, and in spying on those who deal with unions. We have seen this going on in city after city: Los Angeles, Oakland, Portland, Denver, Kansas City, Minneapolis, Detroit, and now we discover the central source from which these impulses come. The National Association of Manufacturers maintains an open shop department, with a huge campaign fund, and Mr. Noel Sargent as manager. Mr. Sargent obtained the distribution of his anti-union literature to every school child of New York, and when he was challenged about this he 19,280 explained quite innocently that the association wished merely to see that students and teachers understood its viewpoint. The American Federation of Labor made protest to the school authorities, but it happened, amusingly enough, that at this very time the big labor chiefs of New York City were doing their best to elect the Tammany ticket, the very gang under whose direction the distributing had been done. Cross the continent to Stockton, California, and observe the local branch of the Black Hand, known as the MM&E. Merchants, manufacturers, and employers, engaged in strangling the high school paper, the Guard and Tackle, because the student publishers committed the crime of accepting the lowest bid for printing the paper, which bid happened to be made by a concern employing union printers. The editor of the Forum, an independent newspaper of Stockton, is greatly distressed by this action. He thinks the MM&E is drawing the class lines in an artificial and fantastic way. Secretary Baker of the MM&E admits that he has caused advertising to be withdrawn from the school paper, and admits the reason, but declines to put the statement into writing, so that his organization would be legally responsible. It appears that Professor Reed, financial advisor of the schoolboys, is a canny gentleman, who advised the boys, at the time they made their contract with the union concern, to reserve the right to cancel the contract in case of interference by the business masters of Stockton. So the work was taken from the union printers, but 6 months have passed, and the school paper has not yet got back its lost advertising. As a rule, we put through these little jobs without disagreeable publicity, but once in a while accidents happen. We may take the best of care in selecting our educators, but now and then a Bolshevik will creep in. Take, for example, the United States Bureau of Education. We have had some most eminent Bolshevik hunters in charge of that organization, and had every right to feel safe about it. Who could have foreseen that when the United States Commissioner of Education selected a young lady by the name of Alice Barrows, whose ancestors went back 280 years in our history, a niece of Thomas Brackett Reed, Republican Party boss of the House of Representatives for a generation, who could possibly have foreseen that this 100% respectable young lady would turn out to have sympathy for a labor union? Thereby hangs a story, full of tragedy for our merchants and manufacturers of woolen materials. In the course of the war we discovered a great many foreigners who didn't speak English and didn't know how to read and write. That seemed dangerous in wartime, so we started campaigns of Americanization. So after the war the Bureau of Education sent Miss Alice Barrows to Passaic, New Jersey, to make a study of the problem of adult education among the foreigners who work in the woolen mills. It so happened that only a few months ago there had been a big mass strike among these workers, and they had formed a union. We were quietly engaged in strangling this union, when Miss Barrows, entirely neglectful of her dignity as a government investigator, had the bad taste to go and consult with the president of the union about teaching the union workers to speak and read and write English. Of course, we merchants and manufacturers can't hold down this foreign riffraff without a great many spies to keep track of them. We have had to develop a whole industry of espionage, almost as elaborate as our school machine. We have scores of secret service agencies, some of which spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year, and have complete private armies of their own, cavalry, infantry and artillery. Naturally, we had spies in the office of the Amalgamated Textile Workers of Passaic, and one of these spies sent in a report concerning a Mrs. Alice Barrows of the Educational Division of the United States Department of Labor. There were a number of slips in that description, but we haven't as yet been able to introduce courses on espionage in our schools, so our spies are not as highly cultured as we should like. The report referred to Mrs. Barrows as a misguided zealot, and pictured her engaged in a long and earnest conversation with Matthew Pluhar, the head of this so-called union. The two of them were concocting a vile plot. There were to be night schools for the workers, and the workers were actually to be permitted to select 282 their own teachers who would, of course, teach them Bolshevik doctrines disguised as English lessons. This appears to be a very subtle scheme, said our spy, and he brought his report in haste to Mr. J. Frank Andres, Secretary of the Passaic Council of the Woolen Manufacturers Association. Mr. Andres naturally hastened with it to the superintendent of schools, so as to warn him against this subtle scheme and keep these night schools from getting started. But here again an unforeseeable accident happened. The superintendent of schools, instead of regarding Miss Barrows as a misguided zealot, regarded her as a fellow educator, and sent for her and put the report into her hands. Miss Barrows went to interview Mr. Andres, who consented not to punish her for what she had done, but put it up to her fairly. Don't you think that a corporation worth $20 million ought to have some control over the policy of the public schools? There is a cheap newspaper in Passaic, catering to the lower classes, and this published the story. The yellow newspapers of New York took it up. They set out to find out about our spy system, pretending never to have heard of such a thing. Our Mr. Andres took a high moral position, explaining that it is of the highest importance for manufacturers to use agents among their workers for the dissemination of truth against the doctrines of hatred and antagonism which are being preached by such men as the leaders of the Amalgamated. But not all our members were as courageous as this. Miss Barrows began calling upon the presidents of our great woolen corporations, and one of them, Mr. Forstmann, denied that he had ever heard of such a thing as industrial espionage, and promised to have it abolished except inside the mills. Of course, that made us laugh, but it didn't help to stop the publicity. In order to hold down the Bolshevik agitators during the late strike, our city authorities had required all speakers to get a permit, and we didn't give permits to unionists. But now came another kind of union, a parlor Bolshevik affair called the American Civil Liberties Union, demanding to hold meetings without permits. They have a clever trick. They hire a hall, and get up and start to read the Constitution of the United States. The National Spies Association 283. They don't really care anything about the Constitution, of course, they just want to put us in a hole. In this case they put up the Polish president of the Amalgamated, to translate the Constitution into Polish, something which ought to be a crime in itself. They wanted to make us arrest him, but we were too clever for that. Our chief of police just turned out the lights in the hall, and then shoved all the foreigners and workingmen outside, and left the newspaper reporters and parlor Bolsheviks inside to listen to the Constitution in Polish. Of course, the Bolshevik newspapers made a great fuss over that. There was a fellow by the name of William Hard, who made it into a farce comedy in 4 issues of the New Republic, April 7 to April 28, 1920. But, as the saying is, we showed them where to get off. To make everything legal, our city council passed an ordinance, requiring that everyone who speaks at a public meeting in Passaic shall first get a permit from the police, and then, to complete the matter, our mayor put Mr. J. Frank Andres on the school board. Now he is right there to see that foreigners who belong to labor unions don't get into the night schools to learn English or anything else. Also, we sent a couple of our manufacturers down to Washington to try to have that Barrows woman turned out of her job, but we couldn't manage that. The politicians were too much afraid of the publicity. We tried to keep them from printing her report, but they wouldn't even do that. It was published as the Bureau of Education Bulletin, 1920, number 4, and we hope you won't send for it. It is unfit for any decent person to read, as you can tell from one sentence on page 23. It should, however, be clearly understood by the people of Passaic that, so long as an espionage system so subversive of mutual trust and social confidence among the adult population of Passaic continues, the educational process is impossible. Space is limited, so let us drop the merchants and manufacturers, and consider another great power, the American Bankers Association, which has gone aggressively into education. This power has formally declared its disapproval of the popular custom of using such words as Wall Street and capitalistic in a disrespectful manner, so, in combination with the American Institute of Banking, it takes steps to make the new generation more polite. It has prepared a program of lectures, beginning with the 7th grammar grade and continuing through the 4 years of high school. Its Committee on Public Education has prepared a series of 10 lectures, and arranged to distribute them in the schools through the 83 city chapters of the American Institute of Banking. Bankers from each chapter will give lectures in the public schools at the rate of 1 a month during the school year, teaching the economic system upon which our banks are founded. What this economic system is can be stated in one sentence: our government has turned over the most important function of modern life, the creation of credit, to a group of selfish interests, which are thereby enabled to confiscate the greater part of the product of the modern industrial machine. Naturally, the bankers want the schools to teach that this is a divinely inspired arrangement. We have seen their educators at work in city after city with lectures and thrift campaigns. We have seen them in Montana, taking over the whole school curriculum, and in Colorado taking a good part of the school funds as well. Also, the lawyers come forward to do their part. At the annual meeting of the American Bar Association, in Minneapolis, 1923, a Committee on American Citizenship brought in an elaborate report, full of words of terror, inroads, threatened changes, insidiousness, dangerous tendencies, dangerous elements, long-established institutions, etc., etc. There are 400 red newspapers, with 5 million readers, say the 285 lawyers of the United States, and these lawyers propose to protect the people by taking charge of the schools. All local bar associations are to organize committees, and there is to be unity of policy and action all over the country. Direct contact will be made with all our schools and colleges. And already, it appears, some of the local lawyers have got to work. In the September 1923 issue of School Life, published by the Bureau of Education, I learned that the Indiana State Bar Association is cooperating with the schools, sending speakers on the Constitution, and of course this will be the same thing. The lecturers will say nothing about the Bill of Rights of the Constitution, they will interpret it solely as an instrument for the perpetuation of privilege. Next, the National Chamber of Commerce, under the guidance of Professor Strayer of Columbia University, Educator-in-Chief of J.P. Morgan and Company. This mighty school magnate has organized a committee for cooperation between chambers of commerce and city school departments. We have seen this cooperation working in many cities, resembling the alliance between the lady and tiger. They came back from the ride with the lady inside. The cooperating organization is known by the imposing title of the American City Bureau of the National Committee for Chambers of Commerce Cooperation with Public Schools. Think what a delicious mouthful for a functionary executive secretary of the PERNCLC. C.PST. This mammoth institution issued a report based upon a survey of schools in 900 cities, from which most optimistic conclusions were drawn by the Outlook, house organ of the firm of God, Mammon, and Company. Miss Josephine Colby, a kicked-out union teacher, wrote to the Outlook, pointing out how misleading this editorial was, because it gave the impression that the Chamber of Commerce report represented the entire country, whereas it covered the large city schools, which are the best, and left out the rural schools, which are the worst. Needless to say, the Outlook had no space for this letter, and that is why boards of education all over the United States recommend the Outlook as proper reading for goose herds and goslings. 286. Next, the National Industrial Conference Board, which is the research and propaganda bureau of a long list of big business associations: cotton manufacturers, hardware, paper and pulp, electrical, chemical, wool, automobiles, boot and shoe, metal trades, erectors, founders, rubber, silk, railway cars, etc. Here is one of the most powerful educational organizations of the country. Its active manager is a consulting engineer of the General Electric Company, who got his education in Austria and Germany, and is working to introduce the German system of slave training. This great organization has been active all over the country in censoring textbooks and supervising the contents of our children's minds. At its instance, the Chamber of Commerce in St. Louis caused Washington University to cease using the book entitled Community and National Life, by Professor Charles H. Judd, head of the Department of Education of the University of Chicago. Also, this National Industrial Conference Board discovered that the Bureau of Education of the United States government was circulating a series of pamphlets by Professor Judd, entitled Lessons in Community and National Life, which pamphlets were discovered to be full of most terrible Bolshevik material. They quite definitely labored to prejudice the minds of little children against the leading doctrines of our organized American manufacturers. Consider, for example, a sentence such as the following. Those in favor of the minimum wage for men say that men should receive a wage sufficient to marry and rear a family without the dangers that come from insufficient employment and wages. Or consider a criminal Bolshevik utterance like the following. Yai prohibition of night work, the 8-hour day, and the minimum wage for women are necessary to protect the health of the mothers of the next generation. Or an incendiary statement such as this. Social insurance helps to maintain normal family standards. Again, think of telling a tender young child about a working man who contracted tuberculosis, so that his 287 oldest boy had to leave school, and the mother had to go out to day sewing, with the result that the young children ran wild. Then follows the subtle propaganda. The misfortune of this family could have been prevented if a law providing for social insurance against sickness, or health insurance, had been in effect. There was a whole list of Bolshevik utterances such as this, which you may find quoted and discussed in a pamphlet published by the National Industrial Conference at Boston. The title of the pamphlet is, A Case of Federal Propaganda in Our Public Schools. The pamphlet doesn't state what was done about this matter, so I mention that the circulation of the wicked propaganda by the United States government was immediately stopped. Next, the National Association for Constitutional Government, which is sending out lecturers to talk to school children on the Constitution. A teacher in St. Paul tells me about a woman from this organization, who was allowed half an hour in a high school of St. Paul, and devoted 2 minutes to the Constitution, and 28 minutes to the Bolsheviks, meaning, of course, everybody who believes in municipal milk inspection and government control of railroads. This lady has just turned up in Southern California, having got herself transferred to the Better America Federation. She lectures in the drawing rooms of our rich ladies, and feeds them all the old garbage: free love, nationalization of women, the communization of children, the tearing down of churches. She lends spice to her discourse by telling how she herself in her youth was seduced by these cults of Satan. It is noted that no one is ever given an opportunity to question her, and she never appears before those organizations whose rules provide that both sides of every question shall be heard. She has a new and curious formula for getting at the truth. If you want to know about socialism, don't go to the socialists. To a friend of mine she said, with lifted eyebrows, do you really think Upton Sinclair is sincere? Next, the National Security League. From a syndicated newspaper article, occupying 2 columns, I cut the following headlines. 288. Lessons in patriotism are free for teachers. Revision in Stuppy or Kraviks all over country helped by Nasta, work of League Secretary. In the text which follows I learn about this wonderful secretary, the daughter of a patriotic instructor of the GAR, who now maintains an office in New York, and is the personal friend of the 700,000 school teachers of the United States. Many of these teachers do not know much about the Constitution, being afraid to reveal the fact to their supervisor. They are glad to write for advice to a specialist in patriotism. In the past 5 years 250,000 teachers have had either direct or indirect relationship with this system. 26 states have passed laws requiring the teaching of the Constitution in the schools, and this secretary is right there with the dope, especially prepared for children of every age. For example, the Supreme Court is the greatest contribution to free government ever made, in that it exists to protect the people from the tyranny of the government they themselves set up. In other words, 9 venerable gentlemen, 7 of them the lifelong hired men of great corporations, have usurped to themselves the power of annulling laws of Congress, including a law intended to save several million children from slavery in glass factories and cotton mills and enable them to go to school. There are numerous other great organizations of Bolshevik hunters supervising our schools: the American Civic Association, the America First Publicity Association, the International Association of Rotary Clubs, the Interracial Council, the National American Council, the Sentinels of the Republic, a whole universe of BAB bits. The New York Commercial, a daily newspaper of Wall Street, makes a regular feature of Bolshevik hunting. It has an expert who publishes a daily department, the Searchlight, all got up in official fashion, with index numbers ready for filing in your spy cabinet: file number 21, report number 7, November 21, 1923, schools and colleges. Radicalism in this kind of thing gives delight to the Babbitt soul, like a stuffed cat to a baby. This particular report deals with the National Student Forum and its branches in the colleges, particularly the Harvard Liberal Club. It quotes me as 289. Approving these organizations. The passage is taken from the Goose Step, page 466, and appears in the New York Commercial as follows. As an illustration of the activities of this group, I mention that the Harvard Liberal Club, during the year 1922, had 60 luncheon speakers in 5 months, including such radicals as Clark Getz, Lincoln Steffens, Florence Kelley, Raymond Robbins, Frank Tannenbaum, Roger Baldwin, Percy Mackay, Claire Sheridan, Norman Angell, and W.E.B. Du Bois. The New York Commercial stopped there, and stopped, according to the rules of punctuation, with a period. But, as it happens, that period constitutes a lie, for in the Goose Step the punctuation mark is not a period, but a semicolon, followed by the words. Properly balanced by a group of respectable people, including Admiral Sims, Hamilton Holt, President Eliot, and a nephew of Lord Bryce. You see what a dirty piece of work. The Harvard Liberal Club is what its name implies, an organization believing in free discussion and a hearing for both sides. I gave an account of its activities which proved it to be that. The New York Commercial, desiring to prove the Harvard Liberal Club a radical organization, deliberately mutilates my sentence, and represents the Harvard Liberal Club as inviting only radicals, and myself as endorsing such a procedure in colleges. Now skip 1 or 2,000 miles, to where the Sioux Indians once chased the buffalo, and the capitalist Indians now chase professors through college halls. The legislature of Iowa passed a law providing for a course in citizenship, and the state superintendent appointed a committee to prepare a course, the chairman being Harry G. Plum, professor of European history at the State University, a Columbia Ph.D., author of several historical works, and an entirely respectable person. Professor Plum, with the help of his graduate students, prepared a syllabus, in which he made so bold as to discuss American problems on the basis of facts. So Professor Plum became a target for the arrows of the Ottumwa Courier, which insisted that high school students ought not hear about such a topic as the English Industrial Revolution. Said the editor of the Courier, 290. The teacher of history, industrial revolution may mean a change in mechanical methods, but to the radical it means overthrow of government. Furthermore, Editor Powell objected to the use of such words as problem and difficulty in connection with our civilization. High school students ought not to know that there are any problems or difficulties unless possibly it be the problem or difficulty of compelling college professors to obey their masters. Also, Editor Powell would not permit Professor Plum to list the IWW among labor organizations. He would not let the professor make frequent references to the capitalist group and to capital and labor. He would not let the professor state that the farmers were responsible for the populist movement and the nonpartisan league, nor would he permit the suggestion to be made that high school pupils should participate in the working out of problems. Editor Powell was so determined about all this that he carried the matter to the state legislature and forced an investigation, at which Professor Plum was grilled, and the university faculty was made unhappy. As Editor Powell put it in his paper, Iowa City does not want any question to arise as to the brand of teaching at the university, while the big appropriations for the institution are pending before the legislature. Needless to say, the wicked syllabus was thrown out of the schools of the state. Chapter LX. Among the great capitalists who have been making over our schools, the most active has been Mr. John D. Rockefeller. Mr. Rockefeller established the General Education Board, an institution with an endowment of $125 million, for the purpose of exercising supervision over American education. Of course, this is all supposed to be entirely altruistic. Its purpose is to improve our standards of education, and has no relationship whatever to the fact that Mr. Rockefeller is engaged in collecting tens of millions of dollars every year from a long list of our biggest industries. 291. I have discussed this matter in detail in the Goose Step, but it is of such overwhelming importance to the schools, that I must repeat the facts here. The Rockefeller General Education Board is without doubt the most powerful single agency now engaged in keeping our schools subservient to special privilege. Drive W. J. Spillman, of the United States Bureau of Agricultural Economics, tells of the efforts of the Rockefeller Board to control the agricultural colleges in the different states, and of the activities of their agent, David F. Houston, ex-president of the University of Texas, and Secretary of Agriculture under Woodrow Wilson, to keep the farmers of the United States from learning anything about how they were deflated by the Federal Reserve banks. Dr. Houston is a member of the Southern Education Board, one of the Rockefeller organizations, and later became chairman of the Federal Reserve and Farm Loan Board. Dr. Spillman was on the inside all through the Houston administration of the Department of Agriculture, and portrays his chief as lying, cheating, and intriguing, resorting to every device in order to keep the facts about farming costs from being collected. You see, the farmers were expected to raise food and sell it below the cost of production. They are still being expected to do this, and are doing it. There was circulated through Dr. Houston's department a typewritten sheet, said to have come from Mr. Rockefeller's General Education Board, and concurred in by Secretary Houston, forbidding the department to make any investigation which would determine the cost of producing farm products. No one should ever hint at overproduction in farm products, and the sole business of the department was to persuade the farmers to produce more. This General Education Board possesses unlimited funds, pays no taxes, and renders no accounting to anyone. It employs a huge staff of experts in lobbying and wire pulling. These experts got control of the farm demonstration work in the South, and because Dr. Spillman fought them in the North and West, they did everything in their power to handicap his work. I refer you to the Goose Step for the story of Professor T. N. Carver of Harvard University, who became head of a 1. N. government department for which the Rockefeller Board put up the funds. Professor Carver was an honest man, who really wanted to help the farmers, and worked out an elaborate program. It was turned down flat by the Rockefeller Board, and Professor Carver told them in plain language what he thought of them, and then quit. In consequence of such intrigues on the part of the Rockefeller experts, the farmers of the Northwest are now flat on their backs, and ignorant of how it happened, or what to do about it. Hundreds of expert supereducators, with strings of college degrees, are put upon the payrolls of the General Education Board, and sent to every portion of the United States to run our schools free of charge, and if you were to ask the General Education Board, or the capitalist press of the United States, you would be assured that never could it happen that any one of these educators would cease for one moment from his altruistic labors, or think about anything so base as the interests of the Rockefeller corporations. But I invite you now to give attention to the story of Mr. Granville Cubage, who in 1922, announced himself as candidate for Superintendent of Public Instruction in Union County, Arkansas. Mr. Kubage got out a pamphlet entitled How Arkansas Schools Lost $1 Million, and here is the strange story he tells. Mr. Kubage's opponent in the race for state superintendent was Mr. A.B. Hill, state high school inspector at a salary of $3,500 a year paid by the Rockefeller General Education Board, together with an expense allowance of $1,200. Mr. Hill's second in rank got the same salary and allowance of Rockefeller money. His third in rank got the same, and his fourth in rank, the supervisor of Negro schools, got a little more, presumably to salve his feelings and preserve his prestige among the people of Arkansas, who do not like Negro schools. Mr. Kubage, who has been for the past 14 years a teacher at the state normal school, goes on to explain how these four great educators have spent most of their time playing politics, and have secured one act after another from the state legislature, building up the power of their machine. Mr. Hill obtained the power. 293. To grade the schools, and to hire and fire teachers, and to give orders to the county superintendents, so on through a long list of powers. That may be all right, of course, if the educators are really educators, trying to serve the people. Also, it may be proper that the State Board of Education should be filled up with Rockefeller agents, drawing Rockefeller salaries, but are they really serving the people? Read on a little further, and you discover that Mr. Kubage is advocating that the great oil and pipeline companies, principally Standard Oil Rockefeller concerns, should pay a severance tax upon the natural wealth which they draw from the state of Arkansas. And what have the great Rockefeller educators to say about that? Mr. Kubage, in his campaign circular, tells us about an amendment to the state constitution, providing that the people shall pay more taxes to provide more money for the schools. At the meeting of the State Teachers Association, November 11, 1920, such an amendment was approved, but also containing a provision for the severance tax. Immediately Mr. Hill rose in the convention, and proposed that a committee on phraseology be appointed, to put the finishing touches to this resolution. Mr. Hill himself was not named on this committee, but his influence counted, for when the bill came out from the committee, with the finishing touches complete, it was discovered that the principal finishing touch had finished the severance tax provision. This provision had entirely disappeared, and Amendment 14, as approved by the teachers of the state, said nothing about such a tax. In order to beat Mr. Kubage, who favored the tax, and elect Mr. Hill, who opposed it, the gang assessed all the Arkansas school teachers 3 times, and made all county and city superintendents contribute $100 each to the campaign fund. Later on, when the legislature came to consider bills providing for a severance tax, the great Rockefeller educators were at the state capitol, advising the legislators that these bills were objectionable. And so, the next time you read about the abundant generosity of Mr. Rockefeller, the greatest educational philanthropist of all time, don't forget this little story from Union County, Arkansas. By paying out a few $1,000s for 294. The improvement of Arkansas education, Mr. Rockefeller's industries expected to save $1 million a year in one single bill. I am sorry I have not access to the complete files of the General Education Board and of the Standard Oil Company, so that I can tell you how many tens of millions a year have been added to Mr. Rockefeller's income by this simple little scheme of paying the salaries of educational politicians. When you question our great captains of industry about proceedings such as this, they make one defense: they have to do it, because the other fellow is doing it. We must give Mr. Rockefeller the benefit of this plea. The rivals of the Standard Oil Company have also been buying up educators and state governments. Especially they have done this in order to get school lands which have been discovered to contain oil. I have before me a copy of the Oklahoma Leader for July 1, 1922, telling the story of Robert H. Wilson, then candidate of the Black Hand for governor of Oklahoma. It appears that Wilson had been a member of the School Land Commission, and he had awarded a lease for 118,000 acres of school land to an oil operator by the name of Marland, who made $67 million out of this lease and others. The scandal became so great that the legislature took up the matter and prescribed terms for releasing, but the School Land Commission met and solemnly took the stand that the act of the legislature was unconstitutional, and proceeded to continue Marland's holdings on the old terms. In the court battle which ensued, the state of Oklahoma obtained $1,400,000 from the Marland interests, a sum which the School Land Commission had endeavored to throw away. If the School Commission had held on to the lands and leased them upon proper terms, the schools of Oklahoma would have had not less than $30 million. It is interesting to note the outcome of the gubernatorial election. Mr. Wilson, the candidate of the Black Hand, was beaten by Jack Walton, hero of the Farmer Labor Party. Immediately afterwards it was discovered that all Walton's campaign expenses had been met by the oil interests, and he proceeded to kick over his party and run the state of Oklahoma for these oil interests. 295. Among other things, turning out of office a radical educator, president of the Agricultural College. Governor Walton would still, no doubt, have been running the state for the oil men, if he had not made the mistake of attacking the Ku Klux Klan. While we are in this southwestern country, with its new rich and its new poor, let us take time to consider the great invisible empire, which is so rapidly taking over the control of our political life. Wherever you travel in the West nowadays, people consider it necessary to ask whether you belong, so I answer that I have been invited to join, but have not availed myself of the opportunity. Many Klansmen will read this book, and discover that some of the things they want are the things I want, but I venture to tell them that they will not get these things through the Klan, whose leaders got rich in a hurry, and are now hand in glove with Wall Street. A great many Klan members are former socialists, who have got tired of waiting for something to happen. They will wait a while longer, and then the class struggle will begin inside the Klan, and its membership will decide whether Americanism means wage slavery and no more. For the present I record that socialist school teachers are being hounded by the Klan, in places as far apart as Oklahoma and Indiana. How intelligent the conduct of the organization is, you may judge from the fact that the school board of the large city of Dallas, Texas, has been formally condemned by the Klan, and sentenced to extinction at the next election. The local Klan potentate wrote officially to the school board in substance as follows. We have been informed that the wife of the manager of the lunchroom at the Forest Avenue High School has told her husband that if he joins the Ku Klux Klan, she will leave him. Now we beg to inform you that the Ku Klux Klan is a 100% Christian and American organization, and it resents such statements, and we expect the school board to see that they are not repeated and that proper punishment is meted out to persons in the school that make such remarks. The Dallas School Board committed the offense of filing this letter without action, and so it is slated to go. 20. 296. Chapter LXI. The Riot Department. Next, our military men present themselves as educators. Nothing would please them more than to take over our schools entirely, and make 100,000 little West Points. They have made much progress, and big business cheers them on, and puts up the money for their propaganda. We have seen the NEA turning over its conscience to the American Legion, which may be described as the riot department of the plutocracy. In city after city the chambers of commerce and merchants and manufacturers have built palatial clubhouses for the Legion. They are subsidizing its worst activities, and keeping its inciters of violence upon their secret payrolls. They are working out a program to have a representative of the Legion as one of the orators at every school commencement. All reactionaries understand that to get the school children into uniform and drill them is the one sure way to save us from modern thought. Here, for example, General Pershing, orating at a banquet tendered to him by the Chamber of Commerce and its riot department in San Diego. According to the Los Angeles Lames, more than 500 persons whistled, applauded, and pounded the tables when the commander of the United States Army in war and in peace paid his compliments to the Reds. Military training with its teaching of submission to the will of authority is one of the best methods of teaching young and old the sacredness and the power of the Constitution of the United States, said Gen. Pershing. I firmly believe that a sane program of military training for every young man is a great immunity against the idle, insidious, and foolish propaganda of the IWW, the parlor Bolsheviks and all other shades of reds of which there are too many right now. Thus the Times, and if you think the schools are not drinking in this poison, I refer you to School Life, the official publication of the United States Bureau of Education, December, 1921. The front page of this magazine opens with an article by Commissioner Tigert, self-appointed slaughterer of socialists. The title is Educational Aspects of the American Legion's Convention. Let me make clear to you before you go on that this is 297. That same hideous orgy in Kansas City, to which I have previously referred. You may find a sketch of it at the end of my novel, They Call Me Carpenter, and a detailed account published in The Nation for November 23, 1921. After you have read these, read how the convention is made to appear to the school children. The headlines continue. Presence of international figures made occasion a memorable event. School children impress General Diaz. Program of Americanization enthusiastically endorsed. Policies and Principles of Legion, Program for American Education Week. Then follows a list of the international figures, who were present: Marshal Foch, Admiral Beatty, General Diaz, General Jacques, General Pershing, Vice President Coolidge, etc. Gigantic parade of 40,000 heroes of the Great War, the banquet given in honor of the distinguished gentlemen, etc. Thousands of school children lined along the boulevards to see Foch. And here is the message of the pious Catholic general to America. You boys, when you grow up, must work. You little girls, when you grow up, must remember to pray. They are getting the little children into the Boy Scout movement, which is the first step. They get them into uniforms and march them, and teach them the military ideal of obedience. The Boy Scouts become more and more warlike every hour, and the men who run the movement become more warlike in their attitude toward the school authorities. Says Mr. O.G. Wood, quoted in our Butte story. One scoutmaster in Butte by the name of Owen used to come before the school board and tell them what to do in regard to allowing the public schools for scout meetings. He fixed the dates and no change was made. He threatened to have any member of the board beaten at the next election if an objection was hinted at. For the high school and college boys they have what they call the Reserve Officers Training Corps. Wherever possible, they compel them to serve, and where the people have prevented this, they lure the boys by uniforms and music and badges and banners and holidays in camp. They teach them to plunge bayonets into human bodies, and to snarl and howl like wild beasts while doing it. Says Mr. Ray McCaig, of Boise, Idaho. 298. In 1922 one very prominent club woman came home to find a group of children watching her 14-year-old boy bayoneting a dummy and screaming while so doing. To her horror she found that he was learning this at high school. She learned that the commandant, a West Point officer, was deliberately instilling arrogance into the boys. Oftentimes the boys, in squads led by a corporal and fully armed, would walk down the sidewalk brushing others in the gutter. A large public funeral was held of one of the leading Boise citizens, and the high school boys were having a military drill. With insolence characteristic of militarism made in Germany, these young future soldiers were ordered to break through the funeral procession, instead of waiting quietly until it had passed by. One of the lads who was being taught militarism in Camp Kearney, California, turned traitor and delivered to me the typewritten memorandum of a lecture on military psychology, delivered July 26, 1920, by Robert J. Halpin, L.T. Colonel of Infantry. It consists of approximately 1,500 words of bloodthirsty raving. I cannot spare space for it all, but I quote one paragraph from the beginning and one from the end, and assure you that the rest is all the same. This is a period of a truce. The great wars of the world have not been fought. Gentlemen, there will be wars until the end of time. Everlasting peace is for the grave, not for life. The wish for everlasting peace is born of fear and ignorance. It is a sure sign of weakness and a declining civilization. This is an old story, the training of little children to the murdering of their fellow men and calling it glory. In the old days this was cool tour, and we went to war to put a stop to it, but apparently have not done so. The capitalists who now rule Germany are being robbed by the capitalists of France, and they are preparing the school children of Germany for the next war, in which they will gain a chance to rob the capitalists of France. In a German history for schools, which is used in all the schools of present-day Germany, it is stated that French airplanes bombarded German railways before the declaration of war, this in spite of the fact that the German ambassador at Paris asserted the falsity of the charge. This is wicked of the Germans, and ought to be stopped at once. The French are getting ready to stop it, the capitalists of France, who are robbing the capitalists. 299. Of Germany, are training the children of France for the next war, by teaching them from textbooks equally full of lies. There is a history of the Great War, in use throughout the schools and written by a school director, For Our France is the title, and in it the Germans are described as a host of savages, whose profession is war, and who go about to despoil, to devastate, and to terrorize. Under the heading of entertainment there is a series of questions adapted to children, dealing with the savageness of the Teutons. There is also a reader for primary and secondary schools, full of terrible stories of murder and rape, also a volume entitled Les Lectures de Petits, that is, readings for young children, full of such stories. In Belgium there is an atlas manual of geography, intended for use in high schools, published 4 years after the end of the war, describing the Germans as brigands, thieves, and assassins. They are not to be received into the League of Nations, but must be kept under surveillance, like the Negroes and the Malay races. Even these have hearts but the Germans have none. Strange as it may seem to you, they are teaching such stuff, not merely to the children of Belgium and France, but to the children of America who study French. For example, a standard textbook, Chardinal's Complete French Course, New and Revised Edition, 1920, is full of the basest French chauvinism. Germany was the sole author of the war, the real hero of the world, and of France, is always the warrior. The sacred places of France are the victorious battlefields, and the scenes of peace conferences such as Versailles. The date of the signing of this most infamous of all the world's peace treaties has a mystic significance, because it was 400 years previously, on that same day, June 28, 1519, that Charles V was elected emperor. There are some really sane men writing on the subject of war and peace in France at the present time, but never would it do for American school children to read anything by Anatole France or Romain Rolland. Any more than it would do for them to read the writings of American humanitarians, such as Jane Addams or David Starr Jordan. Says Dr. Jordan, concerning our school textbooks. 300. They have glorified deeds of blood and celebrated most persistently the heroes of the battlefield. The heroes of peace barely appear on their pages, and they fail to recognize that the actual heroisms which have brightened the records of war like flashes of lightning in a thunderstorm are not products of war. They represent the divine in man revealed in desperate conditions, in wallowing in physical and moral mud, midst the barbaric loneliness of war. And, needless to say, our chambers of commerce with their riot department are going to see that we continue to get textbooks of this sort. Says Colonel Galbraith of this riot department, at a May Day meeting, £921. We will see what kind of courses these teachers are giving and what textbooks they use. If we find that they are disloyal, we'll tell you, and you can kick them out. We don't care what you do with them. And in another newspaper item I read, Captain Walter I. Joyce, chairman of a subcommittee of the Americanization Committee of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, is appointed to meet with the representatives of the American Book Company to scrutinize history textbooks gotten out by that company in order to prevent the creeping in of un-American propaganda. The investigation of American histories has been going on for the past 2 years, and as a result thereof, 2 histories have been discarded by the Board of Education of New York and several are under consideration at the present time in Boston. This kind of thing has been the rule all over the country, and the National Council for the Prevention of War has been making a study of standard textbooks of history to determine the result. Here they are, briefly stated. Fully 25% of the space in each approved textbook on history is devoted to war. The test of a state is its ability to wage war, is a statement frequently found in textbooks. Americans demonstrated their instinctive military talent. Fair field of battle, valor, bravery, audacious courage, brilliant, magnificent drive, our great adventure, are terms frequently used to glorify war. Underlying conditions predisposing to international friction, such as commercial rivalry, territorial ambitions, centralized autocratic government control and the maintenance of gigantic military and naval establishments, are rarely, and usually very inadequately, analyzed. In analyzing the results of war, emphasis is always laid on the territorial gains acknowledged in the Treaty of Peace. If Blindfold School of Patriotism 301. Reference is made at all to tremendous destruction and cost of war, it is to point out that it was worthwhile. No attempt is made in the textbooks to understand developments in Russia. Sweeping terms are used in characterizing the present regime there, such phrases as two sinister figures, Lenin and Trotsky, brazenly serving Germany's ends, the anarchy known as Bolshevism, are frequent. In treating of the World War, all recent textbooks perpetuate the hate and rancor engendered by the war. The guiltlessness of the Allies is always proclaimed. Chapter Alzit. Needless to say, it is not only the military men who are revising our school textbooks, all the business interests are wielding their blue pencils, and likewise the religious groups, and the racial and national groups. In New York City, Commissioner of Accounts David Hirschfield is leading a crusade against those who want to bring up our school children without hatred for England. The commissioner held a series of hearings, and gave an opportunity for all patriots to vent their dissatisfaction with school textbooks which failed to make proper capital out of Betsy Ross and John Paul Jones, and which committed such offenses as mentioning that Sam Adams was a smuggler, or that Alexander Hamilton had said, "Your people, sir, is a great beast." Commissioner Hirschfield published at the expense of the city of New York an elaborate pamphlet, listing the offenses of such un-American textbooks: David S. Muzzey's American History, Willis M. West's History of the American People, Albert B. Hart's School History, and so on. This crusade has spread widely, directed by what might be called the Blindfold School of Patriotism. According to this school, all our ancestors are equally to be revered, regardless of the fact that they called one another all the vile names in the dictionary. They are equally to be followed, although they lead in opposite directions. The bewildered historian must manage to agree with both Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton, with Stephen Douglas and Abraham Lincoln. A generation from now he will learn to agree with Calvin Coolidge and Eugene V. Debs. 302. It is easy to poke fun at Chinese ancestor worship transplanted to America, but, on the other hand, one does not like to be in the same boat with those Anglomaniacs whose purpose in writing textbooks is to line us up with the British ruling classes in their future wars. It is hard to take one's choice between Commissioner Hirschfield, and, for example, Professor Greenlaw of the University of North Carolina, whose Builders of Democracy is one of the most popular textbooks in our schools. Here is a book of more than 350 closely printed pages, full of Anglo-American military glory. The first part is the Call to the Colors, and that is all American flags and battles. The second part is the Builders and their work, and that is Tennyson and Elizabethan seamen and the mariners of England, and Burke, the friend of America. Part 3, Soldiers of Freedom, is the soul of Jeanne d'Arc, and Vive la France, and A Chant of Love for England, and all the battles and glories of the late war. I searched this book from cover to cover without finding one line about the builders of industrial democracy. There is a short section entitled The Growth of Sympathy for the Poor Man, which gives us a Cotter Saturday Night, and oddly enough, to a mouse. But there isn't one word about labor, there isn't one word about socialism, there isn't one hint to any school child of the colossal struggle for economic self-government now going on all over the world, with its roll of heroes and martyrs as magnificent as any ever sung in the days of political revolutions. All over this country the hunt for the unorthodox textbook is going on, and the principle upon which the revisers are working is set forth by Edward Mondell, District Superintendent of Schools in New York, who ordered every school principal in the city to direct his teachers of history to examine the history books and transmit reports. Said Mr. Mondell, the question to be considered is not one of whether statements made in the textbooks are truthful and based on fact, but whether propriety would be observed if they were included in them. You will not be surprised to hear that this educational gang leader went up to Albany, and was active in pushing through a series of bills known to the teachers as the spoils bills, their purpose being to undermine the merit system and give the gang entire control over promotions, and when he got through with this job, he was promoted to be associate superintendent at a considerably higher salary. The final goal of these patriots has been reached in Arkansas, where the state legislature has just passed a bill providing exactly how American history shall be taught. The teachers are to avoid a mere recital of names and events, and devote themselves to instilling an understanding and a love of country, etc. In other words, there is to be no more history, only propaganda, and any teacher who slips up on it is to be fined from $100 to $500, or to serve in jail from 30 days to 6 months, or both. As we used to say when we were youngsters, and had got somebody down with our thumb in his eye, now will you be good? The leader in the crusade against what he calls treason texts is Mr. Charles Grant Miller, organizing director of the Patriot League. Mr. Miller tells me how for years in my newspaper work I have encountered evils arising from the rivalries of textbook publishers and their unscrupulous methods of manipulating school officials and intimidating teachers. He then goes on to tell how the Patriot League has set to work to give the textbook companies a dose of their own medicine. The haughty American Book Company has been brought to its knees. They submitted to Mr. Miller the proofs of a new school history, which had won the endorsement of the Sons of the American Revolution. But it didn't suit Mr. Miller. He specified over 300 unsatisfactory passages, and the American Book Company agreed to accept 95% of these corrections. It has just sent Mr. Miller proofs of another school history, which he finds to be 99% all right from his viewpoint. Then they asked him to read in manuscript a new high school history, says Mr. Miller. I have had a conference with the full editorial and business staffs of the American Book Company, within the last few days, and am satisfied that, whether for business reasons or because of real conversion to our cause, they will, for the present at least, issue no more texts that are not patriotic. I have not undertaken a thorough study of school textbooks. Most of my readers have them in their own homes, and can investigate for themselves. However, I 304 have on my desk a few samples, which were thrown at my head by indignant teachers and pupils in the course of my travels. For example, here is Economics and the Community, published by the Century Company, and written by Professor J. A. Lapp, a prominent Catholic propagandist. I consult the index for the most important aspect of economics and the community, that is, socialism, and I find it is not mentioned. And then I take up a book prepared for the education of immigrants, Howard and Brown's United States, published by Appleton. I glance over it, and in 6 different places I find enthusiastic praise of our great American newspapers. Also, the unsuspecting immigrants are told that in our great country there is almost always work for everybody. At the time this book was handed to me there were nearly 5 million unemployed in the United States. Later on the immigrants are told that in the south central and southern states there are millions and millions of acres of good land which cannot now be cultivated because there are not laborers enough. Nothing is said, of course, about the rents the poor immigrants will have to pay for this land, or what the bankers will charge them for crop and chattel loans. See the Book of Life, a quotation from a report of the United States Comptroller of the Currency. And while we are dealing with country problems, let me quote from the letter of Mr. W. J. Hanna, of Big Timber, Montana, chairman of a rural school board. As you know, even the grade schools are now teaching scientific agriculture. My boy of 12 has just placed in my hands Stone Mill's Intermediate Arithmetic. It contains page after page of so-called problems of the farm. I cite you a composite of half a dozen. By actual count there are 24 like this in one small text. Farmer Jones raised 10 acres of wheat, which yielded 100 bushels and sold at $1 per bushel. What did he receive for his crop? How much more would he have received if, by better cultivation, better seeding, better seed and more careful harvesting, he had raised 200 bushels on the same field? Now, the fact is that in this problem there has been inserted the most deliberate falsehood that was ever spoken in the name of economic science. The implication is that in order to double his income all the farmer has to do is to double his output. And that implication is a lie. It is a known fact that with our present marketing system the farmers of the country receive even less for their bumper crops than they receive for their lean crops of the same products. And why not? If there is Beanfupscu or patriotism 305. An iota of truth in the so-called law of demand and supply, it follows that just as the farmer increases his output of crops, there must follow a corresponding decrease in price or purchasing power. Hence an increased output cannot possibly benefit the farmer. In the chapters dealing with Detroit we made the acquaintance of Professor Edwin L. Miller, principal of the Northern High School. An agonized pupil mails me another book by this professor, entitled Practical English Composition, Part 2. It deals with the subject of journalism, and I find the margin dug into by an indignant pencil, where Professor Miller tells his students what public-spirited and well-meaning men are the editorial writers of the American press. The professor gives examples of editorials, one of them an exposition of the follies of socialism, taken from the Philadelphia Record. I quote one paragraph. There is a common impression among socialistic workmen, encouraged by some of the newfangled college professors, that the weaver produces all the cloth that comes off the loom he tends, and he is robbed if his wages are only a part of the value of the cloth. But he is only one of a long line of producers, each of whom has to get some of the money for which that cloth is sold. There follows a detailed argument to the effect that the farmers who raised the raw fiber and the railway men who transported it are entitled to their share of the product. And after the pupils have read and assimilated this marvelous discovery, they are asked the question: what is proved by this editorial? Let me tell Mr. Miller's future pupils what is proved: that the editorial writer of the Philadelphia Record is an ignoramus. I challenge Professor Miller and the Record both, to find anywhere in the world a socialist authority who does not plainly state that the socialist demand is for the collective workers to receive the full value of their collective product. Under socialism, as a matter of course, all workers of whatever sort, whether of hand or brain, who contribute to the making of finished products, will receive their proportionate share of the value they have created. The only people who will be left out are the owners of stocks and bonds and other pieces of paper, who under the present system of wage slavery draw off the surplus product of the collective labor, and use this unearned. 306. Wealth to hire educational experts to misrepresent the cause of social justice. Or take the volume entitled Representative Modern Constitutions, extensively used in the colleges and high schools in Southern California. It is edited by two instructors at the Southern Branch of the University of California, and published, of course, by the Los Angeles Times. Among the constitutions of a dozen different European countries is included that of Russia, but our Times is not content to print the Constitution of Russia and let it speak for itself. It is necessary to provide an antidote in the form of a preface by W. J. Gant, retired socialist who is introduced as a distinguished authority on Russian affairs. Ex-Comrade Gant's preface elaborately explains to the student that the Russian constitution doesn't really mean anything. He talks about its safeguards against democracy, as if such safeguards were obviously wicked, overlooking that other textbook published by the Times, Back to the Republic, by Harry Atwood, which compares democracy with promiscuity, free love, gluttony, drunkenness, discord, and insanity. Says ex-Comrade Gant, Never before has anything professing to be a constitution set up such elaborate safeguards against democracy. The students will swallow that, without bothering to look into the Constitution and see, but I did bother, and I quote you a few of the things expressly provided for: the land to those who work it, a general democratic peace, the free determination of the peoples, real freedom of conscience, freedom of expression of the toiling masses, free meetings, full and free education, equal rights to all citizens, recall of deputies. Do you think I would be exaggerating if I were to reverse Ghent's statement and make it read: never before has anything professing to be a constitution set up such elaborate protection of democracy? Pre-Essier Fact Ways 307. Chapter XT. Professor facing both ways. The situation confronting a would-be writer of school textbooks in the United States is as follows: if he writes on astronomy, engineering, or Spanish grammar, he may write the truth, but if he writes on history, economics, or literature, he either writes dishonest books, or he writes no books. Says Professor James Harvey Robinson, author of The Mind in the Making, no publisher of textbooks for the schools would venture to permit a writer to give children the best and most authoritative knowledge that we have today. Says Mr. Aaron Sapiro, attorney for the Farmers Cooperative Societies, the textbooks we now use are censored by political and social factions. Says Mr. William McAndrew, member of the Board of Education in New York, the textbooks which are supposed to discuss our civic problems do not know enough to keep a women's whist club from financial and moral bankruptcy. I have a letter from Mr. S. M. Dinkins, principal of a private school at Selma, Alabama, who tells me about his experience with the textbook, Problems of American Democracy, by Professor R. O. Hughes. Mr. Dinkins found this book so unsatisfactory in its attitude toward modern questions that he wrote to the professor, and received in reply the statement, "I know my publishers would be pleased to learn that my readers cannot tell from my book what my own opinions about many questions really are." Mr. Dinkins was so much troubled by this that he wrote to the publishers, Allen and Bacon of Boston, to ask them if that could possibly be true. It took Mr. Dinkins 2 months of continuous letter writing before he finally got from the publishers a reply to the effect that school authorities would not adopt any other kind of book, and publishers had to meet the demand. They did not care to publish a book that would not sell. That many college professors have taken up the role of Mr. Facing Both Ways, adjusting their opinions to the demands of the school bosses and school book publishers, is amusingly shown in the pamphlet published by Com. 308. Missioner Hirschfield. He takes some American history textbooks and gives us in parallel columns the statements which were made before and after the Patriots got to work. For example, here is Drive W.B. Gitio, director of schools of Toledo, Ohio, who published 2 textbook in 1919, with a preface urging the international point of view. Throughout this book, therefore, special emphasis has been placed upon the relations of the United States to other countries, in order that the young citizens who study it may realize more fully the importance of our world relations and our world responsibilities. But then the 100%ers got after Dr. Gitio, and he brought out a new edition of his book in 1923, and started his preface with this statement: "Recent events have demonstrated that our teaching of history should emphasize more than ever before the peculiar and characteristic genius of American institutions, and the permanent and outstanding assets of American democracy." Or take Professor Everett Barnes, who published an American history book in 1920, in which he described the Battle of Bunker Hill as follows: "The courage shown on both sides was wonderful. To march, as those British soldiers did up to the works, so near that each one felt that the man who was aiming at him could not miss, required a nerve as steady as was ever shown on battlefields since men began to kill each other." But then the super patriots landed on Professor Barnes, and there was a new edition of his book in 1922, in which the incident is told as follows: "The courage shown on both sides was wonderful. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes," said the American commander, who knew that their supply of ammunition was small, and that his men did not have enough bayonets to be used successfully in meeting the charge of the British. I could take up a great deal more space with this kind of fun, but instead I will go on to mention that there are in America a few educators who have not been willing to play the part of professor facing both ways. One of these men is Scott Nearing. He had 3 textbooks on economics, all written in collaboration with some other person. These textbooks enjoyed the greatest popularity. For example, the Elements of Economics had 70. Pre-Essay Factenbury weighs 309. 5% of the field, also Community Civics, had a big sale. But after Nearing was kicked out of the University of Pennsylvania for his loyalty to the truth, the sale on these textbooks stopped. When I talked with him in 1922, he told me that his publishers had not made a contract on them in 2 years, and they were about to bring out new editions without Scott Nearing's name. As it happens, I am able to tell Nearing exactly how he lost some of this business. I have mentioned Mr. W. H. Powell, editor of the Courier of Ottumwa, Iowa, who hailed a college professor before the state legislature for the crime of referring to the English Industrial Revolution, and for listing the IWW as a labor organization. Mr. Powell is naively proud of his achievements, and has written to a friend of mine, telling about them. So let us hear one of these Bolshevik hunters speaking for himself. I discovered, along in 1918, late in the year, that our high school was using and had been using for about 8 years, Birch and Nearing's Principles of Economics. Nearing had made himself notorious during the war, and one thought a book by him, on whatever subject, would not be a good thing to have in our schools. I suggested that much through a reporter, to the superintendent of schools, but he replied that the board was under contract to use the book, or had bought a certain number on a contract, and it could not be eliminated. I may say that we supply textbooks here at public expense. Inquiry developed that there were only perhaps 100 of these books in use, and as each was worth less than $1, the expense didn't seem to me to be prohibitive. I got a copy of the book and found in it some matter decidedly socialistic and radical. Then I canvassed the school board members and found none of them had ever read the book. The superintendent admitted he never had read it, and the teacher who had charge of the class in which it was being studied told me he hadn't read the text ahead of the day-to-day lessons. The principal of the high school hadn't read it, either. In fact, I seemed to be about the only one in town who knew what was in the book. But the members of the board backed the superintendent, who didn't want to stir up a quarrel with book publishers. Finally, however, he changed front, and our first mention of the affair, publicly, was an announcement in the news columns that he had ordered the book out of the course of study. Thus we gave him credit for the move. In the meantime, however, I had discovered that 2 other objectionable texts were being used at the high school: David Suville Muzzey's American History, and Outlines of European History Part 2, by Robinson and Beard. Muzzey's book is 810. Socialistic or pro-socialistic, and it is rankly unfair in its treatment of several subjects, in my opinion. The Robinson and Beard book had been thrown out of the Seattle schools in the summer of 1918 because of its pro-German taint. It was rewritten twice during that summer by Professor James Harvey Robinson, according to the information given me by a representative of the publishers Ginn and Company. Robinson is a more or less radical professor, and Beard had been the subject of considerable adverse comment during the war. We took the position that regardless of its text, a book by those men was not a fit volume to have in the hands of boys and girls. We held that Muzzey's book condemned itself, as did Nearing's. And then Mr. Powell goes on to tell how the superintendent of schools sold these Nearing books second-hand, for use in schools in Indiana, price 10 cents per copy. Mr. Powell was not complaining about this sacrifice price, quite the contrary. He thought the books should have been burned, and he says that this sale turned public sentiment against the superintendent. He does not tell us, but we are permitted to guess, that the Ottumwa Courier may have had something to do with the turning of public sentiment in the matter. Another educator who is entitled to honorable mention is Professor Willis N. West, historian. I have told in the Goose Step how Professor West was kicked out by the Black Hand of the University of Minnesota. His admirable textbook on American history has been kicked out of schools in various parts of the country, because it tells the truth about the buying of state and national governments by the corporations. Mr. Ray McCaig tells me how the gang went after this history in Boise, Idaho. The nonpartisan league being so strong, they did not dare attack the book on political grounds, but they discovered that Professor West described General Grant as a simple-minded soldier, and General Lee as a noble figure. They brought this to the attention of the GAR, and the old veterans attended to the matter. I have before me a letter from Gilson Gardner, Washington correspondent of the Scripps newspapers, and a well-known liberal. Mr. Gardner tells his own experience as a writer of textbooks. Largely for my own amusement, but with a view to making a little more pleasant the task of high school students in approaching political economy, I wrote a little book called the P.R. Rorisser F. Act Both Ways 311. New Robinson Crusoe. It was put out by that thoroughly staid and respectable firm, Harcourt and Brace. The book did nothing but illustrate in a microcosm the commercial and economic system of our world as it is. There was no attempt at suggesting a remedy such as socialism or communism, nor any effort at propaganda. So at least it seemed to my mind in writing it, and so it seemed to the mind of Mr. Harcourt. He thought it would be an excellent book for side reading in high school economics courses, and took it as a commercial prospect. In addition to the regular edition, he printed 250 copies in pamphlet form, which were sent to high school teachers with letters asking them to look it over and give their opinion. Harcourt showed me letters received from teachers, which run about as follows. Am a teacher in such and such a high school and teach political economy. I have read the new Robinson Crusoe, and find it very interesting. I should like to recommend it to my pupils, but you know as well as I do that the day I make such a recommendation I would lose my job. Our supervisors will not stand for that amount of truth in regard to our political and economic system. How did you come to print the book? I was told of many cases of textbook publishers who are literally facing both ways, running two editions of books, adjusted to the prejudices of their customers. The American Book Company has one version of Civil War history for the North, and another for the South. In textbooks on biology, you may believe in evolution in your editions for New England, but if you want to sell to the far South, you must have an edition in which Darwinism is repudiated. I have before me an editorial from the Newton, Mississippi, Record, a daily newspaper whose pious editor is not much shocked to learn that the book companies have been robbing the state and the poor students, but is horrified by the news that they have been furnishing books contrary to the teaching of the Bible. We may assure this pious editor that the book companies will accept a compromise with him, whereby they may continue to rob the state and the poor students, in consideration of their leaving out the achievements of modern science. 21. 312. Chapel Lie. Poison pictures. There are other forms of propaganda now being turned out wholesale for our children. There are various papers and magazines, to which in many cases the pupils are required to subscribe. For example, a 4-page weekly newspaper called Current Events. During the time of the White Terror in this country, this paper was full of the most atrocious slanders concerning the radicals. As I am working on this book, someone sends me a sample copy. A new president of Armour and Company has been appointed, and the event is recorded to the school children under a headline, "Reward for Hard Work." Such little touches, you see. Nothing is said about the jungle. Indeed, I could tell you of teachers who have lost their jobs for advising their pupils to read The Jungle. At the high school of Claremont, California, some 30 miles from where I live, the Better America Federation dragged a teacher into the newspapers because he ordered from the county library The Jungle Book, by Rudyard Kipling, and the librarian sent him The Jungle by mistake. Also there are moving pictures. Quite recently one of the great statesmen of our plutocracy was appointed director of moving picture propaganda, at a salary of $150,000 a year. Our kept press celebrated this as one of the great events of our history. Speaking before the Bond Club in New York City, Mr. Will H. Hayes unbosomed himself to his masters, "Unless people are properly entertained, this country may go red, but shake a rattle at the baby and it calms down." The rattle is now being diligently shaken from 11 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, in some 20,000 moving picture houses throughout the United States, and the censors keep careful watch over the infants' mental states. Some of the organized workers made an effort to start a moving picture business of their own, the Labor Film Service, and among the films they tried to show was The Jungle. They submitted it in due course to the National Board of Review, and were ordered to remove a caption describing the portion pictures 313. United States of America as not just the sweet land of liberty. Also they were ordered to remove a caption in a courthouse scene, pleading for justice. This seemed to convey the idea that workingmen sometimes did not get justice in the United States without pleading for it. Take the experience of D.W. Griffith, who produced a film called The Whistle, dealing with the life of a factory worker. The Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce took offense at this picture, and issued a bulletin warning the masters of industry throughout the United States of the perils contained in such films. One caption ran, "Since the days of Plato and Socrates there have been many men of wisdom, but none sage enough to solve the eternal struggle between capital and labor." Mr. Griffith was forbidden to mention the struggle between capital and labor in Pennsylvania, and the caption had to read, "One of the eternal struggles of life." Another line read, "Connor's widow came to you and you sent her away with a few filthy dollars when you killed her husband." This had to be modified to read, "When Connor's widow came to you, why didn't you act like the decent bosses of today?" And again the lines, "You've had 6 years to make this place safe. You've been thinking of dollars. You haven't had time to think of lives." The censor changed this to read, "You had no right to put off making this place safe." Also there are films prepared especially for schools, educational films, they are called. This industry is the growth of the past 4 years, and already there are 100 firms offering films, and some 30,000 schools using them. Will Hayes went before the NEA convention of 1922 in Boston, and shook his rattle. The moving picture manufacturers of the country yearned to cooperate with the educators, to produce great pictures for the schools. Then he went back to his masters, who turned him over their knee and spanked him. The manufacturers had no remotest desire to cooperate with anyone. The movie houses would stand no competition from the schools, and the schools could not have pictures except second-hand. So the poor educators have to make out with scenery pictures boosting the railroads, and so-called industrial films, boosting various makes of auto tires and shoes. OTIE. If you get tired of these, there are propaganda pictures, in support of every base prejudice. Needless to say, the product is full of the trickery of big business. A state inspector of visual instruction sends me some samples. Here is the National Film Company, with its newest release, Wolves of the Street, an absorbing story showing machinations of the Bolsheviki. And here is the Victor Animatograph Company, with Mr. Bryan's wonderful illustrated address. Back to the Ape, or Back to God. And here are the Better America lectures, prepared by Dr. Newell Dwight Hillis, chaplain to the Military Department of God, Mammon, and Company. For only $425 you may purchase these 10 complete lectures, which have been supplied to the United States Army and Navy to the amount of $55,000, and which are full of every mental poison you can imagine. This chaplain, it appears, is making up for the money he lost a few years ago, when he got caught in some stock gambling business, and had to confess in tears before his congregation. If you will consult the brass check, pages 186-7, you will find him lying about the Colorado miners, and having his lies circulated in expensive form by parties whom he dares not name. Also you will find him, pages 389-90, hiring himself out to the anti-Bolshevik liars, and perpetrating this culmination of all human infamy. It is now conceded that the interior towns and cities of Russia have gone over to this nationalization of women. From the flamboyant circular of his lectures, I learn that he has spoken before 2,600 audiences, and in every state of the Union, and that the subjects he offers to colleges and schools include, how Bolshevism ruined Russia, and how it works ruin where tried, is socialism the perpetual motion machine delusion converted into economics, false views of equality as incitements to social revolution etc., etc. And such a list of sponsors the whole interlocking directorate, and the chiefs of its riot department, and of its grand old party, and of its goose herds and goose step drill masters. There is a preface, written by James Roscoe Day, ex-Chancellor of the University of Heaven, and now Chancellor of Heaven. Being right up there, and in position to know, the Chancellor tells us that these lectures are a providential instrument. If you should be curious to know what Providence wishes the soldiers and sailors of the United States to believe, I mention, for example, that John Ruskin and Henry C. Frick and John D. Rockefeller are benefactors of equal rank and significance, that human equality is disproven by the fact that the ostrich is a bigger bird than the lark, that there is a radical agitator by the name of Hayward, that the title Lazy Socialists and their loot represents thinking on social problems, and that New York City, the flower of individual ownership, has magnificent libraries and museums, and no slums worth referring to. Chapter EXV. The book business. In addition to the patriots, who are interested in the contents of our school books, there are large groups of business gentlemen interested in these books as merchandise. Every year our 23 million school children and 700,000 college students require and consume millions of new books, so here is a great industry, like every other in America, a battleground of graft and favoritism. It is a main support of the political machine in our schools, a reason why we cannot get honest and competent educators for our children. For a long period the school book industry was practically a monopoly. The American Book Company controlled 90% of the business, and everywhere its name was synonymous with corruption. Now there are many competitors in the field, and the business of the American Book Company represents only 60 or 70% of the total. But it remains an enormous corporation, and its methods are the same as ever. According to the law of business competition, which is praised in all school and college textbooks, the competitors of the American Book Company are forced to meet its methods and to buy their share of success. There are something like 150 independent firms manufacturing and selling school books, some of them are very large firms. I had the pleasure of talking with a number of these book gentlemen, and I 316 found them willing to go into detail about the doings of their rivals. As to their own doings, nothing is said, but you can inquire next door. Two of these gentlemen assured me that direct corruption has gone out of fashion in the book game. No longer do the agents pay spot cash to superintendents and state commissions for adoptions. I asked one at what date this happy change had taken place, and made note that the date was prior to some cases of cash payment of which I had positive information. However, I report the statements of these book gentlemen. The graft is now of the honest variety. There has been the same evolution that we have seen in the Tammany machine, from the days of Tweed, when the property of the city was stolen outright, to the present time, when the Traction Trust pays the campaign expenses of politicians, and gives them legal retainers and contracts and other tips of a legitimate business nature. What the agent of a book company now does is to contribute generously to the campaign funds of superintendents and school board members. Thus the various book companies have their own superintendents and their own school machines. The superintendents not only select the books of these companies, but they accept friendly recommendations as to teachers and promotions, so book company agents also conduct informal teachers' agencies, and have long lists of their own teachers. And when promotions and favors in the system are desired, the big, powerful, and always genial book company agent is a good man to see. He is always present at conventions, pulling wires for his crowd. If legislation is wanted, he knows the legislators, and if investigation is threatened he knows the press correspondents and managing editors. All these things will be told to you by any bookman who is willing to talk. Their excuse is that they have to do it, because the other fellow does it, and there is no other way to get business. They are in the same position as the railroads, which have to control the political machines in order to keep the machines from holding them up. In one of our eastern cities I had an amusing experience. I happened to meet socially a certain large capitalist, high up in the councils of the Employers Association of his city. He was a merry old gentleman, and meeting a muckraker appealed to his humor. He blew me to a fine lunch at what I guess is the most costly athletic club in the world. He asked me what I was writing, and when I told him, he mentioned a friend of his, a high-up official in a big textbook company, who had told him a number of amusing anecdotes of the buying of state legislatures and city school boards and underscore superintendents. Naturally, I said I would like to meet that school book official, so the old gentleman put me in his limousine and took me to his friend's office, where I spent an hour or so, listening to an inside account of conditions in many states. The substance of what the man said was that it was impossible for book companies not to pay commissions. The politicians would demand anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 for a state contract. He described in detail the state of Indiana, where the textbooks are adopted for periods of 5 years, and there is a political board of utterly incompetent men, with no qualifications for judging textbooks. On the date of adoption there will be perhaps 50 agents swarming to the state capitol. You will find out what the price is, and you either pay it, or you go out of business so far as concerns the state of Indiana. I went off and made some notes of what this gentleman had told me, but I wasn't sure of some details, so I wrote him a seductive letter all in the strictest confidence, of course asking him to verify certain statements. In reply came a no less polite letter, assuring me of his pleasure in the recollection of my visit, but saying that my capitalist friend and myself had misunderstood the purport of his conversation. He had entertained us with some of the legends of the business, which had been handed down from one generation to another. But these things weren't done anymore, and selling textbooks is now an honorable business. It happened through a coincidence that I had on my desk a letter from Professor Charles H. Judd of the University of Chicago, whose adventures with the National Industrial Conference Board were told a few chapters back. Professor Judd, as head of a great department of education, has had opportunity to watch the 318 book company business from the inside. He says, among other things, the situation in the state of Indiana, where there is a book adoption by the State Board of Education every 5 years, is certainly worth your investigation. The State Board of Indiana, which is made up of a number of ex officio members, is asked every time there is a book adoption to canvass an impossible number of school books. It would be worthwhile to find out exactly how many are submitted for judgment by the board. None of these busy professional men can make the analysis of a book necessary to an intelligent choice, and yet they have to make the choice. I was told by one of the members of that board that at the time of the recent adoption an attorney, living in the city of Richmond, Indiana, where one of the members of the state board lives, was paid a fee of $10,000 for a month's work, the character of which was not otherwise known. Let us consider the American Book Company, because it is the biggest, and has set the pace for the rest. 30 years ago my friend George D. Herron, then a congregational clergyman and college professor, came upon the wholesale knaveries of this concern. Henry D. Lloyd and President Gates of Grinnell College took up the facts, and published them in a little Christian Socialist paper in Minneapolis, the Kingdom. The answer of the American Book Company was to file suit for $100,000 damages. Dr. Herron writes me. The suit has never been brought to trial to this day. The Book Trust never had any intention of facing the trial or facing the facts in our possession at that time. They merely meant to announce, as they did through the Associated Press and with great acclaim, that they had brought immediate suit for damages because of these infamous and false charges, and that was all that was necessary. They knew perfectly well what a short memory the public has, and that they would gain all the benefits of a victory in the public mind without ever bringing the matter to trial. And now, a generation later, we find the Commissioner of Accounts in New York City carrying on his investigation into textbooks, and there appears before him Mr. George E. Morrison, editor of the historic Hudson, and recently a reporter for the Detroit Journal. You will recall Detroit as the home of Mr. A. V. Barnes, president of the American Book Company, also of ex-Senator Newberry, his brother-in-law, also of Mr. Fred Cody, agent of the American Book Company, convicted with Newberry of election frauds, also of Mr. Frank Cody, brother of Mr. Fred, and superintendent of schools in Detroit. Under these circumstances you will not be surprised to learn that Michigan is a center of American Book Company activity. Mr. Morrison in his testimony stated that he had been given several weeks' leave of absence by the Detroit Journal, to collect evidence concerning this matter. Mr. Morrison interviewed 127 witnesses, and turned over their evidence, with the affidavits of 18 out-of-town people, to the prosecuting authorities. The matter was presented to the grand jury, which took minutes and returned a report in which Mr. Morrison was abused by numerous public officials, who stood in with the Newberry-Cody gang. The influence of this gang, said Mr. Morrison, was sufficient to paralyze the arm of the public prosecutor, and to cause a police justice to get busy and prevent indictments. Mr. Morrison went on to explain the methods of the American Book Company, and just how the money of the school children of the United States was used to buy a seat in the Senate for Truman H. Newberry. I quote from the stenographic record. All his money practically has come from the American Book Company. His brother-in-law, Mr. Barnes, is head of the American Book Co., and both he and his brother John have more money than they know what to do with. In his campaigns Mr. Truman H. Newberry transferred his funds from John's bank account to Truman's, and no question was ever asked. The private agent of Mr. Truman H. Newberry was Mr. Frank Cody, who was by the way indicted with Newberry and the others in the United States Court at Grand Rapids. He was involved in the scandal of the American Book Company in Oklahoma at the time Haskell was governor, and has been a legislative representative of the American Book Company and a salesman on special occasions when special force was needed to put over contracts. He always had declined to admit that he was a representative of the American Book Company. During the time that I was more or less closely identified with trying to find out about the American Book Co., I was never able to learn absolutely the identity of anyone that ever represented the American Book Co. There was one man that came into the open when I worked at Grand Rapids, Michigan, who supplied the members of the Board of Education with money. The members said that the money represented campaign contributions. The agent and the two members of the Board of Education were indicted, and it seemed to be difficult to prove that the money was given to them as members, and as I recall the case never came to trial. This man named 320 White, as I recall, subsequently declined to see me, and as I say, I have never known any representative of the American Book Company. Also I quote from another portion of this interesting testimony. Tuesday, Commissioner, do you think the American Book Company would be inclined to pay large premiums, call it that way, to anyone who has the power to introduce any set of books? Mr. Morrison, I think there is no question about that at all. Tuesday, Commissioner, of course, I have no reference to our schools. I am talking about these schools in Michigan. Mr. Morrison, the American Book Company is always willing to give. It is the financial angel of the candidates that would do its bidding. The Commissioner, let me ask you, are the members of the Board of Education in Detroit elected? Mr. Morrison, yes, they are. The Commissioner, and you say that the American Book Company is looked upon as the angel of these candidates for the position of members of the Board of Education? Mr. Morrison, yes. Tuesday, Commissioner, and supplies every one of them? Mr. Morrison, yes. Chapter Lavy. 10% commissions. The solution of the problem of our school book supply waits upon our training a generation of social servants who believe in public welfare and in knowledge, as our forefathers believed in their religions. I should say that the first step toward this goal is to fill our hearts with disgust for the present situation, in which private greed and self-seeking are provided with unlimited sums of money and turned loose to corrupt our schools, making efficient and even honest education unattainable. Such is the situation, alike in the crowded cities of the East and in the farming and ranching country of the far West and the South. Here and there you will find educators fighting loyally for the schools, and at the head of the intrigue against them you will find the representatives of book and supply companies. Wherever you hear of a superintendent or board member who has gone down fighting in the people's cause, you'll find it was book and supply companies which beat him. I have told the story of Mr. Charles P. Carey, State 321. Superintendent of Education in Wisconsin. Early in his teaching career, Mr. Carey tells me, an agent for the American Book Company asked certain favors of him, and offered in return to make him superintendent of schools in a big city. The place depended entirely on this book agent. All through Mr. Carey's work as superintendent in Wisconsin, the book agents would come to him, demanding this and that. When the question of his re-election came up, one of the most prominent lawyers in Milwaukee told him that he could get $3,500 toward his campaign fund by calling on a certain state official and agreeing to certain terms laid down. Mr. Carey was told that this was the money of a leading firm of book publishers. When Mr. Carey did not accept this proposition, an agent of Ginn & Company put up his father to beat Mr. Carey, and somebody put up the money to elect this father. Ginn & Company has been for more than a generation the most active competitor of the American Book Company, and it would not be surprising if they had learned something about its methods. We have come upon the activities of Ginn & Company agents in the school politics of many cities. As I revise this chapter, there comes a letter from Philadelphia, telling me how its salesman there became principal of the girls' high school. I remind you of the situation in Worcester, Massachusetts, where Mr. C. H. Thurber, manager of Ginn & Company, and trustee of Clark College and Clark University, put into the presidency the author of the Fryatwood Geographies, and started a whole series of new sciences with departments and summer schools and chautauquas based upon these popular school geographies. The head lady of Ginn & Company's geography department pours tea with the best social charm, and there are 97 Ginn & Company textbooks used in the public schools of Worcester. Also, I should note that the senior partner of this firm, Mr. George A. Plimpton, is a trustee of Amherst College, which has just kicked out a liberal president, and also a trustee of Barnard College, thus interlocking with Nicholas Miraculous, and with Professor George E. Strayer, who runs the National Education Association. Let us move to North Dakota, where I listened to the 322. Story of a county superintendent of schools, elected by the Nonpartisan League. The gang is on top once more in North Dakota, so this man is no longer an educator, but is earning a living in the real estate business. Nevertheless, he asks me to call him Mr. Smith. Among the forces which were active in defeating the people in North Dakota while they tried to control their own schools was a certain Mr. Gleason, agent of the American Book Company, whose boast it was that he had placed more school superintendents than any other man in the United States. When a new superintendent was appointed, Mr. Gleason always called, and the superintendent was always glad to see him, the reason being that it was the custom of the American Book Company to pay superintendents 10% commission on all books sold in the county. They paid this quarterly, as a matter of regular routine. They kept track of the situation in every school district, and if any book was not reordered, they sent an agent to find out about it. Mr. Gleason's subordinate, Mr. Thorson, came to see Mr. Smith, and was very genial. He wanted him to sign up a new list of books for the county. But Mr. Smith explained that the request was a little premature, as he had not yet taken the oath of office. As soon as Mr. Smith had assumed his duties, Mr. Thorson came again, but Mr. Smith wanted a little time to get acquainted with the situation. Then came Mr. Gleason himself, but Mr. Smith insisted upon having his own ideas about textbooks. He made out a list, which gave the American Book Company 60% of the books, 40% being divided among other companies. Mr. Gleason was dissatisfied with this, because he had been getting 97% of the business. When these agents could not persuade Mr. Smith, they tried to threaten him, but this also did not avail. In the following year Mr. Thorson came again. He wanted to see Mr. Smith in private, and asked Mr. Smith to dismiss his stenographer, which Mr. Smith refused to do. He then asked to see him after office hours, and Mr. Smith absented himself from the office so as to make this impossible. The agent telephoned on Sunday evening, and came to Mr. Smith's home for an interview, but Mr. Smith's wife was present, and that also was not 323 satisfactory. He asked Mr. Smith to come to meet him in his room in the hotel. Mr. Smith refused this. He begged for an interview on Monday morning, and Mr. Smith said that he would come to the hotel at 6 o'clock in the morning. He went, and took with him his Uncle Charlie, who followed Mr. Smith up to Mr. Thorson's room. When Mr. Thorson saw this, he asked that Uncle Charlie should wait in the lobby, so Uncle Charlie, by pre-arrangement with Mr. Smith, pretended to go down to the lobby, but came back to the door of the room and listened through the open transom to what was going on. Mr. Thorson offered Mr. Smith 10% commission on all books sold within the county, and he had the cash with him. Mr. Smith threw the money on the floor, and walked out of the room. And so began a long campaign against him. Mr. Gleason, Mr. Thorson, Mr. James, and several other agents put in 9 weeks in the county, trying to get the school machine lined up against Mr. Smith. They approached a number of the teachers, as well as school directors. They gave Mr. Smith a dirty fight. But he won with a good majority, and threw out all the American Book Company's books. He ordered some of Ginn and Company's books for the consolidated school of one township, and Mr. Thorson and Mr. James went to the school with a supply of American Book Company books, and traded book for book, taking out the Ginn and Company books, and putting in their own. But Mr. Smith took the trouble to interview school boards, and in every case he succeeded in persuading them that the other books were better. He completely drove the American Book Company out of the county, that is, until they drove him out of the schools. They have one system throughout all North Dakota. They get the superintendents to an educational meeting, which is really a banquet paid for by book company agents. When they are properly fed, the list of books is flashed upon them, all carefully prepared for the various grades of their schools. Many superintendents don't know anything about books, and don't want to bother with them. They know the subject is a dangerous one, and the easiest way is to sign the list. The book company then prints this list at its own expense, and sends the copies to the 324 superintendent for distribution to the school boards. The boards, receiving this list, assume that it represents the superintendent's selection, and they put the list through. And apparently it is the same way in South Dakota. Miss Alice Daly resigned in 1921 from the Madison State Normal School, and in a public statement declared as follows: "The Book Trust operates in South Dakota exactly the way that it has operated in other states, against the interests of the great mass of working people, against the freedom of the teacher, against any efficient organization of teachers, against the frank and honest discussion of vital questions of the day, against labor, in short, against democracy. The Book Trust operates for its own selfish interests, for capitalism, and for autocracy within and without the school. The Book Trust, whenever it has enjoyed control, operates against education in any genuine sense of the word. The manager of one concern which sells books all over the country, and concerning which I have not learned of any graft, assures me that throughout the Middle West, especially the states of Missouri and Iowa, the county adoptions are almost uniformly a matter of purchase. The petty politicians on the school committees see a chance to make a little money, and they make it. That seems obvious enough. The price is $500 or $600, and this manager found it so hopeless to try to do business without paying that he told his agents to quit the county field. I have not heard of any American counties being without textbooks, so presumably there are other companies not so fastidious. Chapter LXVIIL. The Superintendent Makers. Wherever you travel in the school world of the United States, you find these same activities. You recall the almost universal graft in the school affairs of Chicago. It should hardly need saying that the Book Trust was up to the eyes in this graft. You never know where you meet them, they operate under the names of various companies. A member of the school board made the statement that one of the book companies had a hole. The superintendent makes 325 trainload of books on a siding, which they were trying to unload in Chicago. All the newspapers knew about it, but they would not publish the facts. The beginning of the graft exposure was the determination of the agents to dump this supply of books onto the Chicago board. The same thing extends over the state of Illinois. An agent of one book company was chairman of the state committee of the Republican Party, and a superintendent of Peoria, Illinois, was discovered to have grafted to the extent of more than $1 million, and was sent to jail for it. They had the governor of the state, and had got a 5-year adoption. They did the same thing in Cincinnati, where they ran the superintendent and school board for a decade. Again, it was a leading book company agent who was mixed up in a scandal with the governor of Oklahoma. There was another exposure in Kentucky, and I was told of other states where there might be an exposure, if I would go there and make inquiries. In Texas also there was a scandal and a political upheaval. The American Book Company was prosecuted as a trust, and fined $15,000 and ousted from the state. It was at that time a New Jersey corporation, and the Texas authorities allowed it to plead guilty, whereupon it was reorganized as a New York corporation and readmitted to do business in the state. Such little jokes as this the big corporations and their attorneys take great pleasure in playing upon state prosecuting authorities and legislatures. An attorney in Dallas writes me, "The American Book Company got an outrageous contract from the state textbook board, headed by the sanctimonious Governor Neff, making a number of needless changes, that would cost the public school fund many hundreds of thousands of dollars, but this contract has been, temporarily at least, defeated. It must be said, however, that the chief reason it has been defeated is not the action of public-spirited Texas citizens, but the activity of other publishers, particularly Ginn and Company, for whom I have the same sort of respect that I have for the American Book Company. As it happens, I learned of another case, in which the American Book Company was pulling off some dirty work in Michigan, and in that case they were stopped by Heath. 326 Tuesday Go Sir NCS and Company. So let us be thankful that the school book business is still in the competitive stage. _ Kansas was one state in which the farmers went to war against the book trust. You will be interested in the adventures of Mrs. Ella S. Burton, who took up the issue as lecturer for the state Grange. These Granges are farmers' societies, and like the teachers' associations, they have been taken over by the gang. Mrs. Burton found herself fighting the school book machine inside of her own organization. The book trust controlled not merely the state school book commission, it had its high-priced educators and corporation lawyers and politicians inside the Grange. Charges were brought against Mrs. Burton, and a committee appointed to investigate these charges unanimously vindicated her, but the master of the state Grange would not give her the floor, nor hear the committee report, and adjourned the meeting in order to suppress her. It was promised that the findings of the committee would be published in the annual report, but not a word of it was published, and Mrs. Burton was finally expelled from the Grange. The right-hand man of the Grange master throughout the proceedings was, of course, an American Book Company agent. Nevertheless, the Kansas legislature passed a bill providing for state manufacture of textbooks, and so Kansas shares with California the distinction of being the object of many pamphlets published by school book company representatives, proving the evils of its school book habits. I am not going into the cost of textbook publication, but I think it may be worth mentioning that while I was in the state of Washington I found that the schools there were using in many cases the same textbooks as in California, and were paying for them from 100 to 150% more than it was costing the people of California to manufacture them. Sometimes the law permits school teachers to have something to say about the adoption of textbooks, and then you have book company agents playing the generous host to teachers. We have seen Major Clancy at Oakland and Boston and Des Moines. In California, I am told by a prominent educator that many teachers get their summer vacations at the expense of the book companies. It is a favorite device to offer them a trip to the east too. The superintendent makers 327. See where the school books are made, that is not graft, but education. Teachers learn to look to book company agents for promotion, and almost invariably you notice that when any superintendent or board member is turned out of his job, the book companies take care of him. We saw a school superintendent of Chicago becoming president of Heath & Company, we saw President Pierce of the Milwaukee State Normal School becoming an agent for Compton's Pictured Encyclopedia. I am told by Mr. William Buch, head of the Washington Progressive Grange, that the American Book Company has named more superintendents in the state of Washington than all the big agencies put together, also that the agents of this concern were put on the program of every school institute on the west coast of Washington. This point is also touched upon by Professor Charles H. Judd, of the University of Chicago. He writes, "It is a matter of constant rumor that the selection of the superintendent in various cities is altogether in the hands of book companies. The most impressive and detailed story of the sort that I ever heard relates to the superintendency of Fort Wayne, Indiana. The man who told me the story is still in the educational profession and would hardly want to be implicated, but he said that he was met at the station, when he went to see the Board of Education at Fort Wayne, not by any member of the Board of Education, but by the local representative of one of the book companies. His conversation about the position was altogether with this representative of the book company, and he left town telling him that he did not want the place. The representative of the book company told him that he was not going to ask him to keep the conference confidential, because he knew that it was all the superintendent's professional career was worth to have a controversy with him, and that if the superintendent ever reported any part of this discussion, the representative of the book company would deny the whole affair. This story was told to me by a man who is absolutely reliable, and he would not, I am sure, in any wise distort the facts." Professor Judd goes on to explain his belief that in many cases these things are done by book agents without the knowledge of the company, and that the company would be greatly distressed to know that these things happen. I have a great respect for Professor Judd, one of the most liberal and courageous educators in this country. Also I have great respect for a college professor, a very distinguished author of school textbooks, who writes me that the trouble is due to the less scrupulous. 22. 328. Agents in the heat of a campaign. This gentleman's own publishers deprecate these methods, but perhaps the heat of a campaign will now and then lead local agents astray. I have plenty of reason to suspect that other publishers make it impossible to play the game very fairly. In answer to this, I can only state my own point of view that I cannot take much stock in the idea that heads of large-scale modern industries do not know what their employees and agents are doing. They make it their business to know, and any lack of knowledge which they have is formal, that is, a businessman smiles and says, "Don't let me know about it." But in reality he knows, and the school officials who get the rake off also know. Says Professor Robert Morse Lovett, also of the University of Chicago, there is scarcely a large city in the country in which the pupils and teachers alike are not shamefully and scandalously defrauded by action of school trustees, which would be characterized in the mildest terms as willful mismanagement conducing to private profit. And Professor Guido Marx of Stanford University tells me how he referred to school book graft before the Commonwealth Club of San Francisco, and a representative of a book company said to him, "What's the matter? Have you got a book you can't get published?" It appears that ethical codes on book matters are in a somewhat unsettled state out here in California at any rate. I have on my desk a series of letters from a California school book publisher, personally a very likable and genial fellow, who assures me that he doesn't think there is any harm in the fact that a lady editor of his magazine, formerly a stockholder in his business, and still having a desk in his office, is also a member of the local school board, and in this capacity signed orders for the purchase of something less than $1,000 worth of books from this publisher. I suppose that if I were to meet David P. Barrows, Dean of Imperialism at our state university, he would assure me there was nothing wrong in the fact that he, while head of the Department of Political Science at the university, was invited by the Mexican government to come down there and advise them on the subject of education, and that he went, and became vice president of the Veracruz Land and Cattle Company, and came back to recommend war on the superintendent makers 329. Mexico, so as to give value to his holdings in that concern. All this time we have been thinking of textbooks as a source of dividends. It is necessary to remind ourselves that these sources of dividends are also sources of ideas to our children. How do the ideas count, in comparison with the dividends? Let me quote Professor Judd once more. There is a more fundamental matter which is not scandalous but which is important. Book companies influence the schools to an enormous degree by furnishing the materials of instruction. The ordinary teacher in the American school is so little prepared for his or her work that the material supplied in textbooks is absolutely indispensable to the conduct of classes. When a book company gets a successful textbook, it is very loath to make any changes in the book for obvious reasons. The cost of making new plates and the danger of losing the market prevent revision of textbooks. The result is that there are sets of textbooks which exercise a thoroughly unwholesome influence on school practices, just because the book companies are unwilling to make expensive revisions and are interested primarily in selling the books that they now have in stock. When a good report is prepared by one of the technical societies, and book companies are asked to conform to the progressive ideas which are expressed in such a report, one finds these companies very reluctant to try any experiments. When I was a lad, I learned geometry and algebra as two entirely separate subjects, and until today it never occurred to me that they were in any way related, and might be taught as parts of one subject. But now I learn from an educator that this is the case. And why are they taught separately in all high schools of the United States? Well, because geometry and algebra are the private preserves of Ginn and Company, owners of the Wentworth textbooks, which lead in this field. Any teacher or superintendent who should suggest that these profitable works be scrapped would not be regarded with favor by the 125 agents of this great book concern, who have so much to say about high-salaried school positions. 330. Chapter, Lavin. The Church Conspiracy. We have seen the activities of the Roman Catholic hierarchy in many American cities, but because this is a national system, competing with the public schools in every part of the country, it is necessary to consider the general aspects of the parochial school problem. Many Catholics will read this book and write me letters, therefore I will save both my time and their feelings if I explain at the outset that I know there are a great many decent, hard-working Catholics in the United States, and also many earnest and devoted Catholic teachers in the American public schools. My quarrel here is with the Roman hierarchy, which holds the faith of millions of sincere people, and sells it out to the exploiters of the world. This is a book on economics, and its plea is to Catholic working people, to open their eyes to the class struggle, and see how they are being betrayed and plundered in modern capitalist society. This class struggle is in the Catholic Church, precisely as in other organizations. There are Catholic trust magnates and exploiters of labor, and they give their money to Catholic educational institutions, and then control these institutions in the interest of the open shop and general reaction. I was not well informed about the insides of Catholic affairs, and when I came to investigate I could not keep from laughing, to discover how completely Catholic education reproduces all the features of Protestant education. Here, for example, is James A. Farrell, president of the Steel Trust. He got part of a common school education, and then went to work in a steel mill. In 1922 we find him getting an honorary degree from the Catholic Georgetown University. Here is Francis P. Garvan, wealthy corporation lawyer, Attorney General Palmer's assistant in robbing helpless Germans during the war. He gives generously to Catholic schools and colleges, and gets an honorary degree from Fordham University, and is a trustee in the Catholic University of America. He vigorously carries on the open shop propaganda in the Catholic world, and bitterly fights the influence of Father Ryan, who sympathizes. Tuesday Church Conspiracy 331. With labor. Here is Conde B. Palin, graduate of Georgetown University, a wealthy Catholic propagandist, editor of the Catholic Encyclopedia, and head of the Committee for the Study of Revolutionary Movements of the National Civic Federation. Mr. Palin is one of the Helen Ghouls, and thereby we discover that in the world of big business the gulf between Catholics and Protestants has been bridged. It is my hope that this gulf may be bridged in the world of labor, and that Protestant and Catholic wage slaves will no longer permit themselves to be divided and conquered by their masters. 600 or 700 years ago the Catholic Church had its golden age, and at that time it was to some extent a proletarian movement. There are Catholics today who dream of a return of that golden age, and see in the modern labor unions something resembling the medieval guilds. These men are fighting vigorously inside the church. They got a group of bishops to support the National Catholic Welfare Council, and the Catholic Church issued an extremely progressive manifesto on social problems. You remember during the war we had quite a wave of enthusiasm for the making over of the world, and there were Catholic idealists, sharing that bright dream. But now the war is over, and we no longer need to make promises to labor, and the hard guys are in the saddle. The open shop gang goes after the Catholic radicals, and you hear less about the Reconstruction program. John D. Ryan, chairman of the Anaconda Copper Company and leading Catholic capitalist, resigns from the board of the Catholic University of America, and Nicholas F. Brady, Catholic traction magnate, declares that this university will get no more funds while Father John A. Ryan, the radical, is on its teaching staff. Father Ryan's teachings are denounced by the Lusk Committee as subversive, and the open shop intriguers protest to the apostolic delegate in America. The Catholic bishops turn lukewarm to social reconstruction, and the funds to be devoted to this work are suddenly discovered to be missing. Mr. Conde B. Palin travels to Rome, and the next thing we hear is that the Papal See has ordered the dissolution of the National Catholic Welfare Council. The Catholic liberals, of course, do not give up with 332. Out a struggle, and they have powerful arguments on their side. For a generation the Church has seen with dismay the organized workers drifting away from its authority and taking up with socialism. And what chance has the Catholic machine to win unless it professes some interest in the cause of social justice? What chance will the Church have with the American Federation of Labor if it sells itself body and soul to the open shop? In Cincinnati a Catholic priest, Father Peter Dietz, started a liberal organization, the American Academy of Christian Democracy. He opened the convention of the American Federation of Labor with a prayer, and was then suspended by the Archbishop of the diocese. Thereupon high officials of the Federation addressed a protest to the Archbishop. If such protests are not heeded, how can the Church hope to hold the rank and file of organized labor? The National Catholic Welfare Council appealed to the Pope to reconsider the order for its suspension. It ought to be interesting to American Catholics to know the names of the judges who heard and decided this grave question of American policy. They were Gaspari, Mary del Val, Basliti, Sperati, Van Rossum, and Pompili, 4 of them Italians, 1 a Spaniard, and 1 a Hollander. There are no Americans in the Roman Curia, and American Catholics are excluded from any share in the control of their church. This seems to me something which every American has a right to make note of, and which American Catholics must find embarrassing. The most active of Catholic propaganda agencies in this country is the Knights of Columbus, and this order has recently resolved to assume its share of the labors of revising our schools and school textbooks. Knight McSweeney has declared that half the history textbooks should be destroyed. It is interesting to note that the class struggle is going on inside this organization, precisely as in the National Education Association. There are some Catholics who object to seeing their church used by the political henchmen of big business. When District Attorney Pelletier of Boston, a high-up official of the Knights, was prosecuted for selling justice to rich criminals, there were resolutions passed by several state branches to demand his resignation. Pelletier of course raised the cry that he was being persecuted because he, the Church Conspiracy 333, was a Catholic. Such is the device by which the grafters try to hold on. But Pelletier had to quit. When I was a boy of 16, earning my way through college by writing jokes and sketches, I went to call upon Street and Smith, publishers of the half-dime novels of my boyhood, detective and Wild West tales, full of thrilling adventures, and having illustrated covers in brilliant red and green and blue and yellow. The editor in charge of these publications was a gentleman who called himself Enrique H. Lewis. He had lived in South America, and enlisted in the Navy. I took him the manuscript of a long novel, and presently began to write for him a series of stories about West Point life. Someone asked him if I had been through West Point, and he answered that I had been through it in 3 days. The Spanish War came on, and I took to slaughtering the enemy by land and sea. On the land I was Lieutenant Frederick Garrison, and on sea I was Ensign Clark Fitch. My editorial chief used to marvel at the speed with which these manuscripts appeared. There was a year when I was turning out a total of 56,000 words a week. We used to have office consultations, and he was worried about the state of my soul. It didn't seem natural that a boy of my age should be holding such serious views about human problems. His forebodings proved to be justified. I spoiled myself as a writer of dime novels, and lost my job with Street and Smith. My former chief took better care of his career, and is now Henry Harrison Lewis, editor of Industrial Progress, organ of the Open Shop. I have before me one of his articles, entitled, The Great Open Shop Conspiracy. You might guess this conspiracy to be the effort of the Black Hand to make the American people believe that open shop means freedom for labor, but no, this conspiracy is the action of the National Catholic Welfare Council, together with the Protestant churches, in defending the right of workers to form unions if they want to. This article is reprinted in pamphlet form, and copies of it are sent to every Catholic priest and every Protestant clergyman in the United States. Mr. Lewis admits that the cost of this is defrayed by other persons and organizations, but he refuses to tell us who these persons and organizations are. 334. Chapter LXIX. Just what is the attitude of the Catholic Church to the American public schools? This is an important question, because there are 14 million Catholics in our country, and they control the education, not merely of 2 million children in their own schools, but of other millions in public schools where the Catholic vote has elected Catholic officials and school board members, and obtained the appointment of Catholic superintendents and teachers. There has been so much controversy over this question, so much has been affirmed by one side and denied by the other, that I decided I would go into it thoroughly and settle it once for all. I may as well state at the outset that I found I had been overambitious. The question cannot be settled once for all, for the reason that no two Catholic authorities agree with each other, and in controversy with Catholic theologians the most explicit Latin and English words are discovered to be capable of so many interpretations that all meaning goes out of them. The most detailed statement of the official Catholic attitude towards church and state activities such as public schools, is found in the Syllabus of Errors of Pope Pius IX. This is a list of 80 propositions of liberalism and democracy, which are lumped together and condemned as the principal errors of our time. I had often seen the syllabus summarized and discussed, but I had never seen the complete text. I consulted the public libraries in Pasadena and Los Angeles, but in vain. I applied to Catholic bookstores, but likewise in vain. I applied to Loyola College and to the Catholic bishop in Los Angeles, but these had it only in Latin. I telegraphed to the largest wholesale bookseller in New York, but was informed that an English text was not obtainable. By that time I began to suspect that the church authorities were not anxious to have the American public read their fundamental law on the subjects of liberalism and democracy. When I finally obtained the text, I discovered why. It was left to an enemy of the church to supply me with this most vital church document. William Ewart Gladstone attacked the syllabus with righteous wrath. 335. And I found the text in his volume Rome and the Newest Fashions in Religion. This syllabus is extremely awkward to quote, for the reason that the propositions are all negative, a list of statements which are condemned, and some of the statements themselves are negative, so that you find yourself with double negatives to disentangle. A few of the most important of the propositions will have to suffice, and let me say that I have brushed up my rusty Latin for the occasion, and made certain that the translations are literal and precise. Bear in mind that this is the Supreme Pontiff speaking ex cathedra, which is the same as the voice of God, so the following statements are not subject to question or revision, so long as the Holy Catholic Church endures. Thus, formally and finally, we are told that it is an error to teach that 15. Every man is free to embrace and profess the religion he shall believe true, guided by the light of reason. This of course means that every man is not free to embrace and profess his own religion, and carries the obvious corollary that every man must let the Catholic Church tell him what religion to embrace. 17. We may entertain at least a well-founded hope for the eternal salvation of all those who are in no manner in the true Church of Christ. This means, in brief, that all non-Catholics are damned eternally, and it is false doctrine to teach otherwise. 20. The ecclesiastical power must not exercise its authority without the permission and assent of the civil government. This means that the Church may exercise its authority without the consent of the state, that, for example, the Church may marry and annul marriage, in defiance of the civil laws. This must be taken in connection with 30. The immunity of the Church and of ecclesiastical persons derives its origin from civil law. This means that the Church and its priests are immune to civil law, and this immunity comes from God, and cannot be taken away by the state. If the Church could maintain this proposition in America, neither the Church nor any ecclesiastic could be sued or tried by the regular courts, but only by courts of their own. 336 goslings. 42. In the case of conflicting laws between the two powers, the civil law ought to prevail. This means that civil law ought not to prevail over church law, and since it is manifest that two laws cannot both prevail, it follows that church law is proclaimed superior to civil law. Such is the Church's own version of her attitude to the state, and now, let us see what is her attitude to the schools of the state. The propositions dealing with this matter are longer, and more involved with double negatives, but we will take the time to disentangle them, and the reader who is not interested in the problem may skip. 45. The entire direction of public schools, in which the youth of Christian states are educated, except, to a certain extent, in the case of episcopal seminaries, may and must appertain to the civil power, and belong to it so far that no other authority whatsoever shall be recognized as having any right to interfere in the discipline of the schools, the arrangement of the studies, the taking of degrees, or the choice and approval of the teachers. The phrase episcopal seminaries means what we should call Catholic schools or parochial schools, and this proposition states that the Church is not satisfied with being permitted to teach what it pleases in these schools, but denounces the claim of the state to exclusive control of teaching in the state schools. The next proposition, 46, defends the right of the Church to teach as it pleases in its own schools. Since that is not commonly disputed in America, we pass on. 47. The best theory of civil society requires that popular schools open to the children of all classes, and, generally, all public institutes intended for instruction in letters and philosophy, and for conducting the education of the young, should be freed from all ecclesiastical authority, government, and interference, and should be fully subject to the civil and political power, in conformity with the will of rulers and the prevalent opinions of the age. This is an exact statement of the theory upon which the American public school system is founded, and this theory is declared to be an error. 48. The system of instructing youth, which consists in separating it from the Catholic faith and from the power of the Church, and in teaching exclusively, or at least primarily, the knowledge of natural things and the earthly ends of social life alone, may be approved by Catholics. 337. This is practically a definition of what we call secular education. It is what we give in our public schools, and we are declared to be in error when we do so. There are many other statements in the syllabus which are of importance. Thus in 77 we learn that the Church refuses to give up its demand that the state shall maintain it as the only religion. In 78 we are told that the state should not permit non-Catholics to worship publicly in Catholic countries. In 79 we are told that freedom of worship, and freedom of manifesting opinions and ideas, conduce to corrupt the minds of the people. In 80 we are told that the Roman pontiff cannot and ought not reconcile himself to, and agree with, progress, liberalism, and civilization as lately introduced. I think that will suffice to make plain to the average American why the syllabus of errors cannot be found in English translation in Catholic volumes obtainable in libraries or bookstores. While in the midst of these researches I came upon a little pamphlet entitled, The Catholic Answer. An honest, dignified statement of facts for fair-minded people, published by Our Sunday Visitor, of Huntington, Indiana. This pamphlet has the American flag on the cover, and contains an entirely different statement of the Catholic attitude, also an offer of $1,000 to anyone who can disprove anything in the pamphlet. So I wrote to the editor of this publication, asking him for help in my researches. At the time of writing I did not have the full text of the syllabus, I had merely a summary of some of its propositions, and I sent these to the editor, asking him to explain the matter. From the letterhead of his reply I gained the information that Our Sunday Visitor is the popular national Catholic weekly with 2 million readers scattered over every country in the world. Thousands of priests order it for all of their people. The editor is the RT. Rev. Monsignor J. F. Knoll, and he tells me, we do not have the syllabus of Pius IX at hand, and therefore are not able to determine the accuracy of the quotations which you submit for verification. The last two quotations seem so utterly abhorrent even to the Catholic, that I am quite certain that they are not genuine. You understand that this is the day of bogus documents, concocted and circulated by enemies of the Catholic Church. 338 Tuesday Goslings. After that, of course, I was more than ever determined to get the full text of the syllabus. When I got it, I found that the passages to which Monsignor Knoll takes exception are merely a brief practical summary of a few propositions, turning their negatives into positive affirmations. Thus, one of the passages which I sent to the Monsignor and which he finds utterly abhorrent even to the Catholic reads as follows. The Church has the right to avail itself of force, and to use the temporal power for that purpose. The Church has the right to exercise her power without the permission or consent of the state. And that is covered by Proposition 24 of the syllabus, which states that it is an error to teach that the Church has not the power of availing herself of force, or any direct or indirect temporal power. And also Proposition 20, which denounces the error that the ecclesiastical power must not exercise its authority without the permission and assent of the civil government. You will note variations in the translation. No two people, rendering the same Latin into English, would use the same English words. The Latin potestas is called right in one version, and power in the other, but the meaning is the same, for the power claimed by the Church is moral power, the power given by God, which is what we call right. So far as I can see, the statement which Monsignor Knoll finds utterly abhorrent even to the Catholic is a perfectly fair summary of the practical effect of the syllabus. And the same applies to the other quotation, which, as submitted to Monsignor Knoll, read: The Church and her priests have the right to immunity from all civil laws. That is Proposition 30 of the syllabus, which denounces as an error the doctrine that the immunity of the Church and of ecclesiastical persons derives its origin from civil law. Now there can be no dispute that this proposition asserts immunity for the Church and for ecclesiastical persons, and the word immunity is a technical Church. 339. Word, meaning immunity from civil law, a prerogative which was maintained by the Church until recent times. The question considered in the syllabus is whether this immunity is derived from the state or from God. If it is derived from the state, it can be abolished by the state, and this is the error which the Pope is denouncing. He affirms the contrary, that the immunity is from God, and therefore can never be taken away. Is not this the very proposition which Monsignor Knoll finds utterly abhorrent even to the Catholic? The Monsignor goes on to discuss the propositions referring to the schools, and to say that they are applicable only where there is union of church and state, and have nothing to do with the Catholic Church in its relation to our own public schools. Outside of countries where there is union of church and state, the Catholic Church does not pretend to have any jurisdiction, nor would she ever dream of interfering with the public schools. The teaching of the Church is that both the state and church are supreme, each in its own domain. And then, after reading that, I get the text of the encyclicals of Pope Leo XIII, which are part of the supreme law of the Church, and I read: "The Church of Rome is one monarchy over all the kingdoms of the earth, and is, among temporal kingdoms, as the mind or soul to the body of a man, or as God in the world. Therefore, the Church of Rome must not only have the spiritual power, but also the supreme temporal power. And once more, it is an impious deed to break the laws of Jesus Christ for the purpose of obeying the magistrates, or to transgress the laws of the Church under the pretext of obeying the civil law." In the effort to clear up these mysteries, I wrote to the 14 Catholic archbishops of the United States, also to the papal delegate in Washington, and to the Paulist fathers in New York. The first reply came by telegraph from the Archbishop of New Orleans, referring me to the Catholic Encyclopedia. I consulted in that work the topics Pius IX, and the syllabus of errors, and the first thing I read was that the encyclical containing this syllabus of errors was solemnly received in national and provincial councils by the episcopate of the whole world. I also learned that the syllabus is 340. Not only the defense of the inalienable rights of God, of the Church, and of truth against the abuse of the words freedom and culture on the part of unbridled liberalism, but it is also a protest, earnest and energetic, against the attempt to eliminate the influence of the Catholic Church on the life of nations and of individuals, on the family and the school. And again, it has done an inestimable service to the Church and to society at large by unmasking the false liberalism which had begun to insinuate its subtle poison into the very marrow of Catholicism. But I do not find one word in either of these articles to indicate that the propositions of the syllabus do not apply to America, but only to countries which have separation of church and state. I find sweeping endorsements of sweeping propositions, and how can I bring myself to believe that ecclesiastical authorities, solemnly laying down the law for all time, would omit to state such vital qualifications, if they wished such qualifications to be understood? I have before me a stack of letters from Catholic authorities, also a stack of Catholic pamphlets, and references to a great number of books. I realize now that if I were to make an authoritative pronouncement on the attitude of the Catholic Church toward the American public schools, I should have to write a volume instead of a chapter. How complicated the subject is you may judge from one sentence, quoted to me by Archbishop Keene of Dubuque. This is a statement made by Cardinal Newman, in the course of his controversy with Gladstone over the meaning of the syllabus of errors. Says the great master of Catholic apologetics, the syllabus, viewed in itself, is nothing more than a digest of certain errors made by an anonymous writer. I can only give my reaction to this sentence. It shows me that I should be wasting my time if I tried to understand Catholic controversy. The syllabus is an explicit statement by the highest Catholic authority, that the propositions of the anonymous writer are errors, from which it follows that the contrary of these propositions is upon the highest Catholic authority affirmed. If someone tells me that I am reported to have burglarized a bank, that is an anonymous statement, but if I answer, that is a practical see her RCH Administrator 341 lie, then I am making the flat assertion that I did not burglarize a bank. And if anyone denies that, I say that he is not seeking truth, but merely juggling words, and I have no more time to waste on Cardinal Newman. Charles ERX. The Practical Church Administrator. Let us now break through the tangle of ecclesiastical sophistry, and try to get in a few paragraphs the common sense of the situation. Why are Catholic authorities reduced to quibbling and evading, and hiding their real dogmas from the world? The answer is that Catholic students throughout the world are inevitably influenced by their environment. Those who live in liberal countries take on a tinge of liberalism. But meantime the dogmas of the Church are laid down by a group of medieval-minded bigots in Rome, who set their faces against the whole of modern life, and prescribe formulas which are excruciatingly embarrassing to American Catholics with political and social ambitions. Hence it comes about that the syllabus of errors of Pius IX is not obtainable in official Catholic translations in American public libraries. Hence also it comes about that one Catholic archbishop after another writes to assure me that the propositions of the syllabus do not apply to public schools in America. The frankest letter is from Archbishop Dowling of St. Paul, who practically admits that I am right in my suspicion that American Catholics are going as far as they dare to put the dogmas of the papal reactionaries upon the shelf. He says, "The theologian still holds that in itself that state is most perfect where the rights of God are recognized as well as the rights of man." He assumes all the implications of that position. But his thesis receives the attention and the respect that are usually given to utopias. The practical church administrator loyally accepts the fait accompli. He adjusts his policies and his plans to things as he finds them. And again, so far as I know, nobody with any influence in the Catholic body of this country opposes the public school system. I doubt if Catholics ever give the subject of such a fatuous movement a single thought. In fact, Catholics are not effectively 342. Ized in any but parish groups. They have not an influential press. There is not a Catholic paper of any kind that circulates largely throughout the whole country. They are divided into many racial groups with no point of contact save a common creed. I should like to accept this very courteous statement, but when I am dealing with men who admit that they are practical, meaning that they profess creeds which they do not try to apply, I am necessarily led to wonder whether such an attitude might not lead a man to feel justified in shading his views while writing to a non-Catholic correspondent. Also, I am obliged to contrast the Archbishop's statement with that on the letterhead of Messenger. Noel. Our Sunday Visitor, the popular national Catholic weekly with 2 million readers scattered over every country in the world. Thousands of priests order it for all of their people. How can this be fitted to the statement that there is not a Catholic paper of any kind that circulates largely throughout the whole country? For the rest of this chapter, let us follow the program of the practical church administrator, and adjust ourselves to things as we find them. What one finds everywhere throughout America is as follows: the Catholics are maintaining a rival system to the public schools, they are running an enormous business, spending tens of millions of dollars, and they take toward the public schools precisely the attitude which business rivalry engenders in every human group. They say in their propaganda literature that they wish to be fair to the public schools. But just what can be the meaning of this word, to men who regard secular education as destructive to the souls of the children who receive it? Inevitably, they wish to save as many souls as possible, and the fact that they do it from the best of motives makes no difference to us. The attitude of the Catholic Church is to get as much for the church schools as possible, and to hold down the public schools as much as possible. That is the fact, and any denial of that fact is propaganda, and a part of the game. So when you travel from city to city, and from state to state, as I have done, you find that the Catholics are everywhere claiming what is right, but that right is never the same in two places. It varies according to one simple formula: it is always a little bit more than the Catholics are getting in that place. In Italy, Catholic right demands that the Pope shall be the civil ruler of the papal state, including the city of Rome, and that there shall be no schools except church schools. Catholic right requires this latter in South American countries also. In cities of the United States where the Catholic vote is large, Catholic right demands that church schools be supported out of public taxes. In California, which is not Catholic, right is somewhat less than this, merely that the state should furnish free textbooks for the Catholic schools. In order to get this concession, the Catholic lobbyists made a deal with the YMCA, agreeing to help the Y, which thought it had a right to be released from having to pay taxes on its property, **. Archbishop Dowling tells me that the Catholic finds that the secular state which is founded on liberty is, after all, not such a bad sort. But then I go to my Catholic documents once more, and I note that only a few years ago the most beloved of modern Catholic popes, Leo XIII, sent an encyclical to the most beloved of American Catholic prelates, Cardinal Gibbons, dealing with that dangerous and wicked thing known as Americanism, and insisting that the growth of the Church in America must not be attributed to the excellence of America and American institutions, but solely to the peculiar divine excellence of the Church. What the beloved Leo thought of our American scheme of separation of Church and State, with a fair field and no favor for all religions, he set forth in his encyclical Immortale Dei, dated 1885, denouncing as one of the products of unbridled license the theory that the state is not obliged to make public profession of any one religion, but on the contrary is bound to grant equal rights to every creed. And lest any practical American archbishop should try to do funny work with that sentence, he went on to nail the doctrine down, declaring that it is not lawful for the state, any more than for the individual, either to disregard all religious duties, or to hold in equal favor different kinds of religion, that the unrestrained freedom of thinking and of openly making known one's thoughts is not inherent in the rights of citizens, and is by no means to be reckoned worthy of favor and support. 4. Franklin Hitchborn, Legislative Bulletin, April 21, 1917. 23. 344. I could go on for chapters, exposing such inconsistencies between the divinely revealed papal doctrines, and the propaganda of the practical church administrator. But the thing you are really interested in is what I have shown you in Boston, Baltimore, St. Louis, San Francisco, the Catholic hierarchy building a whole school system to replace the public schools, and at the same time electing to the public school boards of these cities Catholic ladies and gentlemen who omit to develop the building programs of the public schools, and when the people persist in voting the money, refuse to spend the money and have the buildings constructed. Chapter LXXI. Faith and Modern Thought. One more important question we have to consider: what is Catholic education? Here again we find two aspects of the problem: first, the doctrines of the Church, and second, their practical application to American life. When Catholic priests and Catholic sisters teach the multiplication table, they teach the same multiplication table as the public schools. When they teach chemistry, they teach the same formulas as the public schools. When they teach astronomy, they teach that the earth is positively known to move round the sun. But when they teach the history of astronomy, they have to call upon their subtle casuists, and get round the fact that their infallible popes infallibly decreed that the sun moves round the earth, and caused the imprisonment of Galileo in a dungeon for having taught the devilish Copernican heresy. During my last year in the New York public schools I had an Irish Catholic gentleman for my teacher. I never had a better teacher, and wouldn't want one. He was efficient, and at the same time human and jolly. He discovered that it was possible to let us talk to him and ask him questions without the formality of raising our hands. He would let us argue and scrap with him, and he evolved a most delightful method of discipline for boys who did not pay attention. He would let fly a piece of chalk at their heads. I learned more from him in 1. Faith and Modernity Howcut 345. Year than I learned from some other teachers in 2, so I have a kindly spot in my heart for Irish Catholic teachers. But then I went on to college, and here it was quite different, for I was not studying spelling and geography and arithmetic, about which all the world agrees. I was studying history and philosophy and literature, about which Catholics differ from everybody else. I was studying at a public college, run by Tammany Hall, and many of the professors were Catholics. Later on, when the college moved up to its new buildings, they took most of its staff from Fordham College, a Catholic institution, and without any examinations or preliminaries. I had as my Latin teacher Professor Charles G. Berman, editor of the Catholic Encyclopedia, and a captain of the Society of Jesus. He was a great Latin scholar, but a despot as well as a bigot, and when he wandered from the subject, which he did frequently, he supported every obscurantist idea in the world. My philosophy teacher, John J. McNulty, taught me the intellectual cobweb spinning of all the ages. Naturally, he could not have taught me a philosophy of evolution, or a philosophy of common sense, such as pragmatism. I spent my entire time in his classes marveling that no one of the world's great philosophers had ever thought of relating metaphysical theories to the plain facts of life which everybody knows and lives by. I would try to pin Professor McNulty down on this point, only to find that he couldn't understand what I meant. And then Professor George E. Hardy, who taught us English, according to the New York Sun and Tammany Hall. I have told about him in the Goose Step how he made us learn and recite Catholic poetry, and taught us that Milton was a narrow bigot and Chaucer not a Wycliffite. I didn't know what a Wycliffite was, but I understand now that he was the Bolshevik of the 14th century, a creature so wicked that it wasn't safe for you to know about him, for fear you might come to agree with him. Now, manifestly the education which these Catholic gentlemen tried to give me was absurd, and if they had tried to give me education in biology, or in sociology, or in history, it would have been equally absurd. To the 346. Catholic Church. The entire development of modern thought is a kind of malignant tumor upon the human race. This again is something about which there can be no argument. There simply is not in the Catholic system any place for the secular state, or for rationalism, or for evolution, or for democracy. I could give a long list of other impossibilities, but instead I invite you to study a book by the leading literary Catholic of England, Hilaire Belloc. I don't think I exaggerate in saying that Belloc is the one living Catholic man of letters who has managed to achieve a first-rate position in English letters. And here he writes a big book, Europe and the Faith, working out in detail the exact point of view which I have just set forth. He begins by telling us that he is the only real historian. He is the only one who can in the deep and mystic sense know his subject, because he has the faith. All those who have not the faith are outsiders and predestined to error. According to this faith, Mr. Belloc knows that Rome is the source of European civilization. Rome created the eternal empire from Scotland to the Sahara, and from Syria to Spain. All was going well with this eternal empire until the lust and greed of King Henry VIII of England led him upon a path of crime. England turned traitor to the great European empire, and as a result of that came all the monstrosities and abnormalities of the last 400 years, Protestantism, capitalism, industrialism, atheism, pessimism, imperialism, and the World War. Such is Catholic history, and Catholic biology and Catholic sociology and Catholic philosophy and Catholic literature will be things equally and inevitably as remote from reality. When you go into Catholic colleges you will find such fantasticalities being taught, you will find all knowledge being distorted to fit the Catholic theories and sustain the Catholic faith. One illustration: in Milwaukee the Catholic Archbishop objected to a pageant of the Pilgrims being given by the Milwaukee school children, because it was said that the Pilgrim Fathers came to this country in search of religious liberty. The Archbishop forced the change of the word religious to political. You will find everything thus taught from the point of view of the faith, or else not taught at all. For what? Yaith and Mopir are and thought 347. Does it really matter? Our stay on this earth is brief, and so long as our souls are saved, why care what becomes of our minds? Says the Milwaukee Catholic Citizen of July 15, 1922, one would imagine that devotional books are the chief output of our Catholic publishing houses. 10 new books of devotion to 1 of history or biography. What are the standards of the Catholic parochial schools? This again is something which follows from the premises already stated. Mr. Franklin Hitchborn, one of the most careful of social investigators, tells me that he has been collecting data on the effect of the parochial schools upon the public school system, in a town of 6,000 inhabitants. This material has not yet been published, but Mr. Hitchborn gives me a summary. I found that the dual school system is most demoralizing. It increases the difficulties of the truant officer, and is a drag upon progressive school policies. Furthermore, I found that children who started in the parochial school were from 2 to 5 years behind when they entered the public schools. Or, to put it another way, children from the parochial school, who left such school at the age of 10, for example, were qualified for public school grades where the ages of the children were 8 or even 7 years. Children leaving the parochial school at the age of 16 entered public school grades where the age of the students was 9 or 10. I have this information with the names, dates, and grades, and covering a number of years. In America, the Catholic Church has to build and run schools, because they have the competition of the public schools to meet, but there are other countries in which they do not have this competition, and there we may see what the Church would do with education if it had its own way. I will give you a few of the statistics of illiteracy throughout the world, and to make the contrast vivid I will give first a Protestant country, and then a Catholic country, and see if you can tell which is which. The percentages, taken from the U.S. Census of 1920, are as follows: USA, 6, Argentina, 54, Canada, 11, Brazil, 85, Australia, 1.8, Bolivia, 82, Holland, 0.08, Chile, 49, England, 1.8, Colombia, 73, Denmark, 0.2, Hungary, 33, Scotland, 1.6, Mexico, 70, Sweden, 0.2, Portugal, 68, Germany, 0.05, Spain, 58, Switzerland, 0.3, Italy, 37. It seems to me these figures cover the case. The main basis of the Catholic attack upon the Aimer. 348 Tuesday Goslings. Icon public schools is that they are godless, the children come out without religion and without morality. But then you go to the juvenile courts, and what do you find? Judge Collins of the Juvenile Court in New York City, addressing a meeting of Catholics at Street Charles Borromeo Church, reports 145,000 cases brought up each year in the Children's Court, 60% of them Catholic, 30% Jewish, and the remaining 10% of other faiths. 65% of the boys in the reformatories are Catholic, and this in a city whose population is 25% Catholic. According to the Department of Correction of New York, there were 23,539 Catholics in New York jails, as against 9,278 non-Catholics. On the other side of the continent, in San Francisco, I find a tabulation of the inmates of the state prison. 76% of these are from Catholic schools, brought up in the Catholic faith, yet the Catholics have less than 20% of the population of California. I close this subject with one glimpse of what might be called Catholic adult education. In some parts of our country the Church has become so powerful that the capitalist press has taken to publishing Catholic propaganda. I have before me a specimen of such propaganda, cut from the Boston Post of July 25, 1921. Medal given to autoists. Special blessing from patron saint of motorists. Some 2,000 autoists, chauffeurs and car owners thronged St. Leonard of Port Maurice Church, Prince Street, North End, yesterday to receive special blessing and obtain a St. Christopher medal, bearing the picture of the patron saint of automobilists, the charm against motor accidents and death. The story, spread over 2 columns, describes the solemn high mass and adoration of the St. Christopher relic, and the eloquent sermon preached by the Reverend Christopher Bertsey, who told all the legends concerning the saint, and how this particular feast had been ordered by Pope Pius X. At the conclusion of the Mass the relic of the saint encased in glass was brought to the altar rail, where the congregation gathered to kiss the sacred relic. Here we have what we may describe as an adult vocational course of the parochial schools. In the godless public schools, you must realize, there are night classes. 349. Where men painfully acquire knowledge of the proper handling of automobiles, but under this Catholic system all these tiresome details become superfluous, and men avoid automobile accidents by kissing the bones of a saint and purchasing magic medallions, one a pocket charm, and the other a sterling silver plate that can be attached to the car itself. We are now familiar with the principal agencies which have taken over our education upon a national scale. In addition to these, each community has its local interests, which may be small from a national standpoint, but are big enough to block the vision of a school board. Wher copyright ever capitalist industry exists in America, in towns, or villages or country districts, that industry dominates the schools. There are whole counties, hundreds of them scattered over the United States, which are feudal domains of great corporations. In cases where these corporations own the land and the homes of the workers, as in the coal towns of West Virginia and Colorado, the corporations support the schools, and the teachers are the least competent and poorest paid of their clerks. In cases where other landlords have a chance to exploit the workers, the burden of the schools falls upon the taxpayers, with the great corporations dodging their taxes. I talked the other day with a teacher from Benicia, California, a tannery town. A school board member, elected to serve the people, got the idea that the tannery was not paying its proper share of taxes, and he brought an expert from the city to get the facts. The firm was assessed on $250,000, and should have been assessed on $2 million. This same school board member belonged to the city council, and brought the matter up before that body, which decided to do nothing. Of course the schools were starved, and sometimes the teachers did not get their salaries at all. Again, I talked with a gentleman from Wisconsin, whose father was an engineer. A lumber company wanted his services, but could not afford to pay what he was worth, so they 350 decided to give him an extra salary, and ordered the secretary of the school board to resign. I talked with a teacher who had taught in several of the coal towns of southern Illinois. The invariable condition is wretched schools, with the vast wealth of the corporations untaxed. The miners who attempt to control their own schools are browbeaten or tricked. The mines invariably work on school election days. The club women turn out with their automobiles, and bring the voters to the polls, those who will vote the businessmen's ticket. By the time the miners get out of the pits, the polls are closed, so the miners' candidates are not elected. At El Dorado, Illinois, the organized miners endeavored to put up a ticket, and the clerk of the school board lied to them as to the date for the filing of petitions. For a detailed study of what industrial feudalism does to education, I propose that we investigate Judge Gary and his steel trust. In Pittsburgh, I talked with a reporter on one of the newspapers, who had been watching school conditions for 20 years. Here is a whole county entirely dominated by steel. You cannot hold meetings without permission of the police, which means that if you are a labor organizer you do not hold them at all. The valley is a solid line of steel towns, and in one of them, McKeesport, representatives of the American Civil Liberties Union duplicated my experience at San Pedro. They were arrested for reading the Constitution of the United States on private property. The Pittsburgh schools, of course, are run by the steel interests. The president of the board is David B. Oliver, 85-year-old steel magnate. The people have nothing to do with the matter, because the school board is named by the judges of the county, and this board levies taxes as it sees fit, and spends the money on its friends. A Pittsburgh physician writes me, the offices of the board are palatial, the staff of clerks legion, the extra teachers unnumbered, and the equipment of paper and materials would keep any supply house wreathed in smiles. He goes on to add that the present superintendent draws a salary of $12,000 a year, with automobile, chauffeur, and upkeep of car. He is rumored to be on speaking terms, at least, with a book publishing house. But that is a lot better than what Pittsburgh had 351 years ago. A superintendent who represented a school book house in St. Paul, and spent the rest of his time seducing his girl pupils. It was proved in court that he had had a criminal operation performed on one of them. My reporter friend had dug up 4 cases of rape by the superintendent in his own office, and the affidavits were presented to the grand jury. The school children went on strike against their superintendent, and finally he was tried, and the jury disagreed. Juries in Allegheny County agree only with steel officials. In the slum neighborhoods of Pittsburgh you find atrociously crowded schools, in wretched buildings, some of them made of corrugated iron. In the rich districts you find palatial high schools. The system is run on a basis of political pull. Good teachers are shifted, so that the sisters of wart healers may get promotion. When parents venture to complain they are insulted, especially if they are poor. There is a political machine even of the doctors. The favorites of the Board of Health get the jobs of vaccinating in the schools. Further down the valley is Homestead, from which the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching derives its millions. You will appreciate the gay humor of this situation in the schools of Homestead. The steel slaves are drinking water from the Monongahela River, into which various industrial plants discharge their acids. When complaint was made about this water in Homestead, the newspapers saw an opportunity to be witty, and assured the public that the water needed no filtering. The acids would kill the bacteria. I am assured that, owing to the effect of these acids, the plumbing in the homesteads of Homestead wears out in 1/3 the normal time, and this suggests the subject for an important scientific monograph. I see it in my mind's eye, catalogued in Carnegie libraries throughout the United States and Great Britain, The Internal Plumbing of Pupils, a study of the stimulation effects of sulfuric and nitric acids on the renal canals of 1,000 school children at Homestead, Pennsylvania. By a learned Fac, A.M., Ph.D., TOADY, Bulletin of the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, No. 4-11-44. Come to northern Minnesota, and see what the Steel 352 Trust does to the shipping port of its vast ore fields. I have before me a copy of the Duluth Ripsaw, containing a detailed account of the activities of school board members who have had charge of teachers' pension money, and have been lending it out for their private graft. One board member was an insurance agent, and if he loaned you the teacher's money, you had to place your insurance with him. Needless to say, along with this go accounts of the humiliating of teachers, the beating down of wages, and the driving out of those with liberal sympathies. Judge Gary, of course, would say that he has nothing to do with all this. All that he does is to put up the campaign funds to keep such gangs in office. Again, Lorain, Ohio, a port on Lake Erie, headquarters of one of the Steel Trust subsidiaries, the National Tube Company. Here are 40,000 people, most of them wage slaves, and recently they elected a mayor who made an effort to serve them, and was smashed by the Black Hand. On the school system of Lorain the people have been unable to make any impression whatever. The house agent of the National Tube Company, a sort of watchdog against the radical element in the mills, occupies the same post on the school board. The president of the board is a dentist and bank director, a high-up Mason and pillar of the Lutheran Church. He rolls downtown in his big limousine, and lives on the avenue in a large residence, which is taxed less than the small cottage of a machinist. Another member is a jeweler and bank director, a pillar of the Congregational Church, who sees to it that the works of Scott Nearing, Jack London, Bernard Shaw and Upton Sinclair are kept out of the Carnegie Library. The other members are a bank teller and a very intolerant ex-teacher, both devout Methodists. As superintendent, this board has had for 10 years a perfect autocrat, who finds opportunity for many financial activities on the side. He is a typical small-town mind, and excludes from the system all teachers whose minds are bigger. The two most popular teachers in the system were driven out because their parents happened to be socialists. A high school teacher, who had been on the faculty for 12 years, was charged with refusing to do teamwork, the real reason being that he at 353 attended labor meetings and tried to help the workers. When he was fired, a petition was presented, signed by every student in his class except one, whose father was manager of the Chamber of Commerce. The fight was carried to the school board elections, but to no purpose, and this teacher left town. There must be no politics in Lorain school affairs, the board solemnly ordains, but 4 years ago, when the ring was kicked out of the city hall, the school board hastened to make a job for one ring member. A working boy was a minute or two late because a drawbridge which he had to cross was swung open. He was punished for this, and on the second offense was threatened with loss of his grades. The son of a big bank director and promoter was found smoking cigarettes in the high school building, the punishment for which is expulsion, but the young man graduated 3 months later. These are petty details, and I only cite them because they are typical of 1,000 school systems in small towns. Lorain would tell you that its schools are progressive, and would mention the beveled glass mirrors in the new high school, costing $95 apiece. Its educators stand high. The superintendent got his enamel finish under Nicholas Miraculous last summer, and the high school principal did the same thing the year before, and other members of the faculty have done it or intend to. Superintendent Boone is a director of the Chamber of Commerce and of the YMCA, a Mason and a Kiwani, and when he came back from his course in school management at Columbia, he showed what he had learned by joining the Elks. Chapter XX. The Schools of Oil. So much for what steel does to schools, let us now see what oil does. Our journey of inspection will be under the escort of a rare high school teacher, one who is willing to tell his experiences over his own signature. Mr. David H. Pierce specializes in sociology, and at present is teaching hygiene and Spanish at a high school in Ohio. 2 or 3 years ago he accepted a position as principal. 354 The Goslings. Of a high school in the oil country of West Virginia. The town of Littleton, containing about 700 inhabitants, is spread along a valley, sharing it with a creek, a mud road, and a railroad. As far as the eye can see in every direction the hillsides have sprouted oil derricks. Mr. Pierce went there because he was tired of the rigid school system of New York State, and was told that in West Virginia things were more free. He found a commodious brick high school, and felt much encouraged until the first faculty meeting, when the district superintendent stated, "There are 2 boys in your senior class who must pass regardless of their work. They have never been known to work in school and never will, but they come from a good family and must graduate." Mr. Pierce was supposed to be the principal of the school, but the superintendent hadn't much else to do, and made his headquarters in the building. Mr. Pierce describes him as a kindly gentleman, a good husband and father. He let his teachers alone, except when it became necessary to protect his own position, by pleasing the aristocracy of Littleton. He would say to a student who was deficient in half a year of algebra, "Work 6 cases of factoring, and it will be satisfactory." To a girl who had failed to take a year of high school mathematics he would suggest, "Go down and observe the class in 8th grade arithmetic a few times." The faculty spent several hours working out a schedule of classes, and the school ran for 3 weeks, when news came that a prominent athlete, desired for the basketball team, was to be admitted to school. He was employed in the mornings at outside work, so it was necessary to arrange 3 afternoon classes for this young athlete. As this conflicted with the schedule of the school, Mr. Pierce suggested that the boy should spend his entire day in school, in order to secure the 15 hours per week of class work. The superintendent's reply was that this could not be required, because the lad's father was president of the school board. The old schedule must be destroyed and a new one arranged. Immediately after this had been done, the boy changed his mind and decided he would not come to school. The athletic coach spent a month persuading him, then he concluded to come to school for the entire day. When Mr. Pierce had occasion 355 to admonish this young man for truancy, he retorted, "Ah, what the hell difference does it make? I've been guaranteed graduation a year from June," says Mr. Pierce. In many cases the athlete runs the school. I heard of one who told a school superintendent to go to hell and was given 1 day's suspension. I have known of others to engage in physical combat with instructors, with no ill results to their scholastic position. They are privileged characters. They obey only those rules which they desire. Being assured of a coterie of hero worshippers in the community, they live in no terror of penalties or punishments. It would be as much as a principal's or teacher's place is worth if he or she dared to prevent a boy from taking part in an important game. This is no exaggeration. It is a fact. To put it mildly, a teacher in many a small West Virginia high school who attempted honestly to enforce the rules laid down by the State High School Athletic Association would be blacklisted. He would suffer indignities. Littleton High School was of this sort, and the villagers of Littleton wanted teams that could win. I have shown in the Goose Step how the coaches and the athletic alumni run the colleges, and here in this high school of the oil country we find the same phenomenon. Mr. Pierce's year in Littleton was one long struggle, because he would not permit midweek basketball games, which drew a large part of the students from their work. The coach of the basketball team was a junior high school teacher, and he advised Mr. Pierce that TT ain't the way we do them things in this section. He proceeded to give instructions to the girls' basketball team. Girls, you'll be up against a stiff team tonight. Go in and foul for all you're worth. Remember, if you are fouled by the referee, and the opponents make a goal, it counts 1 point. If the opposing team is given room to shoot from the open floor, every basket they make counts too. The team proceeded to follow this advice. The referee was one of their own students, and because of foul play, Pierce went down on the floor and stopped the game and ordered the referee from the floor. The crowd was taving, and for several days the town debated whether or not the principal should be dismissed from the high school. There was a meeting in honor of the coach, and his admirers presented him with a fountain pen, and he made them a speech. 356. Fellows, maybe it ain't right, but I've got to tell you what was told me by a man that saw you play. He said, "Christ, but you've a hell of a good team," and I agree with him. You fellows have been there with the goods. This oil town was extremely religious. Mr. Pierce provided some of his students with copies of the survey, but the paper was thrown out of the homes by 2 parents, who were afraid it would interfere with the children's religion. Mr. Pierce taught at the Methodist Sunday School, but at his boarding house he ventured to question the existence of a future life, and so the word spread that he was an atheist, and he found on his school blackboard the announcement, "Reverend Pierce will lecture on no heaven, no hell." A gentleman was appointed to spy upon his Sunday school class, to discover what he was teaching. A preacher devoted 2/3 of his sermon to the glories of basketball, and closed with an earnest prayer for victory in the approaching game. Dancing and card playing were barred. The town's idea of diversion was to tie one end of a rope to a switch engine and the other end to somebody's front porch. A part of Mr. Pierce's story was published in an article in the Survey, entitled "The Village School," April 23, 1921. Mr. Pierce was then teaching in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and the superintendent of Littleton wrote to him, threatening to beat him up. The superintendent sent this threat through the mail, and thereby laid himself liable to several years' imprisonment, but Mr. Pierce, being, like myself, an amiable muckraker, forbore to press the point. Besides, he had new troubles in Clarksburg. The high school team won a debate favoring government control of railroads, and this so frightened the principal that he spent 10 minutes notifying the entire assembly that debates do not mean anything, and the decision was not to be taken seriously. Mr. Pierce continues. Upon another occasion, he advised me not to discuss the coal strike in my class, or at least to show no sympathy for organized labor, because he asserted that 90% of my students were children of coal miners who belonged to unions, and they would be inclined to be aroused too much. Upon another occasion, he entered my class casually, when I was discussing some of the advantages of government control of railroads, and he told the class that the movement for government control was Bolshevistic. I was using, at that time, New York. The Country Geese 357. State as an example, in trying to show what saving could be made, if, for example, the Erie Railroad was used for passenger service and the Lackawanna for freight. Of course, I had to defend myself from the accusation of Bolshevism, but as we were personally friendly, in fact, I was a roomer at his house, he did not carry the case up at all. That indicates at least one way for a liberal to keep his job in a high school. Chapter LZIV. The Country Geese. We have had glimpses of rural school conditions in the far west. Let us glance at the wheat country. From the point of view of politics and education, the Dakotas are a backyard of Minneapolis and St. Paul, being governed by the railroads and banks and chambers of commerce of these cities. The farmers made a desperate effort to free themselves by their nonpartisan league, and the story of their 10 years' struggle to control their schools is most illuminating. The nonpartisan league was strong in the country districts, while the gang still held the towns, so their legislature put through a measure taking control of city schools away from the state, after which the gang proceeded to dump overboard all city teachers who belonged to the League, or who ventured to speak in its support. "The Reds have taken the schools," was the cry, and in cases where the nonpartisan League appointed principals or heads of state institutions, the students were incited to strike against these officers. The teachers' union was forced to disband in Fargo, and in the state agricultural college a teacher who became secretary of the teachers' union was refused the increase of salary to which she was legally entitled. By methods such as these the gang managed to hold on in North Dakota. They were sure the political tide would turn, and it did. The Federal Reserve Board deflated the farmers, and the price of wheat dropped to less than half the cost of producing it. When I was in North Dakota, in 1922, there were counties of the state in which every farm was being sold for taxes. In 4 months during 1923 over 70 small banks went to the wall. 358. And 200 others were in trouble. The Nonpartisan League program included state-owned mills and elevators, and these half-completed enterprises of course were useless. The League was without funds. The bankers saw to that, by calling the loans of farmers who paid their dues. So the gang came back, and they put out McDonald, the League superintendent of schools. Not content with that, they hounded him literally to his death. A friend of his writes me, wherever he secured a position, he was followed by his North Dakota enemies. The new superintendent and the new director of vocational training prepared letters and bulletins denouncing him. They sent these to his students and the officers under whom he worked, and this would be continued until he was dismissed. As soon as he would get a new job and they would get him located, they would repeat. The gang put in as its new superintendent a political woman, Miss Nielsen, president of the Federation of Women's Clubs, an organization controlled by the Black Hand, in North Dakota as in Los Angeles. Miss Nielsen is not a graduate of any college, normal school, or high school. Under the law she was ineligible to the position, but the courts very kindly held this law unconstitutional. The uneducated lady now has absolute control of the teachers of North Dakota and can and does withhold certificates from her political opponents. They have set up a system of grading schools, a purely political scheme to strengthen the control of the gang. They have 4 politicians as school inspectors, and the standards on which the grading is done are wholly artificial, having no relationship to merit. If the schools stand in with the gang, the pupils from those schools do not have to pass examinations to enter the higher state institutions, or to secure positions from the gang. The textbook graft is back again, and also the banker graft. There are quarter sections of land belonging to the bankers, and these have been left out of the school districts, so that they do not have to pay school taxes. The law requires the banks to pay interest on school money, but the bankers handle that matter by the simple device of naming the school treasurer and keeping the books for him and incidentally keeping the interest. In the county where my friend Smith was superintendent, the school, the country geese 359. Treasurer was threatened that if he made trouble he would copyright have to pay up his own note at the bank, and when Mr. Smith persisted in making trouble, the banker came in a fury, demanding, "What's this?" Mr. Smith told me also about the graft in building jobs, the biggest of all. Mr. Smith had to see to putting up school buildings, and was told to charge as much as the other counties were paying, otherwise the money would not be allowed him. When he refused to do this, they passed a law compelling him to do it. He put up a building 42 by 54, with a full basement, for $3,700, while for the same building other counties were paying from $9,000 to $10,000. But in spite of such public services, Mr. Smith never had a safe majority in the county. He had against him the banker's machine and the banker's newspapers, and the vote of the towns, whose people depended for their jobs upon the bankers, and for their ideas upon the bankers' newspapers. Imagine the political conditions in a community where a man, hoping to get back into the educational field, dares not permit me to relate these incidents in connection with his real name. These conditions prevail wherever the farmer movement has been active. In South Dakota the nonpartisan league was never able to carry the state, but it is growing, and the gang has been frantic to stamp it out of the schools. At the Madison State Normal School there were several teachers who made so bold as to declare their sympathy with the league. In 1920 one of these teachers, Mrs. Anna Mae Brady, was unceremoniously kicked out by the president, and a prominent Republican politician stated as the reason her sympathy with the league. But realizing that this wouldn't look well as a campaign issue, President Higbee discovered that Mrs. Brady had been giving lectures at teachers' institutes in other counties. Mrs. Brady had been doing this for 8 years, and it was a custom of teachers throughout the state. But the president had nothing more to say, and when Mrs. Brady demanded a hearing before the Board of Regents, they graciously permitted her to come and speak, but professed to know nothing about the matter, and refused to summon President Higbee and permit Mrs. Brady to question him. Another teacher, Miss Alice L. Daly, handed in her resignation in protest, and stated that the political machine of 360, the state, and powerful financial interests outside the state, were running South Dakota education. The answer of President Higbee to this protest was to drop 3 more teachers who were sympathetic to the league. Also in Idaho the farmer movement is becoming powerful, and the interests have been hard put to it. In Boise they have a beautiful new high school, with a big auditorium, and the school board had made the rule that under no circumstances was it to be open for political gatherings. But it happened that at the close of the 1922 campaign, the radical candidate for governor secured the big opera house. The gang wished to offer a counter-attraction, and there was no hall big enough for their purposes. So the school board met and rescinded their resolution, and the Republican Party held a meeting in the high school auditorium, addressed by the Republican governor. Next day the school board met again, and restored the rule forbidding political gatherings in the public schools of Boise. Laws made to order, so to speak. Let us take the country districts of California, from which you get most of your fruits, canned and dried. I have notes of the misadventures of many California teachers. Apparently the habit of breaking the law is universal among school boards and superintendents of this state. In Bishop the principal of the high school drops teachers contrary to law, and when they resort to the courts he solves the problem by eliminating the courses of study taught by these teachers. In Calexico the courts refuse to enforce the law regarding teachers' tenure. In Santa Cruz the Board of Education has set aside the state law providing equal pay for equal work as between men and women. They have a school principal who for a trivial offense whipped 2 little boys so severely that they had to have medical attention. This also was against the law, but the board paid no heed to the petitions of the parents. Mrs. Josephine Tyler, who writes about this matter, states, "I secured one letter from a former resident of Santa Cruz, who had taken her adopted daughter out of school because of insulting treatment from Forsyth. I gave this letter to the president of the board to read, and, after reading it, he remarked, 'T believe the man is crazy.' But he didn't advocate his removal. He asked permission to show the letter to other members of the board, and I granted his request, after securing his promise to return the letter to me. I afterwards learned that some members of the board were very loath to return the letter to me, and I heard only recently that there is still some apprehension concerning that letter. Forsyth holds his job because he stands in with and is a good propagandist tool of the lodges and the banking and business interests. Or take the strange experience of the teachers at Fresno, the place from which you get your raisins. Up to recently the schools in Fresno had a superintendent by the name of Cross. He used to run the high school in Pasadena, and we played tennis together, and took pleasure in licking the school champions. I never observed in Mr. Cross any failure of manners on the tennis court, so I long for the day when we apply inside our schools the same standards as on the playgrounds outside. When Mr. Cross came to Fresno the sanitary conditions in the schools were shocking, and he so reported them, but next year one of the teachers ventured to make a report, showing that conditions in her school were still more shocking, and Mr. Cross resented the meddling of teachers in such affairs. This teacher was persecuted until she resigned, and the result was the forming of a teachers' union in Fresno. Miss Verna Carson became the president of this union, and one of the board members told her that the businessmen of this town are getting tired of having you going around through the state and organizing other locals. In June of that year, Superintendent Cross dropped Miss Carson, and when the teachers made protest, he declared his attitude to organized teachers: there was no use trying to deal with them by conference. A baseball bat or a Gatling gun is needed. That was the kind of talk the Chamber of Commerce wanted, and they rallied to their superintendent's support, and gave him a raise of $1,000. When pushed by friends of Miss Carson, Mr. Cross finally gave a reason for her dismissal: professional incapacity. Miss Carson, being unable to get a hearing, proceeded to bring a libel suit, and Mr. Cross on the witness stand was invited to state what acts of professional incapacity she had committed. He could not give any, so he was adjudged guilty of libel, and obliged to pay the costs of the suit, and at the end of the year to resign from his position. This is one of the pleasantest school stories I have to tell, and I wish that teachers would make note of it and do likewise. 362. Chapter LXXY. So far our attention has been given to the public schools. There is another large field of education, at which we can only stop for a glance: the private schools. There are over 2,000 private high schools and academies in the United States, with 200,000 or 300,000 students, and apart from parochial and a few experimental schools, these institutions are maintained by the rich for the purpose of giving their children a class education. Some of them are large and wealthy, with endowments running into the millions. When we glance at their boards of control, we are reminded of the interlocking directorates of the goose step. For example, here is Phillips Exeter, 142 years old. In control we find Mr. Thomas W. Lamont, partner in the firm of J.P. Morgan & Company, director of the Guarantee Trust Company, overseer of Harvard University, trustee of Smith College, and director of the Crowell Publishing Company, which gives us that lovely American magazine about which you may read in the brass check. Also Colonel William Boyce Thompson, mining magnate and Republican Party chief, also Mr. George A. Plimpton, trustee of Amherst College, who has just helped to kick out its liberal president, and senior partner of Ginn & Company, who run Clark University and Clark College for the benefit of the Fryatwood geographies. Also there is Phillips Andover, 145 years old, having at the head of its board a Boston Bank president, interlocked with Yale University, as board members a clergyman, interlocked by marriage with the Boston Lowells, who are even more exclusive than the Boston Banks, also a New York corporation lawyer, who ran our War Department under Taft. At Hotchkiss we find the president of a trust company and a dean of Yale, a partner in a stock exchange firm, who is also treasurer of Yale, and a president of a bank, vice president of a trust company and of the American Brass Company, director of a life insurance company and a trustee of Trinity College. At Groton we find as secretary the chair. 363. Man of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, interlocked with Barnard College and Nicholas Miraculous, also a member of the firm of Lee, Higginson and Company, the Boston bankers, interlocked with the University of Lee Higginson, popularly known as Harvard, also two representatives of the Episcopal Department of God, Mammon and Company. At St. Paul's we find the New Hampshire bishop and two other members of this same aristocratic firm, one of them interlocked with Yale, also a Baltimore copper magnate, interlocked with the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and Johns Hopkins University, also a carpet manufacturer, a Republican politician of Boston, a Philadelphia lawyer, who is president of a bank and two railroads, director in 4 railroads, a trust company, an electrical company and an asphalt company, and finally, a real sure enough, honest to goodness, cross my heart and swear it English lord. At St. Mark's we have the same bishop as at Groton, and two other representatives of the firm, also a cotton goods merchant interlocked with Boston Edison and Massachusetts Gas, the invisible government of Harvard, also a president of several manufacturing companies, who is vice president of a railroad, one of the Choates, who directs railroads, banks, and life insurance in New York, and finally Jim Wadsworth, Senator and Republican boss of New York State, whose father I had the pleasure of putting out of politics some 18 years ago. See the brass check, page 45. The Lawrenceville School, a magnificent institution located 5 miles from Princeton, has on its board of trustees President John Grier Hibben of Princeton, one of our leading clerical militarists, also a New York banker who directs much foreign exploitation, also a bank president who directs insurance. At Lawrenceville they had a headmaster who was liberal, or at least human. He died recently, and the plutocratic alumni came, offering to raise a few millions, on condition that they should name the headmaster. They brought in the very successful coach of the Yale rowing crew. Incidentally he was professor of Latin, but that is hardly worth mentioning in comparison. Because of his services in beating the Harvard crew, Yale gave him the degree of M.A., honoris causa, the same as they had extended to Jane Addams. This rowing gentleman proceeded to coach Lawrenceville under the new Prussian spy system, with the result of a faculty explosion too unsavory to be detailed in this book. These schools of snobbery are scattered all over New England and the eastern states. They are training grounds for the athletic teams of the big universities, also for the university fraternities, so that social strivings and jealousies make up a good part of their student life. Admission to the more exclusive of them is an hereditary privilege. If you belong to the right families, your children and grandchildren are booked when they are born. Needless to say, the plutocratic psychology of these schools is never offended by the least breath of liberalism. In place of ideas, the boys are furnished with golf courses, motor cars, saddle horses, bootleggers, and all other comforts of home. You have heard of Roger W. Babson, who sends out bulletins to keep the rich informed as to the progress of social revolution. Mr. Babson deals also in plutocratic education, conducting at Wellesley Hills, Massachusetts, the Babson Institute, where 30 sons of the plutocracy are trained to be magnates, at $2,000 per magnate per year, room and meals not included. The Babson Institute also undertakes to educate your employees, furnishing you with magic circulars to be put in their pay envelopes. I have seen some of this magic. Mr. Babson asks the wage slaves, "What is the law of capitalism?" and answers, in capital letters, "The law of capitalism is that wealth saved in production should be honored and respected." I wonder what Mr. Babson tells his 30 budding magnates to answer when their wage slaves ask concerning wealth which has been stolen in corruption. Of course there are private schools which are less expensive, and less plutocratically correct. They descend in a sliding scale, until you come to places which only a Dickens could describe. Society ladies enjoying life in Reno or Paris, captains of industry who are sent to Congress or to jail, want some place where they can stow their children out of the way. Professor William Ellery Leonard was once a master in one of these places, up in New York State, and told me vivid tales about the hordes of young savages, and how, for trying to enforce 365 a little discipline, he incurred such furious enmity that on his last night in the school he had to barricade himself in his room and defend his life with a baseball bat. I know a lady who, in order to get an education for her only son, accepted a position as house mother in another of these private hells, and found herself housed in a room with fungus on the walls and on the floor the overflow from an adjoining urinal. Everywhere the toilets were overflowing and the floors covered with filth, the cooking atrocious, the boys ill with indigestion, colds, and sore throats, no infirmary or provision for the sick, and among the 115 boys a general prevalence of smoking and wine drinking, and practice of self-abuse so general that many of the boys were mentally helpless. A lad would sit in class with dropped jaw and staring eyes, or with nervous spasms which furnished entertainment for the other boys. I talked with a group of young masters at one of the older and more reputable of these schools of snobbery. To show how closely the boys were guarded from modern thought, one of these masters said that he had passed through the school as a pupil, and then gone out into the world and become a bit of a liberal. Returning to the school as a master, he had met his former masters, and discovered that they too were liberals. but never a whisper of their ideas had got to him as a pupil, nor are they getting to the pupils now. All the boys' attention is on wealth, all their standards are those of worldly possessions, and this is what their parents desire and ordain. I have referred to Phillips Andover. This school is located 5 miles from Lawrence, Massachusetts, the headquarters of the Woolen Trust, run by William M. Wood, one of our most ruthless labor smashers, who 10 years ago was prosecuted for a dynamite frame-up against the strikers in his mills. A group of conspirators, headed by a prominent contractor, placed dynamite in the home of a non-union worker, the intention being that the explosion should be blamed upon the strikers. The contractor who placed the dynamite blew out his brains rather than face an inquiry. Such is the atmosphere of Lawrence. In 1919 came another great strike, and a group of young Quaker clergymen took the part of the workers. I have told about 366. Of these, A.J. Must, in the Goose Step. Among others whose consciences were stirred was Bernard M. Allen, a teacher of Latin in Phillips Andover. He went with a party of 25 ladies and gentlemen to attend a meeting of the strikers in Lawrence. The police commissioner had announced that no more agitators would be allowed to enter the city, and when these ladies and gentlemen left the railroad station and started to walk across the open square, they were charged by mounted police, and Mr. Allen was severely clubbed over the head. This was the first of a series of unprovoked assaults by the police, in one of which young Must and another clergyman were driven into a side street and nearly clubbed to death. As for Mr. Allen, it happened unfortunately that Phillips Andover was beginning a campaign for $2 million endowment. It had just received $500,000 from the late Oliver Payne, who had purchased a United States senatorship for his father. Mr. Allen's resignation from Phillips Andover was requested and promptly accepted. If I do not tell you many such incidents concerning our schools of snobbery, you may believe that it is because young masters in these schools do not often get themselves clubbed over the head in sympathy for Dagos and Wops on strike. What these schools are really for was very interestingly shown by a study of class standing in Harvard University, published in the Harvard Advocate at the end of the year 1923. Here was a graduating class consisting of 379 men from private schools and 858 from public schools. The study showed that in the 8 major athletic teams there were 40 men from these private schools, and only 22 from public schools. All the managers were private school men. As regards class officers, musical and glee clubs, debating teams, dramatic clubs, class day officers, etc., there were 183 private school men, as against 29 from the public schools. But after that came the record on scholarship, and the contrast was amusing. The scholarship honors had been won by 41 from private schools, and 82 from public schools. It is interesting to note that this study was made by a son of Thomas W. Lamont, and I welcome him to the ranks of the Bolsheviks. In New York City I met a well-known writer, who had taught in a private school on Staten Island, and had 367 been summoned before the principal for the crime of putting on the blackboard a stanza by Don Marquis, setting forth the idea that discontent is a good thing. I met also a woman teacher from a private school in Brooklyn. This school is located in a YMCA building, and the Y secretary used to come and pray with the students. He prayed that God might give them power to smash the Huns, and power to smash the Bolsheviks, and power to smash many other enemies. These expensive young gentlemen drove to the school in costly motor cars, to which God had given power to smash everything in their way. In Boston I talked with a teacher in one of the private schools for young ladies, and she described to me the atmosphere in this place. She had got into trouble, by stating that the happiest people are those who earn their own way in life, also for stating that labor should be respected because of its importance. By remarks such as this the teacher occasioned so much resentment that she was never asked to lead in chapel. These girls would not stand the simplest kind remark about working people, not even common humanitarianism. I talked with another who taught in a girls' school, where the pupils were advised to avoid hard thinking, because it would spoil their complexions and bring wrinkles and other signs of care. I could make a novel out of the story which this teacher told me about the treatment of a girl whose father had failed in business, and who was trying to pay her way through the school by selling an encyclopedia. The teachers at this place were underpaid and pitiful decayed gentlewomen, who lived starved lives and read sentimental romances, but they did not feel sentimental about a girl who was trying to redeem her family fortunes. Concerning a school of secretarial science in Boston, I was told a story which at least has the grace of being funny. Mr. William Lloyd Garrison, Jr., a Boston banker, was invited to address the young ladies of this school, and the principal's speech of introduction ran as follows: "The gentleman whom we have the privilege of hearing is the grandson of William Lloyd Garrison." Dead silence. "He is the nephew of Lucretia Mott." Dead silence. "He is the lightest quarterback that ever played on the Harvard 11, tumultuous applause. 368. I am especially informed concerning young ladies finishing schools, because of the fact that my wife was sent up from Mississippi to attend one. This school stood on the fashionable part of Fifth Avenue, and in the catalogue you were informed that it adjoined the homes of the Goulds and Vanderbilts, and the pupils had opportunities to meet the multimillionaires of New York. The pupils used to watch these multimillionaires and their multi-wives from the windows hiding behind the curtains, of course, so that they might not be seen. One of these fortunate wives came frequently to call upon the young ladies, bringing her multi-dogs. Helen Gould came once, and it was the same as a court ceremony. The thrills of it lasted for weeks. The husband of this establishment was an old gentleman with humiliating plebeian tastes. He used to go out every afternoon and disappear around the corner, and come back with a small paper bag, which was a source of fascinated speculation to the young ladies until finally one of them succeeded in brushing it out of his hand as she passed him on the stairs, and it was discovered to contain a 10-cent apple pie purchased on 3rd Avenue. My wife thinks I ought not to tell this story, because it is unkind to the old gentleman, who has since died. I hasten to explain that I myself now and then bring home an apple pie in a paper bag. The point of the story is not that the old gentleman liked pie, but that the young ladies considered his liking it a scandal of first-class proportions. It was only permitted to like expensive things. My wife came from the far south, and had the prestige which attaches to that region in the world of elegance. It has been written up in romances, you understand. So the mining princesses from Idaho and the cattle king's daughters from Wyoming were eager to model themselves upon the gestures and mannerisms of a real daughter of the Confederacy. The teachers at this school were forbidden to correct her Southern dialect, therefore the standard of good English for the 400 was set by a Negro field hand, black as a scuttle of coal, who had been picked out as a house servant before the war, and had become mammy to a dozen white babies. When this aged negress was cross she would say, "I never said any such of a thing," and when she was pleased she would say, "Asc Hoot Survey 369. The prettiest thing I nearly ever saw." When the Goulds and Vanderbilts heard that, they called it charm. What these young ladies were taught in their finishing school is accomplishments, everything from the standpoint of the drawing room, and just enough to get by on. When my wife was completely finished, she could play 3 pieces on the piano, and 3 on the violin. She could sing 3 songs, and recite 3 poems, and dance 3 dances. She had painted 3 pictures, and modeled 3 busts, and heard 3 operas, and read 3 books. What was more important, she had had tea in all the luxurious Palm rooms and Louis Quinze rooms of the great New York hotels. She had acquired connections with the most expensive fashion shops, and had had obsequious foreign gentlemen study her colors, and tell her what was her proper style. She had seen the inside of a number of Fifth Avenue homes, and learned the names of period furniture. She had been to West Point to attend the annual football match with Annapolis, and to New Haven to attend the annual rowing match with Harvard. Now she lets me poke fun at such culture, but she still has affection for her old teachers, and insists that I specify they were giving the young ladies exactly what the parents of these young ladies demanded, and the only thing they were willing to pay for. Chapter LXC. A School Survey. To just what extent does the plutocracy control our schools? In the Goose Step, pages 28 to 29, I quoted from a study by Scott Nearing, reported in School and Society for September 8, 1917, showing that in 143 of the leading colleges and universities of the United States there were a total of 2,470 trustees, of whom 1,444 were of the commercial and financial class, that is, a percentage of 58. In School and Society for January 20, 1917, Scott Nearing gave the results of a similar investigation with regard to school boards. He wrote to the superintendents of schools in all American cities having a population of over 40,000, there were a total of 131 such cities, and 104 replies were received. 370. The total population of the cities was 24 million, or 1/4 of the American people at that time. The number of board members was 967. The business class, including merchants and manufacturers, capitalists, contractors, real estate and insurance men, and officials in railroads, banks, and corporations, numbered 433, the professional class 333, and miscellaneous 201, this last including 18 teachers, mostly college professors, 48 clerks and salesmen, 39 mechanics and wage earners, and 25 foremen. Nearing points out that in these cities the wage earners and clerks included 5/6 of the employed population, but that they had only 1/10 of the school board representation, 9/10 of the members had been chosen from 1/6 of the population. It is interesting to note that women compose 48% of the population, but only 7% on the boards of education in large cities, and only 3% on the boards of trustees of colleges and universities. The commercial class, with their lawyers, compose 58% of college boards, and 59% of city school boards. So we see that the plutocracy really does hold the whip hand. Whatever this class has wanted to do with the schools, it has done. Let us now see, in the form of statistics, just what it has wanted to do. First, it has been far more interested in killing the young than in educating them. We are able to put this preference into figures, which is how the plutocracy likes a thing put. Its interest in war has been 93 times as great as its interest in education and science put together. According to an analysis of federal appropriations by the chief of the United States Bureau of Standards, the appropriation of the government for the year 1920, which was a year of peace, was as follows: past wars, 68%, future wars, 25%, civil departments, 3%, public works, 3%, education and science, 1%. Disregarding small fractions, out of a total of $5.685 million appropriation, the share of wars, past or future, was $5,279 million, and education and science combined got only $57 million. That represents federal appropriations. Still more illuminating is a study of the total expenditure of the American people for education, as contrasted with expenditure for other purposes. The survey for July. ASCU WHO Survey 371. 16, 1921, presents a table, the school's share in the nation's wealth. According to this, it appears that the American people spent in 1920, upon joy rides, races and pleasure resorts, $3 billion, and upon all departments of education in the entire country $1 billion. The American people spent upon sundaes, sodas, and drinking fountain delights, including ice cream, a total of $600,000,000, and upon higher education $137 million. The American people spent upon face lotions and cosmetics $750,000,000, and upon the public elementary schools $762,000,000. They spent upon chewing gum $50 million, and upon schools to train their teachers $20 million. They spent upon candy alone as much as they spent upon all departments of education, and upon cigars, cigarettes, and tobacco more than twice the amount. We are a self-satisfied people, and we propose to make our foreign population like ourselves, but we really ought to hesitate, because the 1920 census shows that in illiteracy we are behind nearly all the civilized nations: Australia, England, Scotland, Wales, New Zealand, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Denmark, Sweden, and Germany. We boast of 6% illiteracy, while Denmark has only 0.2%, Switzerland and New Zealand 0.3%, England and Wales 1.8%, the German Empire, which we went to war to destroy, had only 0.03%, which is 200 times better than the United States. The war brought us some definite information about our education. The Army test of illiteracy was based on the ability to read as well as children in the second grade, and 25% of our would-be soldiers flunked this test. We cannot get away by attributing our illiteracy to the Negroes, because Camp Devens in Massachusetts showed 22%, nor can we attribute it to the foreigners, because there were 700,000 native-born illiterates in the first draft. The chief of the Americanization Bureau estimates that there are 3.5 million native-born adults who cannot read any language. Also, it is worthwhile to glance at the physical condition of our people. More than one-third of the country's best manhood between the ages of 21 and 31 was disqualified because of physical defects, and 372. Another large percentage was later rejected for the same reason. 1/4 of all college boys were rejected. It would appear that shouting at football games does not constitute the whole of physical training. A report of the Committee on Health Problems of the National Council of Education estimates that 3/4 of our 25 million school children are suffering from physical defects. The professor of physical education at Columbia University tells us that 25% of our school children are underfed, while from 50 to 75% have defective teeth. You would think that our plutocracy would be concerned about these matters, even on purely business grounds. Taking the state of Massachusetts, 1 million workers lose an average of 9 days a year from sickness, which means in wage losses and medical bills $40 million, and $35 million a year additional expenses to the state. We spend on our school children less than $50 per child per year, which does not seem a munificent sum. Let us see what we spend per teacher. The United States Bureau of Education has provided up-to-date figures, in a study of rural school salaries for the year 1923, covering 1/2 the counties in the United States. The number of one-teacher schools reported was 97,758, and the average salary was $729. $60.75 per month will keep a teacher alive, but it won't keep her a teacher. According to a bulletin of the National Education Association, there are approximately 600,000 public school teachers, and 1/4 of them serve in the schools 2 years or less, and half of them serve less than 5 years. In other words, teaching is a temporary job, by which the teacher earns pin money until she can get a husband or something better. Naturally, these teachers do not trouble to acquire fitness for their work. 1/6 of them are under 20 years of age, and half of them have no professional preparation whatever. 10% have no education beyond the 8th grade, while half have no more than 4 years beyond the 8th grade. In other words, the teachers know as much as the pupils will know at the end of the school work and no more. These figures include the city schools, whose teachers have considerably more training. Let us see what reward they get for this extra training. The National Chamber of Commerce, in its survey of school salaries covering 359 cities, shows that in 1919-20 more than half the male elementary teachers were receiving less than $1,262 a year. Their salaries had increased 33% in 6 years, while the cost of living increased 104%. So naturally the men teachers are leaving the public schools. From 1880 to 1915, the percentage of men teachers fell from 42.8% to 9.6%, and this was before the increase in the cost of living. Said the Banker's Magazine, discussing this question, January, 1919, The Bankers Publishing Co., New York. We pay the day laborer more than the teacher because he is worth more, because he produces a service of greater value to society, just as the corporation manager is paid more than the preacher. Who is to blame for illiteracy in America? Is it the fault of the children and of the parents, or is it the fault of the propertied classes, who will not furnish schools for the poor? Upon the opening of the public schools, September, 1923, it appears that in New York, the richest city in the world, 150,000 children can receive only part-time instruction, while 200,000 will be taught in double sessions. Of the high school pupils, more than two-thirds will have to be content with less than normal instruction. Los Angeles is even worse, with 16% of its pupils unseated. Chicago follows with 12%. In the year 1921, with 1/6 of its population in the public schools, the propertied classes of the country saw fit to tax but 1.5 cents in every $100 of their income, to provide housing for the school children. The National Chamber of Commerce reports that 37% of city school buildings are fire traps, and only 5% are con-cidered fireproof. There is a strong movement underway for federal expenditures upon education. Educators recite that our government spent $600,000 for a book about horses. We spend $30 million annually on the prevention of diseases in hogs and cattle, and the destroying of insects which injure crops, so surely we ought to spend something on the child. But this money will have to be spent through our present political machines, and consider the figures of ex-Congressman John Bear, who made a study of federal educational expenditures, and showed that out of 374 more than $30 million appropriated for educational purposes, our chief educational agency, the Bureau of Education, expended less than 1% in actual administration of education. Federal educational activities are now directed through more than 80 different offices, divisions, bureaus, commissions, and other agencies of the government. Such is red tape in Washington, and if you follow the strands of this tape, you find it extending to all the 700,000 schoolrooms of the country. We have seen our great educators keeping the teachers in submission by loading them with routine work, reports, questionnaires, examinations, and re-examinations. The most universal complaint of the school teachers, from Los Angeles to Boston, and from Minnesota to Mississippi, has to do with this administrative and routine labor, taking up their time and destroying their eyesight and their nerves. This of course is the very essence of machine education, the running of schools by businessmen on the quantity production basis. It occurred to the National Council of Teachers of English to make a survey of conditions in their profession, and they found that the average teacher had 4 hours of theme reading to do every day, while the average high school teacher had 5 hours. Many reported that they skipped and schemed through every paper, others destroyed the great bulk of them unread and gave credit without reading. In high schools, the teachers of English were required to take care of 125 pupils per teacher. Needless to say, the survey reports that teachers of English are overworked, underpaid, under-equipped and underestimated. A detailed picture of this routine in one school is given in a paper, Should English Teachers Teach?, by Edwin M. Hopkins, professor of English at the University of Kansas, and editor of the English Journal. Professor Hopkins complains that English teachers do not have time to teach English, because of the other kinds of work piled upon them by those who run the great educational factories. Many teachers, it appears, have to do janitor work, because the schools have no janitor and divide such work among the teachers. Practically all teachers have to do school bookkeeping. In one school, the supervisor has provided printed forms with finely divided blanks, in which the teachers have to fill in information concerning no fewer than 60 items. These printed forms vary in size, from ordinary cards to sheets 15 by 20 inches. There are quarantine cards, record cards for office and superintendent, record of transfer to other schools, registration cards, 3 forms of attendance reports, inventories, seating charts, duplicate schedules, records must be kept of absence excuses, term record sheets, duplicate attendance slips, library cards and library service, correspondence duty, telephone duty, patrol duty, meeting parents, care of lockers and keys, returning lost books to pupils. A single item, the filling out of a library or textbook card for each pupil, occupies 7 full hours of the teacher's time for the pupils of a single section, and this principal makes 6 sections, of from 50 to 65 pupils each, the regular assignment of his English teachers. Other details include the filling in of from 40 to 100 separate items on each of the room cards, also the making of more than 70 entries of each pupil's full name and room number, on the seat charts of every recitation room, for each recitation hour and subject, there being 15 or 20 of these for each teacher. Then there are schedule cards, handled by a special committee of 3 members assisted by 10 or 12 volunteers. This takes 2 or 3 weeks of each semester, and the classes have to wait, doing no work while this is going on. Then there is the checking of assembly room slips, an average of 8 slips per pupil in a section of 40 pupils. Each of these 320 must be checked in its proper compartment on the individual pupil's room card, which is ruled for 50 compartments. For this item of duty no time allowance whatever is made. And if you trace all this back to its source, you will find it runs in a straight line, through Professor George D. Strayer and President Nicholas Murray Butler, to J.P. Morgan, the elder. I have mentioned that Strayer himself is the author of an elaborate series of card systems, which are sold in quantities to teachers, and you will find that the young men and women who come out from Strayer's mill are never happy till they get settled at some job of scoring. Thus one Columbia man is 25. 376. Marking a city map with a red dot for every high school student in each city block. Another writes to a book publisher, asking for 100 free copies of 6 different textbooks. He is testing out textbooks, 1,000 different volumes, using 100 copies of each. 2 other Columbia men, with the highest degrees, have been scoring history topics. They have marked subjects mentioned in 17 leading magazines for 5 years, a total of 92,000 references, showing how many times Columbus is named, and Magellan, and Theodore Roosevelt. They publish this in the Journal of Educational Research, of which Strayer is co-editor. And every teacher's college throughout the United States becomes a little Columbia, with some little Nicholas Miraculous at its head. I have a friend who was brought up within the shadow of such a place, and writes me what is going on. Listen. The education of the future high school teachers in Nebraska is largely in control of the Teachers College of the State University. And the Teachers College has a compact, steamroller organization run by a group from Columbia University, who are known to the irate professors in the other colleges of the university as the Columbia Ring. They direct very nearly the whole course of the candidates for the teachers' certificates, and you who know Columbia can easily imagine how they direct it. There is wild war between the Columbia Ring and the more liberal professors in the Arts and Science College, but the dear little teachers to be never hear anything about it. They go out to their various schools with their life's ideas supplied to them ready-made, and with the fine morale in the building of which the Teachers College prides itself to safeguard them against getting any new ideas. This young lady goes on to explain that so far as she knows, the Columbia Ring are perfectly sincere and earnest gentlemen, and no one has ever heard of the financial powers taking a hand in the matter. I am advising this correspondent to consult the goose step, and see who it was that paid for the costly education of these Nebraska educators. All the contributors are Wall Street gentlemen who never contributed $1 in their lives without being certain that they got $2 worth, and if they can train great educators to serve their interests sincerely and earnestly and without knowing it, is not that exactly the way the driver of a dray horse likes the horse to be? 377. Chapter XCI. The Little Red Schoolhouse may of course be anything, depending on the individual teacher. In our 200,001 teacher schools, there are many which are jolly and human, and many which are efficient, and many which are places of irritability and oppression. But the characteristic product of our modern system is the big school, the great educational mill, run by efficiency experts on a quantity production basis. These huge machines are but little influenced by individual personalities, they acquire momentum of their own, and grind up everything which gets in their way. These are the institutions in which our modern great educators specialize. The science of running them is what you get from experts such as Professor Strayer, head of the Department of Educational Administration of Columbia University. From the State of Pennsylvania Survey of the Schools of Philadelphia, I take this picture of a well-disciplined school. The teachers in charge watched very carefully and jotted down notes of the slightest transgressions. All pupils raising their eyes from their books were liable to punishment. The principal believed that the amount of study done by pupils in the study hall depended upon the man in charge. The strictest policing would produce the best results. The practice was clearly one of coercion and pressure. And now let us skip one half the continent and visit the high school at Superior, Nebraska, where a young lady of my acquaintance was a teacher 3 or 4 years ago. She writes, "The much vaunted discipline of this school included an ironclad military regime which forbade pupils ever to run up or down stairs or to cut corners in passing between classes. When classes were dismissed, 2 teachers were required to stand in the hall to see that nobody cut a corner or took 2 steps at a time. During General Assembly, when the whole school was gathered together, all the teachers were required to be in the auditorium and each was assigned 2 rows of students to watch during the program. No teacher was allowed to sit down during assembly, as she was expected to be watching her rows and seeing that no students exchanged a remark. The students not unnaturally referred to the school as the penitentiary, and 378. While they were still as mice when the superintendent was looking, the place seethed with suppressed revolt. Any sort of meanness that could be done on the sly was a shortcut to glory, and teachers were fair game for anybody who could torment them and get away with it." And now skip the other half of the continent, and read part of a letter from Mrs. Edith Summers Kelly, author of a splendid novel, Weeds. Mrs. Kelly describes what is happening to her 2 children in the schools of San Diego, California. At the junior high which my little girl, aged 11, attends, they are given no time to play at all. The children race directly from one classroom to another and have only half an hour for lunch. There is no chance whatever to form individual friendships, for as the 1200 race from classroom to classroom they are continually changing roommates, and instead of school friendships there is simply a confusion of half-familiar faces soon forgotten. My little girl still exchanges letters with the friends she made in school in Imperial Valley. But since she came here she has not made one friend. She could leave the school tomorrow without the slightest regret for it or any person, teacher, or pupils in it. This seems to me a most damaging thing to say about a school. At the junior high they keep strict account of time. If a child has to go to the toilet during a class he or she is given a detention slip, and has to stay after school the length of time that he was out of the classroom. This sounds like burlesque, but the child tells me that it is the sober truth. Of course they stuff them at both schools with flag saluting and patriotic songs, etc. Among other things they have taken the Anvil chorus from I. Trovatore and set to it some didactic patriotic words. With peace and union throughout our happy land, is all that the children remember, but you will agree with me that it is enough. There is a very strong tendency in both schools to subordinate individual consciousness to group consciousness. Both of my children are strongly individualistic, though differently so, and they resent this. The children are taught they should be loyal to their country, still more so to their state and city, and quite belligerently so to their school. They have cheerleaders, school yells and songs, and they hire men to coach the boys in their games so that they can beat the teams of other schools. The aim seems to be not to encourage the individual characteristics of a child but to make them all as nearly as possible alike. My little girl is possessed of insatiable mental curiosity, and yet she hates the school. This being the case, it seems to me the fault must be with the school. The point for you to get is that all this is training for democracy. The teacher in Nebraska just quoted confesses that she was a misfit, and explains the reason. The Educazione el Miss 379. Underscore, it seemed so perfectly inane to me to try to bring up citizens for a democracy under a system which is an old-style bureaucracy. The school board vents its lust for authority on the superintendent takes it out on the principal takes it out on the teachers, and the teachers take it out on the classes. The one unforgivable crime seems to be for student, teacher, principal, or superintendent to be disloyal or insubordinate to the upper layers of the hierarchy. With all the discipline and regimentation, just how much do the pupils succeed in learning? Dean Marshall of the University of Chicago was chairman of the Committee on Correlation of Secondary and Collegiate Education, and he examined the first 150 freshmen who registered for the School of Commerce and Administration at his university. He found that of these students, 59% had no modern history, 24% no United States history, 86% no English history, 92% no industrial history, 39% no civics, 72% no economics, 98% no sociology. And in the courses which they do take, how much do they learn? I think I do not exaggerate in saying that there is general complaint throughout the country that they learn far less than they should. Two illustrations come to me while I am writing. The first is from the San Francisco Examiner, November 10, 1923, and I quote it without change. Failure of students in the sophomore year at the Sacramento High School to solve problems involving the subtraction of 2 from 3 was announced today in connection with arithmetic examinations recently given to 500 pupils at the institution. In multiplying 3 by 2, 11 students failed, the test papers show, while 15 gave incorrect answers when asked to divide 6 by 3. Though a check of the examination papers has not yet been completed, early returns establish that 416 boys and girls could not multiply a mixed decimal by a plain decimal. The second is from the New York Times, July 22, 1923, and presents a column of data collected from examination papers on current events in the high schools of a Tennessee city. The Times mercifully withholds the name of the city, no doubt figuring that all are alike. Prizes were offered, and 1,160 high-school students entered a competition, to answer a list of 60 questions. The first discovery was that less than 28% knew the name of the governor of their own state. Michael Collins, Irish Free State leader, was described as ex-president. 382 were goslings. Of England, a noted bootlegger, real estate agent, head of labor union, manager Boston Red Sox, Chicago ball player, manager of Piggly Wiggly store. Clara Barton was classified as a movie actress, nurse whom the Germans murdered, racehorse, noted writer, woman who is to sing for Cosmo's Club, candidate for mayor of a city, an unmarried woman who lives in exile. It would appear that not many students in these Tennessee high schools have read The Goose Step, for when they were asked to identify Dr. Nicholas Murray Butler, they guessed, President Harding's private physician, a well-known Bible teacher, newspaper editor, a leader in the medical convention, minister, writer and essayist. Needless to say, they scored 100% of correctness on the identity of Babe Ruth, and they doubtless would have done the same for Fatty Arbuckle. And who won the last prize fight or the last World's Baseball Series, and who are Mutt and Jeff, and have we any bananas today? On the other hand, it would have been easy to frame questions dealing with the higher culture, on which the high school students would have scored 100% of failure. Mr. O.G. Wood, for 4 years a teacher and for 2 years clerk of the school board of Butte, Montana, writes, "The average American boy of today does not care a fig about the beautiful and art side of life. He wants to see the wheels go round and run an automobile and fix a spark plug. He is not studious. The foreign-born boy or the boy born of foreign parentage is far more studious than the American boy, and I have made an especial study of this subject right in the classroom. The American boy wants to get by. He will shuffle in and out of every class he can. He fakes from morning to night with all kinds of lies and excuses on his mind. It is doubtful if a single parent will think their boy does this, yet there are millions of them in the country. In the course of our travels from city to city we have seen our miseducated school children indulging in rowdyism, patronizing bootleggers, racing in high-powered automobiles, and spending the night at roadhouses. Someone with a sense of humor sends me a copy of a Texas newspaper, the Dallas Morning News, October 4, 1923, in which there are 3 items on one page, which seem to have been especially placed to vindicate my thesis concerning American education. The first item tells that D. Census of year No. 381. A committee of preachers are investigating the Southern Methodist University, to make sure that no one is teaching modern science. The second reports the director of physical training at this university, speaking at a luncheon of the Junior Chamber of Commerce, telling the youngsters that football is character building and training for life. The third item tells how 9 boys and 5 girls have been arrested and thrashed, either by their parents or their principals, for raiding a Jewish synagogue and doing more than $1,000 worth of damage. The Junior Ku Klux Klan. Chapter Lxxiath. Census of year No. The person who can tell us about the morals of our school children is Ben B. Lindsay, Judge of the Juvenile Court of Denver. Lindsay knows, not merely because he has been on the job for 25 years, but because he has evolved a technique for getting this particular information. The children come to him literally by thousands, not merely to tell him their troubles, but to ask his advice on every sort of question. Instead of sending delinquent children to jail, Lindsay has fought and exposed the gang politicians, the saloon keepers, the proprietors of wine rooms and dives who were preying on the young. At every election he has been fought by these powers, backed by the money of big business. He has been supported and elected by the children and their friends. Our little Ben, they call him, and court is more like a home or like what a school ought to be. The first principle upon which Lindsay proceeds is that he never snitches. Several times the powers that rule Denver have threatened to send him to jail, and on one occasion they fined him $500 for contempt of court, because he refused to betray a child's confidence. As I write, the grand jury is threatening him with imprisonment, because he has made the statement that the abortion rate of Denver is 1,000 per year, and he will not tell who the abortionists are, because he has learned their names from women and schoolgirls in trouble. 382. The Denver Board of Education has adopted a righteous attitude upon this question. Any teacher or principal who learns of immorality on the part of any Denver student is required to expel the student and notify the parents, which is an excellent way for the school authorities to keep from knowing uncomfortable facts. Lindsay tells me of a school superintendent who made a statement to reassure the parents. In more than 20 years' experience in the Denver schools, I have known of but 3 of our high school girls who were guilty of immorality. It happened that on that very day 4 such girls had come to Lindsay's court to seek his advice. He tells me that he knew of more than 300 sexual cases involving high school girls in a 2-year period of investigation, and 2/3 of these girls came to him of their own free will. More than 1,000 of high school age have confessed to him. And, mind you, these are not servant girls and shop girls and waitresses, the victims of poverty, but the daughters of Denver's leading families, Copper Kings and Coal Kings and Iron Kings and Gold Kings and Silver Kings, together with the lawyers who protect their property, and the doctors who look after their bodies, and the clergymen who save their souls. A prominent Denver churchman dramatically denounced Lindsay before a public body because of his attitude on the question of censorship, and this churchman's beloved daughter, a high school student, had confided her troubles to Lindsay, who helped her to be secretly treated for venereal infection. Another minister's daughter became involved with the son of a high-up school official. Both of them were recent high school students, and the affair developed under the steps of a school building while the young couple were on their way from church. You might hunt the moving pictures through and find no stranger incidents. Here comes a father, one of the great public utility men, who has been fighting Lindsay tooth and nail in politics. Now the man is broken. He has discovered that his beloved daughter is in trouble, and he is going to shoot the youth who seduced her. But Lindsay persuades him to wait, and the man promises to come back next day. He comes, and in Lindsay's chambers, by a coincidence not of Lindsay's planning, he meets his own son. The son, thinking the father has been brought there to confront him, breaks down and tells how he, the son, is responsible for the pregnancy of a young girl. At the railroad station, as Lindsay and I were parting, a costly limousine came rolling up, and 3 fashionable society beauties alighted, together with an elderly gentleman. They were the sort of people you see pictured in the fashion plates and advertisements of motor cars. Lindsay remarked to me, "One of those 3 girls came to my court. She was too rich to attend high school, she went to our fanciest and most expensive finishing school for young ladies, and she got into trouble, one night on the way home from the country club. She went away for 2 months and had her baby, and I saw to its adoption. I wanted the mother to adopt it herself, some day after marriage, but her nerve failed her. There are just 5 people who know the girl and myself, a doctor and a nurse, and a prominent young businessman, who happened to have a wife already. I suppose that if the girl's father knew, he'd drop dead on the spot." Lindsay insists that these conditions are not peculiar to Denver, on the contrary, matters are worse in other big cities. He attributes the evil in part to the prudery of parents. More girls are ruined by the attitude of their parents and teachers than by the girls' own acts. The parents keep the girls ignorant, and drive them to rebellion by their unwillingness to face the facts of life. Lindsay himself tries to tell the parents, but they will not listen. They prefer to spit on Lindsay's shoes. Such was a resolution before the real estate exchange in 1914, when the miners' wives whose children had been burned in the Ludlow massacre were taken by Lindsay to interview President Wilson in Washington. It happens many times that Lindsay gets permission from some girl to tell the girl's parents. He sends for the parents, and starts to tell them, and there come looks of incredulity and even of rage. He is accusing their precious children, and the parents are up in arms to deny the charge and defend their offspring. I told you how Lindsay has been barred from speaking in the Denver high schools. All over the country he is invited to speak in other schools on his last lecture. 384. Trip he spoke to 35,000 adolescent boys and girls. He talked to them straight, but now and then a principal would timidly ask him to avoid improper subjects. In one city he was informed that it would be distasteful to the school board, who expected to be present, if he were to discuss love, marriage, or divorce. He omitted these delicate matters, but after the lecture 50 children, mostly girls, crowded about him, begging him to answer questions. And what were the questions? What did he think about marriage, divorce, love, and beauty? Here were these starved little souls pining for real knowledge about the vital things of their lives, and it was distasteful to the school board to permit them to learn. A still more powerful cause is the example which the parents of these children are setting. Many are brought up in luxurious homes, with a multitude of servants. They are used to every gratification, automobiles and chauffeurs and extravagant clothes. They hear the smart talk of the young matrons, they read the literature of the new license, they go to the movies and drink the poisons of Hollywood. Recently Lindsay visited one of the fashionable hotels at Colorado Springs, and there he met a lovely girl from a Denver high school. She made no concealment of the fact that she was enjoying the gaieties of the season with a lover, and when the judge remonstrated, she laughed and pointed out Mrs. So-and-so, one of Denver's leading society matrons, who was there with a prominent businessman, not her husband. "Their rooms are on the same floor as ours," said the girl. Society girls, nowadays, know that their parents are breaking the laws, not merely in business, but in their private lives. They take it for granted that there is wine on every table, and booze in every hip pocket and vanity bag. Their religion is a fairy tale, and they have nothing with which to replace it. They have learned about birth control but not quite thoroughly, it would appear from Lindsay's experiences. So they have to ascertain the names and addresses of the fashionable abortionists. The leading doctors possess the knowledge, and will give you the tip. The only people who do not know are the prosecuting authorities. The teacher's job. 385. In the course of my trip I visited a certain wealthy relative. According to the fashion of the time, This old gentleman chatted about his bootleggers, and told how the cellar of his country home had been broken into, and some tens of thousands of dollars worth of precious old liquors had been stolen. But there was more to replace it. My relative was making mint juleps for the rest of the company while he denounced the 18th Amendment. After he had said his say, and his son had done likewise, and H.L. Mencken had agreed with them, the old gentleman asked me, "Upton, what do you think about it?" My answer was, "I don't think it's a Bolshevik plot, but if it were, it wouldn't be different." The old gentleman sat up, for he was keen on Bolshevik plots. I explained. The poor cannot afford much liquor, so they stay sober, the rich can afford all they want, and they get it. If this continues for another 10 years, the rich will have got to a condition where they can no longer pull the trigger of a machine gun. So the Bolsheviks will have their way. Chapter 6. The Teacher's Job. We have seen what becomes of the child in the great educational mill. Let us now see what becomes of the teacher. Let us inquire, to begin with, how the teacher gets in. Put yourself in the position of the graduate of a high school or normal school who wishes to enter the cheap and easy profession. I consult a book called Out of Work, by Francis A. Kellier, a detailed study of the problems of unemployment in America. Turning its pages, I realize what a vast trap for the poor our country is and how little the teachers count in the mass of misery. The problem of jobs for teachers gets only 8 or 10 out of the 549 pages of this book. The placement of educators has fallen into the hands of great private agencies. These teachers' bureaus have set up the claim that they are not common employment agencies, and on this basis have generally escaped license fees and regulations. They collect from the 386 Tuesday goslings. Teachers a fee, somewhere from $2 to $5, usually called a consultation fee. It gives you the high privilege of having your name enrolled for 1 year, and of visiting the office and asking questions of a clerk. A great many agencies live entirely upon such fees, that is to say, they list the teachers' names and do nothing else. One agency charges $3 in its main office, and then advises you to register in 10 branch offices at $1 each. One agency charged $2 for advice only, and when a teacher paid the money, the advice she got was, "Try some other line, as the demand for women teachers is very small this year." When you get a position, the agency claims 5% of your first year's salary, and in some cases 10%. You have to pay the entire sum within 1 or 2 months, and even though you lose the position immediately afterwards, you don't get the fee back. If you get an increase of salary, you pay a percentage on that. If you get board as part of your salary, you pay a percentage on that. Says Miss Kellier, a contract seems to give an agency a lien on a teacher for at least 1 year, and sometimes for longer. It requires considerable skill to find any rights or protection for the teachers in these contracts. Many of the agencies require the teachers to give them information about vacancies, thus turning the teachers into unpaid canvassers for them. They freely use threats of removal to compel teachers to fulfill their unfair contracts. A hint of later information to a school board can cause all kinds of trouble. Some of the states now have bureaus for placing teachers, some of the universities do it, and at the big plutocratic institutions this placing bureau becomes a cog in the machine, and is used for the browbeating of teachers. Several have told me of this kind of thing. I am permitted to recite the peculiar experience of Mr. Otto Koebe at Stanford. Inasmuch as Mr. Koebe's name has a German sound, I mention that he is the son of a Swiss diplomat, and the incident happened in 1912, when German names were entirely respectable. Mr. Koebe had been graduated from the Colorado State Teachers College, and then from the University of California, and went to take a master's degree at Stanford. As a result of his declaring himself a socialist, he was secretly black. The teacher's JOS 387. Listed by the appointment office of the university. For 9 years he struggled to get a good teacher's position, and his applications were always turned down until finally a friend betrayed to him the reason. In the recommendations which Stanford was sending out concerning him there were statements about his political views, say designed to keep him from getting employment. The agencies, both private and public, of course give close attention to the character of teachers and to their opinions. I have referred to the fact that some city school superintendents require teachers to join the NEA. A high school instructor, whose name I am not permitted to quote, says, "I have known of many fellows who have been refused positions as teachers of printing in manual training shops because they were known to belong to labor unions. I myself carry a card, but I never tell my superiors about it." At Wheeling, West Virginia, the official application blank asks you for references, including your pastor. When you furnish this information, a blank is sent to each of the references, asking among other things, has applicant ever shown a tendency towards extreme radicalism, and does applicant take any part in church work? Hundreds of superintendents follow this practice of asking about the church affiliations of teachers, in spite of the fact that to ask such a question of an applicant for a public position is to violate the constitutional rights of a citizen. Mr. David H. Pierce declares, "For the sake of a job, many Catholics become Episcopalians, and Jews turn into Unitarians for the time being. I know of one teacher in a small college, a Congregationalist, who has successively been Baptist and Methodist, and who has informed me confidentially that he is willing to become a member of any church under the sun, just as long as he can keep on teaching music. One of my personal friends, in seeking a college position, invariably discovers what denomination the school is, then furnishes credentials to show that he is a devout member of that particular church. I have a letter from a teacher in California, who discusses the taming of her profession. I know of no teacher who has put up a harder fight against the gang, and it is significant that even this hard fighter asks me not to use her name," she writes. The average teacher is a cringing coward, and boards of education play this as their trump card. The only recommendation the teacher has is a clean bill from her last birth. She is given no chance to make good in a new position. "Where did you teach last year?" is the first question she is asked. "Why did you leave?" the second one. Unless a teacher has pull and friends, it is practically impossible for her to get a position, if she has lost her previous one by the will of the Board of Trustees. By this you can see it is the same with her as for a doctor to lose his certificate. Teachers know and fear this, boards know it and work it to control teachers. Boards control their teachers usually through their major domo, the city superintendent. If he is fair, and a man of convictions, the board cannot do much, but he is dependent upon the board for his position, and unless he pleases them he may go the way of the teacher who dares think for herself. Mr. David H. Pierce has been a high school teacher for 5 years, and does not expect to remain one. He explained the reason in a very illuminating article published in the Survey, May 15, 1923. He says, "We graduated from college, having specialized, let us say, in mathematics. In the course of 2 years we have presided over classes in elocution, biology, economics, vocational guidance, sociology, German, and chemistry. We get no intellectual stimulation from our neighbors in the school. Outside the school we are addressed as professor, by elderly people who do not know us. We become experts in sitting through lengthy prayer meetings and meaningless sermons. We develop remarkable skill in dodging revivals. Our names are coupled, in turn, with every eligible girl between 14 and 40 in the community. About once a month a preacher cheers us by saying, 'Next to the ministry, brothers and sisters, there is no greater calling than that of the teacher.' The opportunity to mold our youth into citizens is unlimited. I sometimes believe that they are even on a level with those who follow in God's footsteps." Mr. Pierce pictures himself becoming dissatisfied with his position, and applying to an agency, and filling out a blank. We underscore 3 times those subjects we prefer to teach, draw 2 lines under those we have taught, and add a single line for those branches we can teach. Having covered possibly 20 subjects, we are ready to prove to any school board within 500 miles that we are the most educated, experienced and docile individual our alma mater has produced in a decade. We prepare a barrage of testimonials from board members who never entered our classroom, preachers with whom we have never had a frank discussion, and college instructors who must rack their memories to recall us. The fact that we may be specialists in one or two branches is immaterial. The agency wants its 5% and we want. Teachers T error 389. A job. We never allow ourselves to be discountenanced by strange requests. A colleague tells me that in applying for his first position he received a telegram from an agency, asking, "Can you teach sociology?" He replied at once in the affirmative, secured the position and was reasonably successful. After he had assumed his duties he frankly said, "Sociology was new to me. I had to look in the dictionary to find what the word meant." A teacher who had specialized in Latin, taught, within a few years, algebra, English, civics, German and Spanish as well as his preferred subject. One woman, trained as an instructor in the domestic arts, was assigned a hash of household arithmetic, calisthenics, music, and storytelling. This is the lot of the great majority of high school teachers. We are doomed to be intellectually unskilled laborers, masters of nothing. Chapter Lex. Teachers' Terror. I have given in the goose step a list of some of the offenses for which college professors have lost their jobs. I might do the same thing for school teachers, and include everything, from refusing to pass the son of a school board member to refusing to become the mistress of a superintendent. The main trouble is that you would not believe the stories without the teachers' names, and these can so seldom be given. Even when the teacher has quit the profession, her terror still hangs on. One writes me that her husband will not let her talk, and others must protect their relatives who are teachers. I have a letter from one young lady, who tells me that she has quit teaching and is earning a good living as a newspaper writer, but she adds, "On second thought, I am afraid after all I shall have to ask you not to use my name. I despise being a rabbit, but my father is a professor in the state university. It would be too bad if he should have to suffer for my opinions." This young lady goes on to express her conclusion as to the teaching profession. I quote one paragraph. "What drives the teachers in this state to marriage, suicide, or stenography is not the tyranny of wealth of which they are so unconscious that even I am not sure whether it exists, but the petty tyranny of public opinion and of tin horn superintendents who rejoice in showing off their power. Where a teacher knows that she cannot dance or bob her hair or walk about the town alone at night without getting a severe reprimand, and 390. Where she knows that it is as much as her job is worth to receive a call from one of her boy students, even although it be to hear him confess his personal problems, she is not going to be much tempted to any wild flights of intellectual speculation. Being spied on by the thousand eyes of a village soon dries up the springs of adventure before they reach the surface." Mr. David H. Pierce also has something to say on this subject. He points out that in this respect teaching differs from all other professions. Neither lawyers nor doctors nor engineers permit their superiors to exercise control over their social life, and forbid them to dance or play an occasional game of bridge. Neither are they kept in such subservience that they regard themselves as bold progressives when they utter harmless platitudes. Says Mr. Pierce, "I have known teachers to be dismissed for combating shady athletics. Others have been forced out because they expected children of influential parents to do a little work for their credits. In the course of 5 years, I have been warned, officially or otherwise, to refrain from discussing organized labor, the Negro problem, evolution, the miners' strike, dancing, card playing, the controversy between the chiropractors and the allopaths, and government control of railroads." And Mr. Bert Adams Tower, who fled all the way to Hawaii to escape from the school gang, adds a new and unique one to this list. "A few months before leaving Butte I was called on the carpet for receiving a letter on your stationery. Said a teacher at the 1923 convention of the Northeastern Ohio Teachers Association, "The situation today is that if you don't accept and apologize for every institution, good, bad and indifferent, you immediately become suspect. There are two very funny stories which I got from friends of the teachers, and which I am permitted to tell provided I suppress, not merely the names of the teachers and the school, but of the city in which the incident took place. These stories have to do with Bolshevik hunts, and the hero of the first is a high school boy. He is the son of intellectual parents, but is a mediocre pupil, being obviously bored by school work. He is required to write a theme, and comes to his teacher and tells her that he cannot get warmed up to such subjects as Beowulf and the Rape of the Lock, and wonders if she won't let him write on something real. She asks what he would choose. And imagine her bewilderment, he would like to write on Bolshevism. The teacher probes the boy's mind, and finds that he knows of Bolshevism as something wicked. He would like to expose those who are trying to spread such wickedness in America. The teacher refuses consent, but the boy comes back and begs again. The teacher points out to him the seriousness of such a subject, and the dangers of it. He promises to be very serious and very careful, and gets the consent of his parents, so finally the teacher relents, and the boy falls to work. He is interested for the first time, and brings in a theme which shows real study. The teacher demands more, so the boy scours the city for original data. In the end, he presents an excellent paper attacking Bolshevism. From a pupil with a low record on Beowulf and the Rape of the Lock, he suddenly shines as the A pupil of his class. But now comes a terrible rumor, spreading like wildfire through the silk-stocking district of the city. Someone in the high school has been teaching Bolshevism. A pupil who wrote against Bolshevism had been failed because he differed with his teacher. The local babbits rise up and roar, and the principal of the school comes to the teacher in terrible distress, and scolds her severely. The teacher demands the name of her accusers and finally is told that the complaint has come from the chief of police. She threatens to go to the chief, whereupon the principal writes a long letter of introduction, explaining to the chief that the teacher has already been severely reprimanded. The teacher protests against this letter, and finally the principal consents to run his pencil through the word severely, otherwise he is obdurate, and at the next meeting of the faculty he issues the order that in future no reference to socialism or Bolshevism is to be allowed in any classroom of this high school. The teacher refuses to take the incriminating letter, and seeks out the assistant superintendent, who happens to know the boy personally, and takes the teacher to the chief of police. The chief explains that the boy came to him, asking for data, and received some pamphlets which had been taken in a red raid. Soon afterwards the chief was talking before a Sunday school class of parents on the subject, "What are your boys and girls doing?" 26. 392. He mentioned, as an instance of creditable activity, the fact that a boy in the high school was looking up Bolshevism, getting first-hand information so that he could refute the Bolsheviks. So the specter was laid. The teacher has gone back to Beowulf and the Rape of the Lock, and the high school principal has been promoted to be assistant superintendent. The other incident happened in a city 1,500 miles away, but the babbits cover a continent just like the Bolsheviks. We come to an old and cultured city, with a high school of which the city is proud. In this school a teacher of English suddenly decided that it was her duty to find out what her pupils thought about Bolshevism. She had them write a theme, and discovered to her dismay that a number of them did not think altogether ill of the subject. She hastened to her principal, who was equally shocked. He called a meeting of the teachers, and instructed them that the 2,000 pupils of the school were to be immediately educated as to the wickedness of Bolshevism. School assemblies would be held, and the teachers would talk to the pupils about the aforesaid wickedness. Also they might get someone from the outside who knew more about this wickedness. The young man who told me the story is a friend of the principal, and saw the whole adventure from the inside. One teacher, when his turn came, told the pupils that he thought we had plenty of things to concern ourselves about at home, and that it was our duty to clean our own house. The principal rebuked this teacher, saying that his talk had been too tame. "You didn't say a word about the nationalization of women." So the principal himself talked about the nationalization of women, and in the fall, when the campaign was taken up again, a zealous teacher, whom I will call Mr. Jones, went out and inquired at a church forum for the name of a competent speaker against Bolshevism. Somebody with a sense of humor gave the name of Moisey J. Algin, well known as a supporter of the Soviet government. Poor Mr. Jones, too trustful of his fellow men, invited Comrade Algin, who came and lectured. I asked Algin about the incident, and quote from his letter, so that you may see for yourself. He writes. Teacher's Terror 393. I explained in a more or less scientific way how it came that the Bolsheviki obtained the upper hand. I drew a picture of the forces that made for Bolshevism, among them the craving of the masses for peace, the craving of the peasants for land, and the explicit desire on the part of the workingmen to assume control over the factories. I was simply a man who thinks he knows something about Russia and explains the working of social forces. The lecture created great consternation among the teaching staff, but the pupils were most enthusiastic. After the lecture was over, the speaker was asked by Mr. Jones what he thought of a man by the name of Lenin, to which he answered mildly that this was something for history to decide. But, as you know, the Babbitts are not willing to await the verdict of history. A child took home this story to her parents, and the local Babbitts flew to arms. A newspaper exploded with a scare story, all the way across the front page. It happened to be just at the time that a high public official was about to be tried for malfeasance in office, and he was glad of a red herring to draw across the trail. His office summoned poor Mr. Jones and proceeded to put him through the 3rd degree. One of the inquisitors grabbed Mr. Jones' fraternity pin. What's that? And what do you know about the American Revolution? For 2 days the grilling went on, and each day the newspapers had more frightful stories. Mr. Jones came out mopping his brow, and vowing, well, if anything could make me a Bolshevik, it would be such public officials. You know how it is, these Soviet propagandists are cunning rascals, and hide under many disguises. The local Babbitts were sure they had an agent of Lenin in this high school teacher, so they called in the United States Secret Service, which took the trail, and followed Mr. Jones day and night for 2 weeks and reported that he did not go anywhere except to a Methodist prayer meeting. So finally the Babbitts were convinced that their teacher might be given another chance, but the principal received special orders he was never to invite another speaker without first submitting the name to the superintendent. 394. Another incident, to show you what it means for teachers who deal with the finer things of life to work under the shadow of this black hand. I happen to know a lady who is head of the Department of English in a high school of a great city. This lady is a lover of literature, and a teacher of the highest gifts. She knows how to inspire the young, not merely to read and think about books, but in all their school activities, their magazines and debates and dramatic performances. It happens that she is a socialist, and makes no bones about teaching the children to think for themselves about our social system. Also it happens that she is a lady, in the technical sense of that word. She is good to look at, she was brought up in the Episcopal Church, she is received in the best society, and so it has been impossible for half a dozen successive school boards to get rid of her. Incessant intrigue has gone on against her, but she has quietly ignored it, and done her work. This lady was invited to dine at the home of the school board president, a prominent judge, a wealthy Republican politician, and incidentally a gross barroom animal. The primary purpose of the judge was to get the lady to appoint his daughter as a teacher in her department, but before bringing up that subject, he brought up another one. I want you to know, he said, that I realize you are a socialist, and that you teach the girls free love. The lady rose up, and said, I will not discuss that question with you, Judge Smith. All right, said Judge Smith, you don't need to, but I've got the goods on you just the same. The lady's reply was, I don't know what you've got, and I decline to permit you to tell me. But Judge Smith laughed, and went on to tell. You've given the girls a poem by Walt Whitman called The Mystic Trumpeter, and I took the trouble to read it, and I know what's in it. Now, I will not complete the story. If I should quote you the lines to which the barroom judge objected, apart from their context, you also might misunderstand. Get the poem, which you will find in Leaves of Grass, the section called From Noon to Starry Night, and read a piece of real eloquence. Meantime, I conclude this chapter with letters from 2 teachers. I have many too. The SC Who Surfs 395. The same purport, but the book is long, and 2 will serve as types of all. A man teacher in California writes: I have a humiliating request to make of you, Mr. Sinclair. Not having made provision for going out of the teaching business, I am afraid to have you mention the matter. The story will be unfailingly traced to me in what will probably be a brief time, considering the interest commanded by your goose step, and retribution will be sure to follow. I have so many sins to answer for before such unpromising judges within the next year that I have not the courage to add this delightful one to the rest just now. Will you sacrifice those 2 paragraphs? The other letter is from a man teacher in the far northwest. You may think it strange that I am writing to you to repeat my request that you in no way use my name in connection with the data that I sent to you for the goslings, nor word any passage in such a way that my name could be associated with any of the facts that it contains. I believe that I have sent newspaper clippings confirmatory of the various statements of fact. In any case, omit any seemingly significant item rather than connect my name with it. As you well know, if any person here should suspect me of having so much as passed on to you information of common knowledge which is contained in newspaper clippings, in a very short time it will reach the ears of those who would unhesitatingly put an end to my professional career. At my time of life, with a family, and a very meager portion of this world's goods, I cannot afford to allow my name to be associated with an enterprise of this kind, however much I may be in sympathy with it. With physical condition not at all vigorous and no trade or business experience, you can readily understand what publication of my name, or the faintest suspicion of me, would lead to. Although my wife is the only person here whom I have told of my action, she has become very apprehensive of late, lest something creep into your book which would fasten suspicion upon me. In fact, she is verging into a highly nervous state, unable to drive the thought out of her mind. May I ask, in order that her anxiety may be relieved, that you send me a letter assuring me that my name, or any words that may indicate me as a contributor of data, be kept from the pages of the Goslings. Chapter 000. The School Serfs. We have asked the question, is a teacher a citizen? I can name a few places in the United States in which a teacher may be a citizen, provided he or she is willing to give up promotion and honors. Under those conditions. 396. A teacher may be a citizen in Chicago, Milwaukee * and New York, and I might think of a few other places if I searched my memory. On the other hand, if I wished to name places where a teacher is not a citizen, I could cover every state in the Union, and districts large enough to include several states. You have seen that a teacher is not a citizen in North Dakota or in South Dakota. A teacher is not a citizen in Pennsylvania, where teachers' unions have been outlawed by decree of the state superintendent. A teacher is not a citizen in Terre Haute, Indiana, where the superintendent has declared that no one may teach history who believes in the recall. A teacher is not a citizen in the state of Washington, where Miss Alphavensk was turned out for protesting against the mobbing of nonpartisan league members, nor in Texas, where a gentleman whose name I withhold out of kindness to him, writes me how he has wandered from place to place seeking a school where a teacher may be a socialist outside of school hours. He started out over 30 years ago, and in those days a teacher could be a populist, but nowadays he has to hide, and even then they find him. A teacher is not a citizen in Oklahoma, where Mr. A. Bagwell, who began life as a Methodist minister, and is now a Christian socialist, has been hounded from public school to public school all over the state for 15 years. Mr. Bagwell's story is told in a series of 9 two-column articles in the Oklahoma Leader, and it would take several pages even to sketch his adventures. I glance over the articles and note the names of town and county schools where he got into trouble never for any reason but his socialist opinions: Gotebo, Greer, Blue Jacket, Weatherford, Ardmore, Springer. The last place is Gotebo, where Mr. Bagwell was county superintendent, and the American Legion held its state convention and complained that the firing squad was not being sufficiently used on teachers. So this Christian socialist was kicked out, and although he presents affidavits from literally hundreds of people. It is amusing to note that after writing this sentence I learned from a Milwaukee teacher that the Teachers Association was at first denied admission to the Recreational Council, a league of civic organizations for school improvement, upon the explicitly stated ground that teachers are not citizens. Where he has taught, including the school boards, he travels from one to another of his superiors demanding a hearing on the charges against him, and can get no hearing. A teacher is not a citizen in Leesville, Louisiana, where Mr. Otto Coeb went to teach history in the high school. A mile from this town lies the Llano Colony, at which 300 or 400 hard-working earnest men and women are making an effort to prove that human beings can labor from other motives than individual greed. Mr. Coeb thought this an interesting experiment, and wanted to write about it. He went to study it and was informed by the superintendent that if he continued such visits he could not remain a teacher in the high school. So he gave up his position, and now has none. Nor is a teacher a citizen in Dallas, Texas, where many years ago Mr. George Clifton Edwards, a teacher of Latin and mathematics, committed the crime of being a socialist. The school board was a quiet, vestry-like body, and let him alone, but a certain rich lumberman, a combination of note shaver and psalm singer named Owens, served notice on them that if they did not fire the socialist, he would elect a board that would. They did not, and so he did. From that time on, big business has run the schools, and has fired 3 other teachers, the best qualified in the city. They have closed all the night schools save one, which is practically an adjunct of the big department stores. As Dallas is a city of great distances, this means that evening instruction is denied to the working class. Nor is a teacher a citizen in Austin, Texas, where 63 of them joined a union, and all the officers were dismissed. The president of the union, Mr. E.S. Blackburn, appeared before the superintendent and demanded the reasons in his own case. Mr. Blackburn was director of manual training, and the superintendent told him he didn't administer his department well. As the teacher had given the 16 best years of his life to the work, and loved it passionately, this hurt his feelings, and he asked for specifications. The superintendent, after some pondering, cited the fact that Mr. Blackburn hadn't a woodblock floor in his manual training shop. The next question was, what school did have such a floor, and that was rather 398. A poser, but finally the answer was forthcoming: the Manual Training High School of Chicago. Mr. Blackburn at once telegraphed to Chicago, and 3 hours later was informed by Western Union that there was no manual training high school in Chicago. Continuing his researches by telegraph, he learned that no manual training shop in Chicago had a woodblock floor. He laid these messages before the board, which was speechless, but nevertheless voted to sustain the superintendent. Take Elgin, Illinois, a manufacturing city run by the open shoppers, with the usual board of businessmen and retainers. The condition of the schools was so bad that the teachers formed an organization, not a union, as they explicitly repudiated union tactics. They wanted merely a respectable teachers' association, affiliated with the National Education Association. But the Black Hand wouldn't stand even that, and persecuted the teachers to such an extent that they went into politics and tried to educate the public, and failed. The Black Hand, having been victorious at the polls, reappointed its superintendent, and he proceeded to get rid of 6 teachers and 8 principals who had supported the teacher's ticket, and to put 17 other teachers on monthly contracts, so that they would have to be good. One of the principals who lost her place had been in the Elgin school system for 26 years, and expressed her feelings about the matter by taking poison and dying. You have heard of the Chinese custom of committing suicide upon the doorstep of some tyrannical mandarin. It would appear that this is the one form of protest left to American school teachers in open shop cities. In this case it was successful, because public clamor, accompanied by threats of lynching, caused the open shop superintendent to quit. A teacher is not a citizen in Atlanta, Georgia, where the teachers organized to work for salary increases and for larger school appropriations, and Miss Julia Riordan, a principal with a 20 years record, was so courageous as to help them. 3 prominent businessmen called upon members of the board, and instructed them to slap the Teachers Association by discharging Miss Riordan. They did so in secret session, and without giving their victim a chance to defend herself. Then they proceeded to fill the newspapers with mysterious hints as to this teachers' offenses. One of the board members, Mr. M.C. Calley, a gay humorist who represented a New York bond house, explained that he voted against granting Miss Riordan a hearing because of affidavits which he had received under seal, concerning this teacher. If those affidavits are true, I cannot vote to give Miss Riordan a hearing. If they are not true, somebody could be prosecuted. The humorous Mr. Macaulay failed to explain how anyone could know whether the affidavits were true, unless the principal were given a chance to refute them. He failed to explain how somebody could be prosecuted, so long as nobody knew who somebody was, or what somebody had charged. A teacher may be a citizen in Buffalo, New York, provided that he or she is a very courageous and determined citizen. There was formed in Buffalo the Teachers' Educational League, to deal with the wretched condition of the schools. In 1920 they published a pamphlet, in which they discussed the school situation. I quote 4 of the paragraphs to which the school board made objection. We cherish the pious hope that in some not too distant day there may arrive in the positions of administration of the schools men and women of sufficient vision to realize the importance to education of the intelligent and free-minded cooperation of the teachers. Since 1910 every increase in salary for the grade teachers has been secured by the sole efforts of the Teachers' Educational League, and with the active opposition of the heads of the school department. We advocate a sane and sound training for children and cannot fail to deplore the current makeshift in the form of drives and campaigns and petty pedagogical pastimes. The schools are overrun with charlatanism and quackery of the very cheapest form. The School Board of Buffalo had as its president the local head of the Standard Oil Company, and as its other members a lawyer to the rich, a son of a banker, a son of a great lumber merchant, and a wife of a rich man. The action of these 5 was to summon the teachers and question them as to their responsibility for the pamphlet, but refusing to let them produce any evidence of the truth of their statements. After which the board met in secret session, and dismissed the president and the recording secretary of the Teachers' Educational League. Also they 400 found 4 other officers of the league guilty of disrespect, defiance, and insubordination, and sentenced them to be removed, but with the privilege of being restored to their positions if they would sign an apology and promise to be good in future. 3 accepted these terms. The other, together with the 2 who were unconditionally dismissed, appealed to the State Commissioner of Education, and it is pleasant to be able to record that this official reversed the action of the school board. So it appears that a teacher can be a citizen in Buffalo provided she is willing to face a scandal and an expensive lawsuit. All this is a part of the open shop movement, whose purpose is to keep the wage slaves from organizing and acquiring power. From coast to coast both school boards and superintendents are solid on this question. In my home city of Pasadena, the Board of Education unanimously adopted a resolution condemning the affiliation of teachers with the American Federation of Labor. At a convention of superintendents in Riverside, California, Superintendent Wilson of Berkeley declared that the ends for which teachers' unions strive are unsound. In New York, the State Commissioner of Education, John H. Finley, made the same statement, his ground being that a teacher is in the same category as a soldier, an officer in the Army of Future Defense. Commissioners and superintendents who want to know how to enforce military discipline among teachers may receive instruction from Mr. J. W. Crabtree, Secretary of the National Education Association, and formerly president of a state normal school in Wisconsin. At an NEA convention he said to a friend of mine, "My teachers will never form a union. I keep their noses to the grindstone." Consider the experience of Miss Lyda H. Mills, for 29 years a teacher in the schools of Wichita, Kansas. The teachers there had no tenure, and were getting the munificent salary of $40 per month. They proceeded to organize, and Miss Mills, who was head of the Latin department in a high school, committed the crime of becoming president of their organization. The president of the Board of Education was a bank cashier, and he first fought her, and then fired her. She addressed a protest to the board, which the board ignored. Tuesday Shu.T surfs 401. She found a job on the Pacific coast, leaving her mother and father back in Kansas. She has returned 20 times to see them, quite an inconvenience for a poor teacher. The Wichita board had to invite 8 other teachers before they found someone to take Miss Mills' place, but of course they always find someone in the end. In San Antonio, Texas, there were no funds to increase the teachers' salaries, and it was proposed to raise the money by private subscription, a method of putting the teachers under bonds to the bankers. That this was the plan became evident when the teachers began to form a union, and one banker withdrew a contribution of $50,000 which he had promised. The teachers went on with their union, however, and got some 350 members, also a separate union of colored teachers with 100 members. In the following spring, the 2 active organizers of the union were jet out, one of them a school principal who had been teaching the Mexicans for 12 years, and had spent a good part of his own salary in providing equipment for them, the other a high school teacher, a university graduate with 4 years' excellent record. Both were well recommended by the superintendent, but the board fired them, and 12 more teachers resigned, with the result that both the white and colored teachers' unions have disappeared from San Antonio. In Houston, Texas, the teachers joined the American Federation of Labor, and the unions threatened the mayor with a recall, and the school board almost doubled the minimum teachers' salaries. But then came Mrs. Josephine C. Preston, past president of the National Education Association. You remember the lady who presided at the Salt Lake Convention, with Professor Strayer of Columbia seated at her right hand. Now we discover what the makers of educational greatness are up to. The great Superintendent Preston told the teachers of Houston that it would be far better for them to belong to her organization. It didn't cost so much, and it was so much more genteel. So the teachers deserted the labor unions en masse. The president of the American Federation of Teachers remarked to me sorrowfully, "The price of a teacher in the United States is $50, meaning that a teachers' union would agree to disband if the board of 402 education would give them $50 a year increase of wages as the price of their civil rights." Chapter Lxcitai. The Teachers' Union. The effect of official tyranny such as we have been observing is to reinforce and intensify the occupational diseases of the teaching profession, which are timidity and aloofness from real life. The teacher lives in a little world of her own. She spends many hours every day with her children, and other hours in reading their themes, and marking their examination papers, and making out complicated reports. For the rest, she knows only her colleagues, whose life is as narrow as her own. And this is the way her superiors want it? Said the superintendent in Agra, Kansas, to a young lady graduate of Wellesley College, "You ought to have gone to a normal school instead of to college. There they teach the teachers just what they ought to know, and not anything else." It hardly needs saying that a world which is 5% male and 95% female is an abnormal world, with many jealousies and suppressions. The teacher is, as a rule, either a very young woman, looking forward to escape through matrimony, or else a woman grown prematurely old, and watching with suspicious eye the covetings of youth. The tendency of women thus placed to curry favor with their superiors, and to be spiteful toward their rivals, is very strong, and the only way to keep the schoolroom from becoming a place of fussing and fretfulness is to open the windows to the airs which blow in the outside world. The teacher must have a vital interest in the great causes which are stirring the minds of men. She must have some hope outside her own very slender chances of personal success. The teacher, in other words, must cease to be an individual. She must become part of a group. She must share the consciousness of an organized and disciplined body of workers, with a duty towards the future, and a means of carrying it out. In their efforts to keep the teacher an individual, the employing class has not relied upon terrorism alone. They use all their propaganda resources to take possession of. Tuesday TEACHERS Union 403. The teacher's psychology, to shut up her mind in class greed and snobbery. The teacher is a lady in 95% of cases, and in the other 5% the teacher is a gentleman. The teacher belongs to the white-collared class, and receives a monthly salary, never the degrading weekly stipend known as wages. Once or twice in a lifetime, the teacher is invited to a banquet, and given an opportunity to listen to bankers and merchants and manufacturers grow eloquent upon the dignity and nobility of the pedagogical profession. These same compliments the teacher finds in her capitalist newspaper, and her capitalist Saturday Evening Post, and Outlook, and Independent, and Literary Digest. The compliments cost less than nothing, because the advertisements more than pay for the paper and printing. Having spent my childhood in one of the larger-sized brick houses in Baltimore, I understand thoroughly the psychology of ladies and gentlemen, and the horror with which they contemplate common workingmen, with grimy hands and overalls and no collars, or worse yet, collars made of celluloid. Having left Baltimore 35 years ago, and spent the rest of my life studying modern economics, I write this book to tell the 700,000 school teachers of the United States that the path to independence and self-respect for them is the path of organization, and of full and wholehearted cooperation with organized labor. We have heard from the hired educators of big business a chorus of denunciation of teachers' unions, and their point of view is easy to understand. What I find hard to understand is their serene confidence in the inability of their wage slaves to put two and two together. In the very same breath in which these big business educators denounce teachers' unions, they praise the unions of bankers and merchants and manufacturers and lawyers, and urge the teachers to intimacy with these. Says J. W. Studebaker, Superintendent of Schools of Des Moines, in a circular for the National Education Association. The schools are linked up with the business interests of the city. Says C. L. Carlson, Director of Part-Time Education in the San Francisco Public Schools. The convenience of the employer must be the first consideration. Says Dr. Frank M. Levitt, Assistant Super. 404. Intendant of Schools in Pittsburgh. Of very great importance is the matter of establishing friendly and intelligent relations with the employers of the juvenile workers. Quotations such as this are scattered all through the Goslings, and I could collect another chapter full if it would help. Why may teachers belong to employers' unions and not to unions of their own? There are a few educators who have had the courage to put this question, one of them Professor John M. Brewer, of the Graduate School of Education of Harvard University. I owe an apology both to Professor Brewer and to Harvard, because in the goose step I forgot to mention him as one of our liberal educators. He discussed the question of teachers' unions in an excellent article in School and Society, January 14, 1922, and no doubt he will send you the leaflet if you ask for it. He points out that the utmost the teachers have so far dared to ask in the way of tenure is the right to a hearing before their superiors. But in Filene's department store in Boston, no worker can be discharged without a hearing before his fellow workers. When will the teachers of America have the courage to ask as much? What could be more sensible, what could be more essential, if a teacher is really to be a free man or a free woman? Who is it that knows whether a teacher is competent and faithful, if not her fellow teachers? Who can really judge and protect the needs of the child, if not those persons whose business it is to be in daily and hourly contact with the child? I have on my desk a letter from a lady who was formerly a teacher in Terre Haute, Indiana, and who presumed to take an interest in an organization of the teachers, and was threatened with loss of her position. The superintendent told her it was because she was incompetent. She took up the fight on this issue, and wrote to the parents of every one of her children, and an actual majority of these parents appeared before the school board to defend this teacher, and not a single parent could be found to say that her work was not satisfactory, or that she was not beloved by her pupils. Yet this teacher was forced to move on to another city. That is just one more illustration I have given you. The Tracurers Union 405. A bookful of such stories, and I could compile an encyclopedia on the subject if I had nothing else to do. The point is clear, The present status of the American school teacher is that of a wage slave, an employee of the school board and the superintendent. It is not the status of a free citizen, nor of a professional expert. It can only be made that, first, by the education of the teachers themselves, a process of organization and self-discipline, guided by the more active and intelligent and courageous of the profession. In this process there will be many martyrs, and each can take to himself such comfort as martyrs through all the ages have had, the knowledge that each one is adding to the sum total of human progress, and that without this heroism and unselfish idealism, there would have been no progress in the past, and will be none in the future. One of America's really great educators, who supports the unionizing of teachers and has had the courage to join a teachers' union himself, is John Dewey. Just so that you may not think of the teachers' union as the notion of cracked-brained radicals like myself, I quote 3 paragraphs from an address delivered by Professor Dewey at a mass meeting of teachers in New York, and published as a leaflet by the American Federation of Teachers, located in Chicago. We have not had sufficient intelligence to be courageous. We have lacked a sense of loyalty to our calling and to one another, and on that account have not accepted to the full our responsibility as citizens of the community. To my mind, that is the great reason for forming organizations which are affiliated with other working organizations that have power and that attempt to exercise the power, like the Federation of Labor, namely, the reflex effect upon the body of the teachers themselves in strengthening their courage, their faith in their calling, their faith in one another, and the recognition that they are servants of the community, and not people hired by a certain transitory set of people to do a certain job. At their beck and call. We should have an organization which shall not on the one hand merely discuss somewhat minute and remote subjects of pedagogy with no certainty as to how their conclusions are going to take effect in practice, nor simply look after the personal and more or less selfish interests of teachers on the other hand. But we should have a body of self-respecting teachers and educators who will see to it that their ideas and their experience in educational matters shall really count in the community, and who, in order that these may count, will identify themselves with the 406 the goslings interests of the community, who will conceive of themselves as citizens and as servants of the public, and not merely as hired employees of a certain body of men. It is because I hope to see the teaching body occupy that position of social leadership which it ought to occupy, and which to our shame it must be said we have not occupied in the past, that I welcome every movement of this sort. Chapter Laxzit. The Teachers' Magna Carta. The first objection always brought against teachers' unions is that they might lead to strikes. The American Federation of Teachers has met this proposition by expressly repudiating the policy of teacher strikes, and the American Federation of Labor has endorsed this attitude. Well, somebody has to make a start, and if the labor movement will not, I will. I say squarely, and without compromise or evasion, that I know no reason in the world why teachers should not strike, and I know hundreds of reasons why they should. If you want to find these reasons, all you have to do is to turn back and read this book once more. I say that the teachers of St. Louis should have struck when Miss Rosa Hesse was kicked out of the school board for opposing the candidacy of a school board member for re-election. I say that the teachers of Buffalo should have struck when 5 teachers were kicked out by the school board for publishing a pamphlet criticizing the schools of their city. I say that the teachers of Chicago should have struck when large numbers of their colleagues were kicked out of their positions for the crime of belonging to a union. So should the teachers of Butte, Montana, and of St. Louis, Missouri, of Fresno, California, of Austin and San Antonio, Texas, of Wichita, Kansas, of Olean, New York, of Lorain, Ohio, of Atlanta, Georgia, of Peoria, Marion, and Elgin, Illinois, of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, of Terre Haute, Indiana. These are only a few cases, and I might cite many more. In general, what I say is that school teachers of the United States should have their professional organizations, and should run these organizations. They should establish professional standards, setting down not merely their rights, but also their duties. They should hold their the Teachers' Magna Carta 407 members to these duties, and should maintain these rights against all comers, including superintendents and school boards. I say that teachers should do this, not merely for their own welfare, but for the welfare of the schools. I say that it is necessary both for the schools and for the children, that teachers should cease to be rabbits, and should become self-respecting and alert citizens. There has been a kind of strike going on in the American public schools for the past 6 or 8 years. It might be described as an individual strike. It is made by teachers who find their positions intolerable, and who simply go into some other occupation. Professor John M. Brewer estimates that there were 40,000 such individual strikes during the labor shortage just after the war. These represent, of course, the cream of the profession, the people who were sure they could take care of themselves in the outside world, and who went and did it. And all these people have been lost to the schools and to the children, while the feeble-minded and feeble-souled have remained. So the profession of teacher sinks lower and lower, until now it is agreed by educators that students at normal schools, that is, those preparing to become teachers, represent the lowest grade of any to be found in training schools of the professions. It seems to me that in the light of this fact, anyone who really cares about the schools and the children would long for nothing so much as for a real, vigorous, large-scale strike of school teachers. The school teachers of England and Canada and Australia belong to unions, and do not repudiate the policy of the strike. They have struck on many occasions, and have been dignified and successful, and highly educative to the community. The National Union of Teachers of Great Britain sent over their president to represent them at Boston, the 1922 convention of the National Education Association. This gentleman happens to be, not a college president or a state superintendent of schools, but a plain ordinary classroom teacher, and what he said about the backwardness of American teachers, their lack of independence and class consciousness, was quite paralyzing to the NEA gang. He told about the strike against a reduction of salary, then being carried on by the teachers of Southampton, and the NEA ordered 27. 408. All reference to his speech stricken from the record of the Department of Classroom Teachers. Professor Brewer has discussed this question of the teachers' strike, and has not shirked the issue. He says, very sensibly, "It is our business to help discover methods of abolishing the need for strikes, but it is useless to talk against strikes when no better way to prevent injustices has yet been discovered. Employers almost always have the right to the layoff and lockout. We can aid in the discovery of better methods for all workers if we work with them and not against them. What have we ever done to educate boys and girls in preparation for better solutions for labor difficulties than strikes? Laborers do not enjoy striking, they do it because they believe this to be their only weapon when circumstances which they consider intolerable arise. In order to get the fundamentals on this matter, we have to come back once more to the question, several times discussed in this book, is a teacher a citizen? What I ask the teachers of the United States to do is to write for themselves a Magna Carta, to adopt a collective program, and put upon the statute books of every state the explicit provision that teachers are citizens, and that wherever their rights as citizens come into conflict with the rights of school boards and superintendents as hirers and firers of labor, the teachers' rights as citizens are superior. Teachers have, and should maintain through their organizations, every right which other citizens have. What are these rights of citizens? Teachers have a right to employ their spare time as they see fit. Teachers have a right to belong to such organizations as they see fit. Teachers have a right to take part in politics alongside all other citizens, and this includes the election of superintendents and school boards. Teachers have a right to discuss school affairs, and to say anything they please about the schools and those who conduct the schools. If they say things which are not true, they are liable, like all other citizens who make false statements, to due process of law, but they are not liable to lose their positions for exercising any of the rights of American citizens. They may belong to political parties, and may hold and advocate such political opinions as they see fit. If they advocate sabotage, violence, and crime, they may be dealt with by the law, but they may not be dealt with by school boards or superintendents for political ideas which they hold, or for political activities outside the classroom. These principles, I take it, are fundamental, and no teacher is a citizen until they are rigidly upheld. The first duty of every school teacher in the United States is to back every other school teacher in the assertion and protection of these rights, and nothing that any teacher can do or fail to do to our children is so important as this assertion of teacher self-respect and teacher dignity. Am I too much of an optimist when I say, that before I leave this earth I hope to see the teacher rabbits come out of their holes and band themselves together for mutual protection as citizens? Am I historically correct when I assert that this is the true 100% Americanism, which the author of the Declaration of Independence and the author of the Emancipation Proclamation would have endorsed? Or will the teachers of America forever let themselves be bamboozled by Chamber of Commerce lackeys into calling a man a radical and a red because he stands for these fundamental liberties in a free republic? Those who affect such horror at the idea of a teacher's strike argue that the teachers are public servants, dedicated to a sacred cause. Of course, and all I want to do is to extend the boundaries of this service and this cause. I contend that coal miners are also public servants, and likewise oil workers and railway workers, and every man or woman who contributes the labor upon which civilization rests. I assert that all these workers now occupy the status of industrial serfs, and must raise themselves to the status of industrial citizens. The way to do it is the way of organization, education, agitation, and the strongest weapon is their power to give or to withhold their collective labor. 410. Chapter lacks acts of workers' education. Some teacher who is not in touch with the labor world will read the story I have told about labor government in San Francisco and in Butte, Montana, and will ask, is that what I mean? It isn't what I mean, and for the benefit of newcomers, I hasten to explain. I wish that there existed in modern society a beautiful and altruistic labor movement, instead of what does exist, a part of the capitalist system, partaking of the weaknesses and corruptions which are automatically produced in human societies by the continuous operation of mass rivalries and greeds. The American Federation of Labor is a machine, precisely like the Republican Party, or the National Education Association. It is a vested interest of high-salaried leaders, whose function is to dicker with big business for the best terms obtainable in the labor market. Many of these leaders are sincere but ignorant men, who have grown up in the present system and can imagine nothing else. Many others have accepted without realizing it what I call the dress suit bribe. Still others are cynical corruptionists, who sell out their deluded followers, and permit labor unions to be used as weapons in the partisan wars of big business. Any teacher who goes to the labor movement without realizing these things, will suffer bitter disillusionment. Underneath this machine is the great mass of the workers, groping their way toward freedom and self-government, betrayed a million times by leaders throughout the ages. They continue to grope, and to learn. The modern machine process has brought them together by tens of thousands, and the printing press and the soapbox have given them the means of spreading information. Many new organizations may have to be made and broken, many new weapons constructed by the masses, but they are on their way toward freedom and self-government, with a movement like that of a glacier. To understand the workers and their needs, and to help them to find their path, that is the task to which the teacher may contribute. Let her go to the labor movement, not expecting too much, but ready to give the precious things which she has. The teacher who goes in that spirit will not be disappointed. She will find in the toiling masses a deep and touching reverence for her profession. The teacher is well known to the masses, she has messengers who carry good words about her to the homes of the people. The great bulk of our wage slaves have but little hope for themselves. What ambitions they have are for their children. They send these children to school, and they think of the teacher as the children's friend, the guardian of the children's future, the keeper of a magic key. To the very poor in the slums, the teacher comes as a missionary. She is the only representative of authority who assumes any aspect of kindness. As one who has been in the labor movement most of his life, I say that I have yet to hear a labor man speak of teachers without respect, or to hear of an American city in which the teachers made an appeal to the working masses without getting a response. That portion of the labor movement which has a special need of the teacher, and which should command the teacher's especial regard, is workers' education. I have devoted a chapter to this subject in the Goose Step, and do not want to repeat information which is given there. Suffice it to say, that the organized workers have grown tired of seeing their best brains stolen from them. They have set out to educate their own youth, and train their own leaders. There are now workers' colleges or schools in all the leading cities of America, and to know them and to help them should be one of the joys of progressive teachers. In places where there is not yet a labor school, it only waits for some group of teachers who will go to the labor men, and advise with them, and help them to break into this new field. There exists in New York a Center of Information, the Workers' Education Bureau, 465 West 23rd Street, which works in harmony with the old line labor unions and has received their endorsement. This bureau has established 50 labor colleges in America in the 6 years of its existence. It holds a convention every spring, and if you will read its proceedings, you will pity the near. The more radical labor unions have their own adus. 412. National centers, concerning which you may have information for the asking. The Pennsylvania Federation of Labor, under the presidency of James H. Moorer, a clear-visioned socialist, has established a Department of Education and Labor Research at Harrisburg, and has promoted labor classes in a dozen cities throughout the state. It will send you much interesting literature on request. The Brookwood School at Catona, New York, has twice as many pupils as it had last year, and you will wish to know about this charming place. You will meet here several of the kicked-out college professors whom you read about in the Goose Step. One of them is Professor A. W. Calhoun, who writes, "We are planning to give this summer a course of interest to teachers who may care to work into the labor education movement. Opportunity will be given to such teachers to get the labor point of view and to associate with labor people. In addition, there will be special attention to the fundamentals of economics, and other matters that teachers ordinarily need to approach from the labor viewpoint. I mention also that the IWW have their Work People's College at Duluth, Minnesota, Box 39, Morgan Park Station. Mrs. Kate Richards O'Hare has moved to the Llano Colony at Leesville, Louisiana, and has started their Commonwealth College, under the direction of W. E. Zucca, a college professor whose adventures you may read in the Goose Step. The International Ladies Garment Workers and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers are maintaining elaborate educational programs for their members in many cities. I give you these various addresses in order that you may get the literature of the subject. I will also say a friendly word for the Labor Age, an admirable magazine of information edited by Prince Hopkins, and published at 41 Union Square, New York. The issue of April, 1922, was devoted to the subject of labor education, and is full of information as to developments both in this country and Great Britain. In the latter country, the Workers' Education Association has a total of 2,760 branches, to say nothing of the various independent and radical educational bodies. Also, I ought to mention that outside the labor movement there are some independent experimental schools. Workers' Education 413. Which are radical so far as concerns education, and are clearing the way toward the future. In Washington, D.C., in the Progressive Education Association, 1719 35th Street N.W. Ask them for their pamphlet, The Spirit of Adventure in Education. Ask them for their lists of experimental schools, and especially their account of what is going on at Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio, which is making an effort to combine real work and study, the basis of all truly democratic education. Write also to the Organic School at Fairhope, Alabama, and inform yourself about the splendid work which Mrs. Marietta Johnson is doing, to train young people in the realities of life, and to make education a complete and living thing. Write to the Bureau of Educational Experiments, 70 Fifth Avenue, New York. There are a number of new schools in or near New York. I mention especially the Walden School at 32 West 68th Street, the Teachers College Playground, and the Gregory School at West Orange, New Jersey. The new School for Social Research, located in New York, is doing excellent work. The modern school, at Stelton, NJ, is testing out the theories of libertarian education. Finally, Dean Alva P. Taylor of the State College of New Mexico has a very interesting plan for organizing a college to be managed by its faculty. He wishes to hear from others who are interested. Also, I must not fail to mention the Pathfinders of America, which is endeavoring to supplement our public school education by character training, the lack of which is our greatest school defect. The founder of this organization, Mr. J. F. Wright, is one of our pioneers, and the work he is doing should be known to all educators. He began with efforts to redeem convicts, and he had 65 organizations when I met him a year and a half ago, and was reaching 5,000 men in prisons. They have now started junior councils in the public schools, much better than the junior chambers of commerce, I assure you. They eliminate religion from their training, but teach the children practical conduct in a practical way, and the parents perceive the results as do the juvenile delinquency officers in Detroit. Also, I should mention the work which is being done by Mr. Vance Monroe, editor of the Colorado Union Farmer of Denver. Here is a cooperative organization. 414. Of farmers, which has got up a series of juvenile clubs, again something better than junior chambers of commerce. There are 48 such organizations in the state, with youngsters up to the age of 16 conducting their own courts, forming their own cooperative credit associations for the handling of their savings, working up their own debating teams, and in general running their own affairs. There is no control from the grown UPS except the written suggestions of Mr. Monroe, together with the advice of 2 adults whom the youngsters have themselves chosen to fill that role when requested. This is real training for democracy. It is education in the strict sense of the word, drawing out the child's own impulses and abilities, instead of repressing them and crushing them into a predetermined mold. Through such voluntary and self-governing associations our schools will be made over, and I fear it will have to be done from the outside, not from the inside. To yield to the temptation to quote a letter from Mr. Monroe, answering some questions as to his work. Have made a study of true cooperation for 20 years, and that is what I deal in. First I tried to educate men. It didn't work. Then I tried a combination men and women. That failed. Then I tried to educate the children. It was a fruitless effort. I discovered, as no doubt you did long ago, that the children couldn't be educated, but that if any degree of success was obtained, they must educate themselves. The work is carried on through the medium of clubs which are correlated and interlocking. Each club has a code. They are bound in honor to live up to its provisions. They are doing it, too. This may sound like the Boy Scout plan, but it is altogether different. Boy Scouts are disciplined, Army style, by adults. Under our plan the boys and girls discipline themselves. As a matter of fact, they help to build their own program. Many noteworthy character-building suggestions have come from the kids. Our plan helps to obviate the spirit of warfare without war being mentioned. I feel that war is a dangerous word. Why use it? Our plan is built around harmony, charity, peace, and goodwill. Nay, is no need to discuss war if peace can be thoroughly understood. The plan sounds complicated to a good many of the adults, but the children understand it. They have more faith, more optimism, more energy, more loyalty, more potentialities, more wisdom. Parents tell me our members are better behaved at home. They are more considerate and unselfish. They think of others. They are getting to the point in many cases where they are ready. Our cooperation, the very important essential in the texture of life. Workers' Education 415. If this book were not already too long, I should like to take space to tell you about this kind of work. But all these schools and reform projects have their own literature, which they will send you for the asking. I want to add, by way of comforting some anxious souls, that I am not really a pessimistic and destructive person. I understand that there are many earnest workers in the schools, and that some of them manage by tact and force of personality to put liberal ideas into the heads of their students. I know that plutocratic influences are not entirely unopposed in America. I know that conditions portrayed in this book are less bad than they would be, if conscientious men and women were not risking their jobs. Am working through the Farmers Union, this because it is a vehicle at my hand. I have undertaken through the medium of the juvenile organization to develop a new rejuvenated spirit of cooperation in the home life, the social life. Each child will thoroughly understand the value of cooperation, spiritual and material, its necessity and importance in the scheme of life. They, in their own way and time, come to understand the vitalness of cooperative principles, and learn by experience that failure is ever the creature of competition. By the excessive mental effort and physical energy it is sometimes possible to arouse the adults for the moment, but only for the moment. They have been too long victims of a deadly environment. Our hope lies with the children. Strange as it may seem, part of our plan gives the children opportunity to assist in education of their parents. It is altogether surprising to me to see how well this works out in practice. Each club has an editor who reads a paper at each meeting night. This does not mean that the editor simply produces a literary paper. As a matter of fact, most of the editors take their work seriously. They make a good job of it. The papers in most instances are educational, instructive as well as newsy. Practically all of the clubs take their paper to the local newspaper and have it printed therein. This makes for genuine propaganda. Besides, this plan, with proper tutelage, helps to develop potential editors who may one day be recognized as factors in the newspaper field. All my work is based on the honest conviction that we can expect no help from the public schools or colleges. Of course, the forces of competition have them absolutely under control. There can be no real help from the subsidized press of the present time. Even library lists are censored. Because of such conditions, I believe that this is the way out. The plan works. That's something. Other states are taking it up. Kansas, South Dakota and Georgia have already written for the plan with the intention of carrying it out. 416. Every hour. My reason for writing this book is my belief that these people can do their work better, if they know exactly what they are opposing. I do not want liberal teachers to be in the position of Mr. M.C. Bettinger, who gave 38 years of his life to the school system of Los Angeles as teacher, assistant superintendent, and school board member, and then, after he had been kicked out in his old age, read the goose step and wrote me these pathetic words: "I may not be of much help to you, but you certainly have helped me. I know now what I have been trying to do, and what has been done to me." I close this chapter on workers' education with a message from an abler writer than myself. In France, the teachers are an organized and disciplined social force, and to their trade union convention came the greatest of living French prose masters, a sage and bel esprit whose high position in the world of letters has not held him from full sympathy with the revolutionary workers of the world. I quote 4 paragraphs from the message of Anatole France to the teachers of his country, and I mention, in case you want to read it all, that you can find it in The Nation, volume 109, or in The Living Age, volume 302. Pardon me for returning to this, it is the great point upon which everything depends. It is for you, without hope of aid or support, or even of consent, to change primary education from the ground up, in order to make workers. There is place today in our society only for workers, the rest will be swept away in the storm. Make intelligent workers, instructed in the arts they practice, knowing what they owe to the national and to the human community. Burn all the books which teach hatred. Exalt work and love. Let us develop reasonable men, capable of trampling underfoot the vain splendor of barbaric glories, and of resisting the sanguinary ambitions of nationalisms and imperialisms which have crushed their fathers. No more industrial rivalries, no more wars, work and peace. Whether we wish it or no, the hour is come when we must be citizens of the world or see all civilization perish. My friends, permit me to utter a most ardent wish, a wish which it is necessary for me to express too rapidly and incompletely, but whose primary idea seems to me calculated to appeal to all generous natures. I wish with all my heart, that a delegation of the teachers of all nations might soon join the Workers' Internationale in order to prepare in common a universal form of education, and advise as to methods of sowing in young minds ideas from which would spring the peace of the world and the union of peoples. The Goose Marca 417. Reason, wisdom, intelligence, forces of the mind and heart, whom I have always devoutly invoked, come to me, aid me, sustain my feeble voice, carry it, if that may be, to all the peoples of the world, and diffuse it everywhere where there are men of good will to hear the beneficent truth. A new order of things is born. The powers of evil die, poisoned by their crime. The greedy and the cruel, the devourers of peoples, are bursting with an indigestion of blood. However sorely stricken by the sins of their blind or corrupt masters, mutilated, decimated, the proletarians remain erect, they will unite to form one universal proletariat, and we shall see fulfilled the great socialist prophecy. The union of the workers will be the peace of the world. Chapter EXX 15. The Goose Step March. As this manuscript goes to the printer, the Goose Step has been before the public 9 months. Approximately 22,000 copies have been sold, and many of them asterisk have been going the rounds in colleges. I have a letter from one school teacher, who tells me that her copy has been read by 40 others. In the Bookman for December, 1923, The Goose Step is listed third among non-fiction books most in demand in public libraries. I was told by an instructor at Stanford that some students had torn out the Stanford chapters from a dozen copies of the book, and had pasted these pages, elaborately marked in red ink, upon bulletin boards and upon the doors of their dormitories. A lecturer, who visited many colleges in all parts of the country, tells me that he found the Goose Step the principal topic of argument in faculty clubs. As he phrased it, the member would sit and debate, "Are we like that?" A number of universities replied, directly or indirectly, to the book. The most emphatic of all was Harvard. Said President Lowell and his deans and his corporation, "Go to, we will show this varlet how much we care about him. Let us tell the world how proud we are to be the University of Lee Higginson, with J.P. Morgan connections." What happened then was reported in the Boston American. Harvard University today flung a defy in the face of Upton Sinclair. Today Harvard, at its commencement exercises, presented an honorary Doctor of Laws degree to Mr. Morgan. In presenting the degree to Mr. Morgan, Dr. Eliot said, to John 418. Pierpont Morgan, a son of Harvard, heir to the power and responsibility of a great financial house. He has used them with courage in a dark crisis of the World War and at all times with uprightness, public spirit, and generosity. In effect, Mr. Morgan gets his honorary degree for multiplying dollars through his international banking house. Sinclair could not possibly have wished for a more definite, clearer verification of the charges that he made. Another degree, this one a Master of Arts degree, was presented to Elliot Wadsworth, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. Mr. Wadsworth is a member of the firm of Stone & Webster, which is allied with the Morgan firm. In his book, Sinclair charges that State Street, a suburb of Wall Street, absolutely owns and controls the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The president of Tech is Samuel Wesley Stratton. Mr. Stratton today was presented with an honorary Bachelor of Laws degree. Sinclair charged that Morgan's control of American colleges extended not only to the college presidents, but to the clergy, which exercises much influence over these colleges. Charles L. Slattery, Episcopal Bishop Coadjutor of Massachusetts, referred to by Sinclair as Mr. Morgan's bishop, received the honorary degree of Doctor of Divinity. Also, the University of California made answer to the Goose Step. There was a vacancy on the Board of Regents, and the governor appointed the chief of the Black Hand, Harry Chandler of the Los Angeles Times. The alumni of the university also took action. They engaged as their secretary, an agent of the Power Trust, at a salary of $10,000 a year. There are 35,000 alumni, you understand, and to be able to control them means to control the state. This new agent was formerly editor of the Electrical World, and was on the list of the kept speakers of the Power Trust during the recent campaign against public ownership. He was put in his new job by Attorney Earl, who runs the board of regents for banker Fleischhacker and publisher Chandler. I have pointed out in the Goose Step that an actual majority of the regents of this university are Power Trust officials or attorneys, and the same is true of the council which controls the alumni. I have nothing more important to tell you than this, because hydroelectric power is the issue of our time. The Power Trust is today what the railroads and Standard Oil were a generation ago, the chief active corrupter of our public life. At the last meeting of the National Electric Light Association, they brought up an elaborate program for getting the university professors, holding institutes for them, employing them to write literature, and giving them jobs in local public utilities. This report was not formally adopted. It was thought not to be tactful, they would just put it through without saying anything. Professor Vladimir Karapetov, of the College of Engineering at Cornell, sends to a friend of mine samples of the poison dope which is being fed to college professors. This particular dose comes from Philip Torchio, a high-salaried engineer for a number of electrical companies. It is sent free, and for no particular reason that the recipient knows. The subject is depreciation, the substance of the argument being that public utilities never depreciate, and so dividends should be collected on the basis of the original cost. This argument is signed by two supposed to be public officials, both of whom turn out to be on the payroll of the Consolidated Gas Company of New York, a Standard Oil concern. One of them began his life as an active reformer in New York, then became counsel for the Public Service Commission at $15,000 a year, and prepared a case for the people against the Consolidated Gas Company. On the very day that the case came to trial, he went over to the gas company, and became their chief counsel, and carried over to their side every particle of the evidence which he had prepared for the benefit of the public. That is just one incident, to show you how the dice are loaded against you in the world of education. In every great university throughout the United States today there are rascals of this sort, posing as scientists, and carrying on intrigues against the public welfare. And every instructor in high school, and every professor in colleges who touches on such subjects meets these intriguers with the dice loaded against him. That is, he knows that to oppose the rascals means to forfeit promotion, and perhaps his job. How beautifully the Black Hand has got the professors frightened in the universities of California was proven by George P. West, who formed an organization to work for the repeal of the criminal syndicalism law. He got the backing of the Episcopal Bishop and the Catholic Archbishop of San Francisco, and it was proposed to have some university professor prepare an 490 entirely disinterested study of the actual workings of this law. Mr. West wrote to the professor of economics at Stanford, asking him to name a competent man. He received in reply a cold letter, declining his request. He went to talk with the economics men at the University of California, and not one of them was willing to meet him in the faculty room. They asked him to take a walk. Not one of these young instructors or research men was willing to take the job, even with a good salary attached, and with the backing of two bishops. Another instance, I don't want to indicate the identity of this informant, so we'll call him Professor of Chinese Metaphysics at a large California university. He gave me some information for the Goose Step, and because of the nature of this information he fell under suspicion, and the Black Hand set out to punish him. This eminent specialist has a standard textbook on Chinese metaphysics, in use everywhere in colleges and universities throughout the United States. It is the most up-to-date book on the subject. There is no other as good, or anywhere near as good. Nevertheless, this book has been thrown out of the three biggest institutions in the state of California. The University of California has a large branch in Los Angeles, and this also made reply to the Goose Step. A young lady presented a copy of the book to the library, and a few days later was requested to come and take the contaminating thing away, but the demand grew so pressing, they had to let it in. Then came their professor of education, a gentleman by the name of Woolner, before the American Civil Liberties Union, stating that the goose step was full of vicious lies. I wrote him a courteous note, saying that I never willfully made a false statement, and would appreciate his pointing out the specific lies he had noted. The professor in his reply gave no specifications, but explained that I state but half the truth. He went on to put me in my precise place. Your scholarship is atrocious, your literary style is pitiful, your social attitude unwholesome, and your recommended cure, socialism, worse than any of the diseases you diagnose. American political and social institutions are remarkably fine. They can only be made better by those who love them and work for the goose step. Mark 421. Them from the inside. Bury the hammer, pick up the flag and wave it over consecrated effort for the perpetuation of all its glories. I will make you a bet that this flag-waving professor becomes a dean inside 2 years. Also Stanford makes answer, just as the last of this manuscript is going to the printer, a new regent is appointed, Mr. Paul Shoup, vice president of the Southern Pacific Railroad, and perhaps the most active union smasher in the state. 10 or 15 years ago we were told that Hiram Johnson had driven the Southern Pacific out of California politics. Today the Better America Federation openly controls the state legislature, and everybody takes it for granted that Mr. Shoup should dictate both nominations and legislation. Nicholas Miraculous also made his answer to the goose step, and this is one of the funniest stories I have to tell you. You know that for 6 years our pious government has refused recognition to Soviet Russia, because it isn't democratic. We always did business with the Tsar. He was democratic, but Lenin isn't. Now, to test our sincerity, a ruffian rises in Italy, and his thugs beat and murder the socialists of that country, and set up a castor oil dictatorship. Does our pious government refuse to recognize him? Our pious government falls on his neck. He sends us an ambassador, and our great universities rush forward to do him honor, and testify their devotion to the dictatorship of the capitalist class. A string of American plutocrats, headed by Judge Gary, go over to Italy and make obeisance before him, and come back to tell us what a great man he is, and what a fine example he has set us. So the young snobs of Columbia proceed to organize a castor oil society for their own university, and they make the assistant professor of Latin the head of their organization. Arturo Giovannitti writes to President Butler in protest, and what do you think Butler answers? He has no power to discipline a professor for his ideas, and his university has through a long and honorable history lived up to the highest ideals of freedom to seek the truth and freedom to teach. After that, pick up the goose step and read the half-dozen chapters which tell how Nicholas Murray Butler kicked out professors. 422. For holding and teaching pacifist or radical ideas. Then you will understand what Alexander Harvey meant when he wrote in the Freeman. I have rolled over and over on the floor in my struggles to keep from laughing at Nicholas Murray Butler. The Nicholas Murray Butler one encounters in the works of Upton Sinclair. I wonder if there exists on the planet any such person as he who, in the writings of Upton Sinclair, is referred to by the name of Nicholas Murray Butler. Whenever I am so melancholy as to think only of suicide, I exhilarate myself with this reflection: the Nicholas Murray Butler of Upton Sinclair exists. Then my heart goes dancing with the daffodils. To complete the story, you must hear how President Butler's students proceeded to apply his highest ideals of freedom to seek the truth and freedom to teach. Some members of the Students' Reserve Corps were doing the goose step on the campus, and some other students jeered at them from the dormitory windows. There was a fuss about it, and the commandant of the Reserve Corps wrote a letter to the Spectator, denouncing this disrespectful action. A graduate student of the university, by the name of William L. Werner, a veteran of the Argonne fighting, wrote to the Spectator in reply, stating that someone should inform the major that the war is over. That was freedom to seek the truth and freedom to speak it, according to President Butler's formula, and 7 students of the university applied the formula by coming to Werner's room at midnight, blindfolding and binding him, taking him out into the country, beating him with sticks and barrel staves, and putting him through a cross-examination on loyalty to the nation. and while this was going on in New York, the new ambassador from Mussolini was being marched in the commencement procession at Yale University, alongside Chief Justice Taft of our Supreme Court, receiving the honorary degree of Doctor of Laws, and proceeding to teach to the assembled college men a lesson in elementary fascism. I have told how Clark University made answer to the goose step, by firing a dozen professors and getting an alumni whitewash. Also Syracuse University made answer through its new chancellor, whose baccalaureate sermon I find published in the University Bulletin for July, 1923. Talking confidentially with members of his faculty, Chancellor Flint admitted that I had got Syra. The Gusksterp Advance 423. Q's just about right, after which he proceeded to mount the rostrum before the assembled bourgeoisie of the city, and deliver a eulogy of Chancellor Day occupying 24 pages of the bulletin, and starting with the sentence, "Nor am I willing to allow Upton Sinclair's clownish caricature to stand as the last message," etc. One of the professors sends me this bulletin, with the comment, "This shows what a Methodist will do for $1. Also Amherst came forward to make its answer. I stated in the goose step that this college had a liberal president, Alexander Meiklejohn, who was making a brave fight against the interlocking directorate. He is still in office, for how long I do not know. This was published in March, and in June President Meiklejohn was fired, and a dozen of his graduating students had the courage to defend him by refusing their diplomas. It is amusing to notice that the Grand Duke of this board is Dwight L. Morrow of the firm of J.P. Morgan and Company. A friend of M.R. Morrow's wrote to me, assuring me that he was really a liberal, working hard for academic freedom, so I forbore to list him among my interlocking directorate. Now I learn that he was the prime mover in the ousting of Meiklejohn. It is worth noting that the president of these trustees is the head of Ginn and Company, schoolbook publishers, and among the other board members is Cal Coolidge, our strike-breaking president, and Mr. Stearns, his department store millionaire angel, also Chief Justice Rugg of the Massachusetts Supreme Court, who is interlocked with Clark University and Ginn and Company's Mr. Thurber. Chapter XC. The Goose Step Advance. There are some universities which were not satisfied with the amount of attention they received in the Goose Step, and came forward to demand more. Most prominent among these is the University of Tennessee. I told how by devious intrigue its president got rid of a friend of mine, an excellent professor, on the ground that he was a Unitarian. 2 months after the Goose Step was out, the president proceeded to fire Professor 28. 424 Tuesday Goslings. Sproul's, for the crime of having ordered some copies of James Harvey Robinson's The Mind in the Making. That wasn't all there was to it. Of course, it had been discovered that Professor Sproul's was a believer in evolution. Another member of the faculty, Mrs. Hamer of the History Department, was accused of having voted in the recent Knoxville charter election. Women have no business to vote, said President Morgan, and he told Mrs. Hamer that she would be dismissed if she went to Nashville to represent some women's clubs in the interest of equal rights for women. Because of these incidents, the faculty of Tennessee proceeded to organize. They drew up a project for faculty representation in the government of the university, and some of the students who were ardent in their support published a little paper called The Independent Truth. Whereupon President Morgan prepared a questionnaire, and summoned the professors before him and grilled them in the presence of a stenographer. Had they had anything to do with the proposed constitution for the University of Tennessee? Were they in sympathy with the administration and its way of doing things? Had they had anything to do, directly or indirectly, with the publication of The Independent Truth? Had they attended any meetings dealing with the case of Dr. Sproul's? Had they signed a petition asking the American Association of University Professors to investigate conditions at the University of Tennessee? All whose answers to this questionnaire were not satisfactory were summarily discharged. One of them was Judge Neal, for 13 years a member of the law school faculty, and the best professor at the university. Another was a dean, whose crime had been an effort to reconcile the two factions. The student publications were forbidden to discuss the issue in any way, and in general the University of Tennessee got a thorough drilling in the goose step. The fundamentalists are going right on kicking out teachers of evolution from colleges. I note an amusing incident at Kentucky Wesleyan. An instructor of physics and mathematics signed an apology for believing in evolution, regretting the harm that he had done to the college, and agreeing not to discuss the subject during the remainder of his stay. He did this on April 10, and his The Goose Step Advance 425 job was up on May 29. The poor fellow could not afford to pay 49 days' salary to keep his self-respect. I am told of a less tragic incident at Morningside College, Sioux City, Iowa, where a professor with a 12 years record was slated to be fired as a believer in evolution, and hit upon a most ingenious way of saving himself. There was an examining committee appointed, and the professor recommended the head of this committee to receive an honorary degree of Doctor of Divinity. Some of the professors and students of the University of Missouri were distressed because their institution got left out of the goose step. The president here was determined to get into this volume, so he cancelled a speaking date of Kate Richards O'Hare before the Liberal Club of the university. 2 days later the editor of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch addressed the students of the School of Journalism, declaring that the rising tide of intolerance is the greatest menace our country faces today. The freedom of speaking outright guards our other privileges. It must be unrestrained, accountable only under the necessary laws of libel. And at the end of this address the president of the university came up to the lecturer, shook his hand and said, "Sound doctrine, I agree with you. Lest you be tempted to think that this university president is mentally irresponsible, one mentioned that the board of curators of the university was at this time asking the state legislature for $5 million. Also I mentioned that the students of this wonderful university took part a few days later in the lynching of a Negro within sight of the West Campus. Also you will wish to know what happened at the University of North Dakota, where a group of professors, learning from a former colleague that I was to deal with their cases, united in a written request that I should refrain from doing so. The latest news from North Dakota runs as follows. I am sorry to say that Professor Ladd seems definitely out at North Dakota. The board exonerated him of charges, but will not give him back his post or reply to his request for a personal hearing. It is a sad commentary that the faculty up there seems so cowed that it was difficult to find a few men who would sign a request for the American Association of University Professors to come in and make an investigation. The request, of course, has to be made by members of the local group at 426 The Goslings, North Dakota. One of them recently wrote to me, I suppose Ladd feels pretty sore at us because we do not throw ourselves into it, but some of us have families to consider and we may be too old to find other positions, especially if we lose our present ones under these conditions. The rumor reaches me that the slick Tracy Bangs is the man who is secretly responsible for the refusal to give Ladd a square deal. But Libby hasn't much to brag of, for he is merely restored, as the letter to him says, during good behavior. I have tried to do what I can for Ladd at long range, and have written over my signature to various prominent men in North Dakota, but the replies show me how reluctant these people are to contend against the forces at work. When I visited Pittsburgh I was told a good deal about the rule of the Black Hand in that community, especially over the Carnegie Institute of Technology. I omitted these stories at the request of the victims. But now comes a letter from a student, telling me that some of these men are gone, and there is to be another house cleaning this year. The student tells how the secretary of the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor spoke to a group of students, and a few days later an instructor stated to a class that there had come to Carnegie Tech a notice from the United States Steel Corporation, reading in substance as follows, last week, on such and such a day, at the bidding of your economic staff, so and so spoke before a group of students at your school. He spoke in such and such a room, and said this and that. If the person who is responsible for this meeting is kept on the faculty at Carnegie Tech, do not expect any further aid from the United States Steel Corporation. So came the house cleaning. Another institution which escaped my attention was the Women's Medical College of Philadelphia. Immediately after the goose step appeared, the board dismissed a professor of 17 years standing, refusing any explanation or charges. 30 of the faculty resigned in protest, among them a number of leading physicians of Philadelphia. Also, you will be interested to learn that the University of Minnesota has been saved from socialism by the intervention of the governor of the state, who put his foot down on a cooperative bookstore which the students were starting. The governor did not think it proper to have a commercial enterprise on the campus, so the sons of Minnesota farmers will step across the street and buy their books from a private dealer at 30 or 40% higher prices. You will also wish to hear the latest news from the University of Jabbergrab, which has graduated a class of 1,500 students, more than half of them receiving commercial degrees. I have a clipping from the New York World, March 11, 1923, occupying the top of 4 columns. New York University trains competent auto drivers. Teaching institution has courses to mere short-haul problems. Also, I quote a headline from my own Pasadena newspaper: Ku Klux Klan now has own college. Valparaiso University is taken over Tope for $350,000. Let no one say after this that there is no academic freedom in America. Also, let no one say that colleges and universities are not really useful. From Printers Inc., January 18, 1923, I quote. M. F. Hilfinger, Vice President of the A. E. Nettleton Shoe Company, Syracuse, speaking before the Greater Buffalo Advertising Club, declared that the new University of Buffalo will be the greatest advertising asset the city has. He said that it is estimated that Syracuse University brought at least $5 million worth of business to that city. Also, Secretary Weeks of the War Department has paid honor to higher education. 25 of our principal colleges were designated for special honors as reward for their services in teaching young men to plunge bayonets into imitation human bodies. At the same time, the Secretary of the Navy went to Princeton and made a patriotic speech, while the new Art and Architecture building was dedicated to the honor of the Harvester Machinery King. Mr. Mellon, Secretary of the Treasury, and one of the 3 richest men in America, received an honorary degree from the University of Jabbergrab. He marched through the Hall of Fame, and listened to the Reverend. 428. Wolfkin, Mr. Rockefeller's pastor, denounced the Bolsheviks. Mr. Mellon also collected a degree from Rutgers, together with the wet Governor Silzer of New Jersey, and the dry Mr. Edward Bach, and the magnetic president of the General Electric Company. Readers of the Goose Step have sent me quite a stack of newspaper clippings, with the annual orations of the interlocking directorate at the commencements of their intellectual munition factories. They range all the way down from the chairman of the Standard Oil Company of Indiana, and include every reactionary idea that ever sprouted in the head of a prosperous but worried plutocrat. Chapter LXI. The Goose Step Double Quick. I have in my collection a number of clippings, which demonstrate how fast the goose steppers are stepping their short journey to hell. At the extremely pious Northwestern, which I have called the University of Judge Gary, 4 men students, together with 4 co-eds, were arrested by police detectives in a night raid on a house of assignation. At this same Methodist institution, a group of students were hazing a freshman, who was so unsportsmanlike as to die during the procedure. The hazers were annoyed, but decided to bury the body and say nothing about it. A year later the body was discovered, and a prominent millionaire relative of President Scott of the university said in a signed statement, "An investigation of conduct at Northwestern University would rock the kings of Evanston." The hypocrisy of the whole regime galls me and disgusts me. Also, I notice that at the University of South Dakota 160 men students staged a pajama party, in the course of which they entered the women's dormitories after midnight, and decked themselves in various garments of the women, and so paraded through the streets. Also, I note that members of a fraternity at Columbia University have received letters from a sorority at the University of Alabama, saying that the sorority was collecting funds for a chapter house, and its members offered to write love letters to Northern college boys, at the price of $5 the series. Wouldn't they like to receive once a week, From now until June 30th, a real, honest-to-goodness love letter from little Southern girl. But let no one be discouraged, among my clippings I come upon the germ of a great hope for higher education. A college out here in Southern California has received a visit from the football team of Notre Dame University, a Catholic institution with 1,700 students, located in Indiana. It appears that these mighty gladiators have a tendency to be nervous, prior to the classic contests upon which their reputations depend, and coaches and alumni have been consulting psychological experts to find out what to do about it. The result was a remarkable discovery: the way to keep football men in proper mental condition is to take their minds off their work and get them interested in study. So the Notre Dame football team, along with its trainers and coaches, brought out here to Southern California a squad of professors, and recitations were conducted both on the train and in the hotel rooms. You will realize the overwhelming importance of this psychogladiatorial experiment, if once it should become the fashion for college athletes to study, the fortune of American higher education would be made. Nor is this the only promising sign in college life. At Dartmouth the students got out an independent paper, called Le Critique. I quote a few sentences, and you will recognize at once that this is a new note in American undergraduate journalism. Dartmouth is graduating about 300 Babbitts a year to go forth to exploit others for the good of themselves alone, to become loyal Americans, and never think. Fraternity life is a joke, without true brotherhood. The professors are intellectual wrecks, and teach at Dartmouth only because it would be impossible for them to succeed at any other trade. A similar incident occurred at the University of Wisconsin, where a group of liberal students started an independent paper called The Scorpion. In their first issue they made so bold as to print 2 chapters from the Goose Step, dealing with their own university. The editors, one of whom was my son, were summoned before the dean and ordered to submit to censorship. There happened to be some 20 socialist legislators in the Wisconsin Assembly, and these took up the matter, and the promise 430 was made that if the student editors were expelled, there would be a legislative investigation, and some university deans would be expelled, whereupon it was suddenly discovered that the dignity of the university would be preserved if the editors of the Scorpion would consent to announce at the top of their paper that it was independent of university control. Also I ought to mention the interesting incident which happened at the University of Illinois, where Miss Aline Gregory, daughter of the first president of the institution, was selected to write a biography of her father, and to have it published under the auspices of the university. Miss Gregory decided to have the volume published under other auspices, and stated her reason. I have had peculiar opportunities for an intimate knowledge of the administration of this university since its beginning. I have watched it grow, through many vicissitudes, on the sound principles of its foundation, until recent years. ASE. But it is now my duty to declare that those principles are flagrantly and continually violated by administrative officers who have come into power since President James retired. These officers have forfeited the respect of the faculty and of the student body, and are already making our university a byword in the educational world. No growth in size or in wealth can compensate for our loss in morale and in reputation. Nor can noisy self-congratulation and the suppression of criticism alter the facts. Those of us who know the situation, and are unbiased, and are free to speak, should do so. Wholesale rebuke is now our best service. The safe passage of the recent appropriation bill now removes the temporary expediency of refraining from criticism. You may recall my story of how Mr. M.H. Hedges was kicked out of Beloit College for writing a novel about it. Mr. Hedges knows our higher education, and in an article in The Nation he gives a description of the American college student. I yield to the temptation to quote one paragraph. The undergraduate of American colleges has been pictured as an enthusiast. The fact is, he's a stone. An apostate to youth, the psychology books and the general impression notwithstanding, he is neither passionate, nor impetuously loyal, nor exuberant, nor impatient of trammels, nor idealistic. On the other hand, he is prim, correct, frigid in respect to things of the mind, and furtive, indiscreet, bold in reference to his instincts, and covetous and greedy in respect to grades, credits, managerships, class distinctions, and degrees non-essentials. His favorite word is pep, and goaded by institutional convention he will stand for hours and shout himself hoarse for a team, but he will callously overlook the birth of the Russian Republic, or the pathetic degradation and suffering of the Armenian people. He is intolerant of personal difference and diversity of character, and yet clandestinely he will disturb a college assembly with an inopportune alarm clock, asserting a right to personal eccentricity. He is everywhere surrounded by records of the past's greatness, and blindly moves in a present not realized. In the classroom he daily examines theories of government and constitutions, while his own social life upon the campus is a specimen of primitive tribal life with taboos, hecklings, mob contagions, and naive sexual preferences. The fraternity is his tribe, the college his clan, and in parties and functions, he competes in amorous and pugnacious exploits. Also I find in the New Student a most useful little paper which you can order from 2929 Broadway, New York, an account of the activities of the National Student Forum, which brought 6 students from Europe to visit American universities, with the idea of widening the cultural opportunities of the youth of both parts of the world. The 6 students were divided into 2 groups, and an American student tells how he took one group, a German, an Englishman, and a Czechoslovak, to visit American colleges. The presidents of 2 large universities, Minnesota and Purdue, refused to allow their precious fledglings to be exposed to this foreign corruption at all. At Fisk they made a 2-day visit, and much to their surprise, were met at the station by the president, and taken in his car to a hotel. After a supervised breakfast, they were taken to the chapel, and the leader and one of the European students gave brief talks before the assembly. Then the student body was marched out with extraordinary rapidity, and the 4 visitors were kept in the president's office. They were lunched by the president in the Chamber of Commerce rooms. In the afternoon they were taken for an automobile ride to inspect historic landscapes, and when they came back the leader made his escape, and was approached by one of the students, and asked if the visitors could not find a little time for the students. The president says you are all booked up. In other words, President Mackenzie of Fisk University was devoting his time to a conspiracy to keep his students from having private conversation with 3 young liberals from Europe. Brought face to face with 432 the GUSLINGS. The issue, the president declared angrily that the visitors had done the university a moral wrong by forcing this issue upon him. But then, when the party threatened to leave, it appeared that the president could not afford to have it known that he had refused to permit the visitors to talk to his students. After hours of begging, threatening, and accusing, meetings with the students took place and nothing happened. The University of Oklahoma received the visitors at the YMCA. Our reception was cold and clammy. There was a get-together conference with the student leaders, editors of student papers, athletic champions, YMCA secretary, etc. It took about 2 minutes to see that these fellows were quite convinced that we were Bolsheviks, and another 2 to realize that they had gathered together, determined to heed and understand nothing, but merely to be maliciously unintelligent and disagreeable. That evening the 3 foreign students spoke in nearby churches, while the head of the party was summoned into a session before the student leaders. He tells the story. For 20 minutes I sat and listened to the leaders of the campus tell me that although they had nothing against us personally, in fact they rather liked us, still on careful consideration of their responsibility for the good of the whole, they thought the university, and especially the freshmen and sophomores, too underdeveloped, and too susceptible to evil influences to hear what we had to say. And further, that they just wanted to mention that, as the whole student body was getting angrier and angrier at our presence on the campus, they thought it best that we leave as soon as possible, for fear that some student group would suddenly attain the overwhelming climax of its wrath and throw us out. Could anyone help laughing at that? I did laugh, and they commended me on taking the disappointment so well. The goose step would have been a failure if it had not excited bitter antagonism. Many collegians rush to defend their alma mater, and the purpose of this final chapter is to review their reviews. There must be at least 10,000 statements of fact in the goose step, which means 10,000 possible errors. I wish I could announce that I scored 100% exactness. I set out to do that in the brass check, but it couldn't be done. I have to rely upon many other people for my information, and it is inevitable that slips should be made by some of these. Also, it is necessary to type each manuscript several times, and after that comes the printer and his devil, and 3 sets of proofs to be read. I am told that some pious society in England offered a reward of £1,000 for an edition of the Bible without a typographical error, but the reward has not yet been claimed. I begin with my own blunders. There exists in our national capital an institution called the Catholic University of America, also, in the same place, a Methodist institution called American University. It so happened that I did not know of the latter institution, but assumed that American University was an everyday name for the Catholic University of America. As soon as the goose step appeared, Father John A. Ryan wrote me a note, calling attention to my error, which was corrected in the second edition. This was my most serious slip, and it is amusing to note that it was not caught in a single one of the several hundred reviews I have read. The most important error which the critics did catch was that referring to Harvard and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. During a period of a few years there existed an alliance between these two institutions, and in my manuscript I had referred to MIT as until recently a part of Harvard. My Harvard chapters were revised by at least a score of Harvard professors, alumni, and students, but only at the last moment was this phrase questioned, by an MIT student, Philip Herrick, son of Robert Herrick, who happened to call upon me. I had him telegraph to the authorities at MIT, and get me by telegraph a statement of the exact relationship. Upon that basis I put into the proofs of the book, pages 80 to 81, a footnote giving the facts. But, alas, I overlooked the fact that the phrase, until recently a part of Harvard, occurred in 2 places in the manuscript. There were about 700 pages of this manuscript, and it was hard to remember every word. 434. I did not correct the other place, and so Harvard and MIT had an error upon which to base a whole indictment of the goose step. The Technology Review, organ of MIT, even took up the fact that I put my corrected statement in a footnote, for a technical reason of Sinclair's own which sounds very mysterious and wicked. The fact was that I was making corrections in the proofs, and it was cheaper to slip in a footnote than to have a paragraph reset. Mr. John Macy made strenuous use of the slip in his review of the goose step in The Nation. Mr. Macy dealt with the book as a friend, and was pained to discover that it was cluttered with misstatements and sophomoric conceit. And pray, how many instances of misstatement would you think it takes to make a cluttering? It took precisely one, this Harvard-MIT detail. As to my sophomoric conceit, Mr. Macy quoted from the goose step, page 11. In the course of the next year I read all the standard French classics. He pictured Brander Matthews answering, with a superior smile, "My dear young man, a born Frenchman could not read all the standard French classics in 10 years. Professor Matthews would love to say something incisive like that, but possibly he would be honest enough to mention, what my context makes plain, that I was referring to standard French classics as taught in undergraduate language courses at Columbia, and not to standard French classics as understood by a born Frenchman." Mr. Macy was also troubled by the pathetically absurd egotism of my sentence on page 17, "I was as much alone in the world as Shelley 100 years before me." Here is a case of suppression of the context, so flagrant as to be beyond excuse. In the passage in question I was criticizing the education I had received from my college and university, on the ground that it had taught me nothing about the modern socialist movement, to which the rest of my life was to be devoted. I took 2 whole paragraphs to explain this in detail. The first 2 sentences were as follows: "Most significant of all to me personally, I was unaware that the modern revolutionary movement existed. I was all ready for it, but I was as much alone in the world as Shelley 100. The Step Review 435. Years before me. Is not the meaning of that statement plain that I felt myself as much alone in the world, etc.? Of course, I wasn't really alone in the world, for my millions of socialist comrades existed, and in the rest of the 2 paragraphs I tell how I found them. How came it that Mr. Macy, indicting the Goose Step for being cluttered with misstatements, could bring himself to suppress 1/2 a sentence, and thus obscure its meaning? Fourth and last of this critic's specifications, and even his unverifiable statistics, 85% of college and university professors are dissatisfied with being managed by floor walkers. Why not 69% or 93%? The answer to this is found on page 55 of the Goose Step, referring to Professor Cattell at Columbia University. In 1913 he published a book on university control, in which he demonstrated that 85% of the members of college and university faculties are dissatisfied with the present system of the management of scholars by businessmen. The same matter is discussed more at length on page 401. 300 leading men were consulted, and out of these, 85% agreed that the present arrangements for the government of colleges are unsatisfactory. Now, if Professor Cattell's questionnaire had revealed that 69% were dissatisfied, or 93%, I should have given this figure. As it was, I gave 85%, as Professor Cattell records it in his book. Also, my respects to Mr. Charles Mers, who gave a page and 3/4 to Kidding the Goose Step in the New Republic. Mr. Mers would be disappointed if I passed him over, he says. There is a tradition that whoever takes issue with Mr. Sinclair about one of his own books is certain to be pounced upon, in turn, by an eagerly dissenting author. Mr. Mers has a lot of fun calling me Captain Parkleberry Todd. He couldn't walk into a room without ejaculating boom, which startled ladies greatly. This is good fun, and the fact that in the course of it Mr. Mers admits my entire contention makes it easy for me to share the laughter. Mr. Mers thinks it natural. At 436. And inevitable that able and successful capitalists ordinarily control the universities produced by capitalism. Of course, Mr. Mers, you know it, and I know it, and a lot of other people know it, since the Goose Step has been passed about in colleges. Mr. Mers had one serious objection, that in 56 cases I failed to name sources of information. He doesn't tell you in how many cases I did name sources of information, and it seems to me that in fairness the 2 figures should have been put side by side. I can only say that I named my sources in every case where I was permitted to name them, and I suppressed them in every case where I had pledged my word to do so. Mr. Mers complains that in some cases I do not even name my villains, and again I think he ought to count up the villains I do name. Let me tell him, in strict confidence, I think I take more risks of libel suits than any other man in America, but there is a limit to the risks I am willing to run. I never make a statement unless I feel sure it is the truth, but I frequently make statements which cause great distress to friends who happen to be lawyers. As this book goes to press, my wife sends me a special delivery letter from one of these gentlemen. Of course, if Upton wants to go to jail, this is a good way to break in, and so on. In the case of the brass check, one of the most prominent corporation lawyers in the United States read the manuscript, and told me there were 50 criminal libels in it, and not less than 1,000 civil suits unless I could prove my charges. Right now I am on the point of going over the goslings, for the last time before the manuscript goes to the printer, and in 100 different places I shall stop with my pencil in the air, and ponder the question, shall I leave in this name, or shall I cut it out? And in each case there will be a series of guesses. What will be in this villain's mind? How much has he done, and how much will he think I know? And if it came to a showdown, would this professor or that teacher stand by me? And would I have to travel to Minnesota, or to Massachusetts, or to Texas to defend a libel suit? And where would I get the money? And how would my poor wife stand the ordeal? You see, Mr. Mers, the role of Captain Parkleberry Todd is a lot more complicated than you realize. there is really more to it than just walking into a room and ejaculating boom. To come back to the confessions of myself, my secretaries, and my printer and his devil, somebody I don't know who it was played a trick on my Vassar story, taking one of the letters of the YWCA and turning it upside down, which brought a worried communication from the president of that institution, asking if I could possibly be under the impression that it was coeducational. I wasn't. But I made several small slips. I got one professor's initial wrong. I made Finley J. Shepard a lawyer as well as a railroad official. I made Frank B. Leland, Detroit banker, a brother to the motor magnate, and confused Ogden L. Mills with his grandfather, D. Ogden Mills. I have a letter from Judge Lindsay, telling me that some high-up educator in Denver proved the Goose Step an unreliable book by the fact that I stated that J.P. Morgan was buried from Trinity Church, when as a matter of fact he was buried from St. George's Church. In this case I seem to be, but really am not, guilty. In the Goose Step, page 21, I was drawing a humorous picture of the interlocking directorates, and how they work. I imagined Justice Brandeis, in his account of these directorates, going from railroads and steel and coal and telegraphs, to such things as hospitals and churches and universities. He ought to picture Mr. Morgan dying, and being buried from Trinity Church, in which several of his partners are vestrymen. Elsewhere I have described Trinity Church as the Church of J.P. Morgan and Company, and this not merely because of its supply of Morgan vestrymen, but because of the whole spirit of the institution is Morgan. I was aware that Mr. Morgan himself had his own church, for many times in my boyhood I attended it, and saw the old wild boar of Wall Street passing the collection plate. Also, I made some statements concerning Delaware, and the benevolent feudalism which the DuPonts have set up in the education of that state. My statements were disputed by an elderly gentleman, formerly connected with Delaware College, and having a reputation as a liberal. On the other hand, the statements were strenuously sustained by the two people who had given me the 438 information, and who have reputations as hard-fighting radicals. Not being able to visit Delaware and make a thorough investigation, I cut these paragraphs from the second edition of the Goose Step. No book of mine can be published nowadays without a report upon the latest activities of Professor James Melvin Lee, Director of the Department of Journalism at the University of Jabbergrab. I gave Professor Lee a whole chapter in the Goose Step, explaining what a peculiar antagonist he is. You supply him with evidence, and he pays no heed to it, but goes right on clamoring for the same evidence. Among many cases, I listed the following detail. Thus, to a single anecdote of Gaylord Wilshire being misrepresented by the Associated Press, Professor Lee devoted 3 paragraphs in the Globe, demanding at great length the names of the newspapers and the dates. I supplied him with the names and dates of 2 newspapers, but to no result that I could discover. Soon after the Goose Step came out I began receiving letters from college professors and others, asking for the names and dates of these 2 newspapers. So I knew that Professor Lee must be up to his old trick. And sure enough, there came a letter from John Haynes Holmes, stating that Professor Lee persisted in arguing with him concerning my truthfulness, and was now basing his case upon the fact that in the Goose Step I stated that I had furnished him with the names and dates of 2 newspapers dealing with the Wilshire story, whereas I had done nothing of the sort. Dr. Holmes requested that I would be so good as to settle the matter by advising him when and how I had supplied these names and dates to Professor Lee. This issue had come up during my controversy with Professor Lee in New York Evening Globe, mentioned in the Goose Step, pages 324-6. The conduct of this controversy was as follows. Professor Lee submitted his first article to the Globe, and either sent me a copy, or the Globe sent me a copy. I then wrote my reply, and either sent a copy to Professor Lee, or the Globe sent it. Each of us studied the other's arguments in detail, trying to pick flaws therein. I presume therefore I may fairly assume that Professor Lee read my 3. The Goose Step Review 439. Articles. One of these 3 articles bears the date of Thursday, August 4, 1921, and in it occurs the following. In the matter of Wilshire, Professor Lee asks about the dates of the story which the Associated Press sent out to the effect that Gaylord Wilshire had been prevented from speaking in York, PA, by a mob, when, as a matter of fact, he was never in the city. Professor Lee makes 3 paragraphs out of this one demand. It happens that Wilshire is away from home. I have searched his house, but cannot find the volume of Wilshire's magazine for 1901. Maybe this volume is in the New York Public Library or in the Congressional Library. Meantime, I can furnish Professor Lee with 2 references: the Philadelphia North American for September 9, 1901, and the Los Angeles Express for the same date. If you will consult the second edition of the Goose Step, you will find that on page 309 I have added in parentheses the words, "a joke." This has to do with Mr. Hendrik Willem van Loon's adventures at Cornell. When he asked to see the Dante collection, they took him to inspect an electric manure sprayer. Several reviewers of the Goose Step took occasion solemnly to suspect that in this anecdote Van Loon must have been spoofing me. Not being supposed to have a sense of humor myself, I am resolved that in future, whenever I do any spoofing, or allow anybody else to do any spoof underscoring, I will follow the precedent of Artemus Ward, and put in the explanation, "This is a joke." Another bit of comedy: in my jesting at Mr. Rockefeller's University of Chicago, J wrote, "They are sensitive on the subject of petroleum at the university, they blush at the mention of the word, and do not admit the conventional book plates showing the lamp of knowledge." This was a pure piece of fantasy on my part, some more spoofing, in short. But, lo and behold, soon after the Goose Step was out, came a letter from a former student, as follows: "One fact you got, Lord knows how, I got it straight from Dean Robertson, in an address in chapel. It is a matter of the rejection of the oil lamp as a symbol in the coat of arms of the university." Postscript: as this book goes to press, Vassar College makes the answer to the Goose Step which really pleases me. A formal statute of instruction is issued, granting to all teachers complete freedom of research, instruction, and utterance upon matters of opinion. I have now said my say, concerning both colleges and schools. I have given 2 years to the subject, have written nearly 400,000 words on it, and these words are the truth to the best of my ability. The problem is now up to the American people, and especially to the rank and file of school teachers and college professors, the tens of thousands of devoted men and women who are giving their undivided thought to a glorious ideal, the delivering of every child in a whole nation from the curse and enslavement of ignorance. This great cause has many enemies, and some of these enemies will try to use my work to spread distrust of education, and cut down the money supplies of both colleges and schools. I wish to state explicitly that the purpose of my study is the very opposite of this. I would have the American people devote to this cause 10 times the money they now devote. I would have them give all that is given, so that education may be free from the charity of the rich. But I want them, while giving their money, to give also their time, to study the schools and school problems, and see that their money is honestly spent for the children, and that educational policies are in the hands of men and women who love the children, and believe in freedom and enlightenment, not, as so often at present, in the hands of intriguing politicians, and the sycophants and hirelings of vested greed. The aim of my 2 books is to set our educators free from this control of selfish private interest, to awaken them to their position in a society which is ruled by organized exploitation. When you talk with school and college administrators, you discover that the thing they crave above all other things is harmony. Everyone in the system must be loyal, everyone must cooperate, there must be an attitude of cheerfulness. In short, the school teacher and the college professor must comply with the formula which was frequent in the want advertisements of domestics in the days of my boyhood: willing and obliging. Manifestly, the program I have laid out in this book does not make for harmony, at least, not right away. If it would not sound the call to action 441 too much like a Bolshevik utterance, I would say to the educator, think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set the teacher at variance against the superintendent, and the professor against the president, and the educator against the board of education. And a man's foes shall be they of his own school. In a social system based upon justice and freedom we have a right to ask for harmony, but where the system is based upon injustice and servitude, to ask for harmony is merely to be a tool of entrenched wrong. So my advice to teachers and professors is that they should stand up and assert themselves, and let harmony come when educational institutions are controlled by educators, and not by the owners of stocks and bonds and other symbols of parasitism. To the educators of the United States and also to the parents of the United States I say, look about this country of ours. Look at it, not through the rose-colored glasses of the capitalist press, but look with your own eyes, and ask if this is a civilization with which you are really satisfied. A country in which 5% of the population owns 95% of the wealth, and uses it to increase its share of income and control, in which 10% of the population exists always below the line of bare subsistence, unable to get food enough to maintain physical normality, in whose richest city 22% of the children come to school suffering from undernourishment, whose city slums are growing like monstrous cancers, while the farms are being deserted because it no longer pays to work them, where tenantry and farm mortgages are increasing 1 or 2% every year, where crime and prisoners in jails are increasing even faster, where between 1 million and 5 million men, willing to work, are kept unemployed all the time, where 500,000 women have to sell their bodies to get bread to live, where 93% of the expenditures of government are devoted to the destroying of human lives? Where the surplus wealth needed at home is not permitted to be consumed at home, but is sent abroad to seek opportunities of exploitation, to make our flag a symbol of greed, and turn our army and navy into debt-collecting agencies for Wall Street profiteers. Such 449 is America as it really exists today. Such are the facts and 10,000 fancy salaried administrators of education are forbidden ever to mention them, but required to tell their 700,000 teacher geese and their 23 million goslings that this is the greatest, the grandest, the most beautiful and most Christian country that God ever created. Perhaps you are satisfied with this country, and my proposals for changing it do not appeal to you, but even so, that does not alter the fact that the changes are underway. Our country is in the rapids, along with all the rest of the world. Modern capitalist society is rushing to a swift and terrifying breakdown, and this not because of crimes or evil designs of any man or class of men, but because of economic forces inherent in it, and beyond the power of our feeble social will to change. Under the scheme of modern industry enormous quantities of goods can be produced, but they cannot be distributed, because of what I call the iron ring, which binds the profit system. The great mass of the people, being upon a competitive wage, do not get money enough to purchase all that they produce, hence comes overproduction, periodic crises, hard times and unemployment. Out of this is born the labor movement, and this again not due to wickedness of individual agitators, but to irresistible economic force. Under the capitalist method of production the great mass of the workers are under a pressure which I call the economic screw. Their ultimate fate is extinction, and they organize to save themselves. The first to go down are the unorganized, including that white-collared proletariat to which the educators are so proud to belong. Because no capitalist country can consume its own wealth, every capitalist country has to seek foreign markets, and in that search it conflicts with the other capitalist countries. Out of that rivalry grows war. Incessant worldwide war is the abyss into which our present society is doomed to be hurled. We have seen the collapse come to Russia. As I write this book it is coming to Germany, and before I write many more books we shall see it come to the Central European countries, then to France and Italy, then to England and Japan, and last of all, perhaps, but none the less inevitably to America. You will recall one of our famous school orators, recently president of the National Education Association, defining to the world educators in San Francisco the function of teachers to see to it that to the next war we shall not send a soldier who cannot write his name. Such is the capitalist concept of education and the duty of the educator. Is it yours? You may answer that it is not, but take note of this fact: what you answer makes not the slightest difference. That is what you are doing, and it is what you will continue to do, under the present class control of industry, training boys to be loyal servants of the plutocracy, to manufacture new and more terrifying engines of destruction, and to go out and die horrible deaths whenever the plutocracy, in its lust for foreign markets, has brought about such a condition of jealousy and hate that the people can be stampeded into a war for the defense of liberty or democracy or whatever the rascal politicians and rascal-kept editors choose to call it. That is the future of our children, and that is the role which you, the educators, are commanded to play, which you do play hour by hour, and with the perfectly explicit understanding that the penalty of refusal is to lose your status among the white-collared class, the so-called ladies and gentlemen, and to be beaten down to the status of grimy hands and overalls and celluloid collars. What can you do about this? The first thing you can do is to understand it, to get those books and magazines and newspapers which your masters are moving heaven and earth to keep away from you, and in which you may find explained the economics of the class struggle, and the forces which are dragging mankind into the pit. When you have acquired this knowledge, you will realize once for all that you can place no hope in the exploiting class. Individual employers may be kindly and liberal, but with very few exceptions they are bound in the psychology of their occupation, and the great mass of them are like every other ruling class in history, drunk with power, and bent upon their own aggrandizement. In this present world situation they find themselves confronted with two possible alternatives: world conquest and class rule for themselves, or abdication and class suicide. In no country are they going to choose the latter. 444. Alternative: so you, the educators under the capitalist regime, are going to fulfill your destiny as cultivators of cannon fodder. The middle class, in which you aspire to remain, is being ground between the upper and nether millstones. You have seen the value of the ruble and the mark wiped out, you see the franc started on the toboggan, and some day you will watch the pound and the dollar travel the same road. More and more the outlines of the world's struggle become clear: on the one side the plutocracy, and on the other the workers. It is the workers, and they alone, who can deliver us from slaughter. They alone have the numbers, the potential power, and they alone have the ethics, being producers, not gamblers and speculators and wasters. The future world of cooperation and brotherhood is theirs to make, and all they lack is ripened understanding and vision of the better life. 20 years ago, when I first came into the socialist movement, I had the beautiful fond idea that the intellectuals would furnish that new psychology. 20 years of watching the brain workers climb out upon the faces of the poor, and take their comfortable stations as retainers of privilege, have brought me to realize that the workers must save themselves. They must supply not merely the numbers, the industrial power, but also the idealism, the moral power. When I appeal to educators, I am not indulging in youthful utopianism. The salary struggles of the past 6 or 8 years have brought vividly home to the rank and file of teachers the fact that they too are workers, and that, far from being superior to the proletariat, they are actually less paid and less respected than carpenters and masons and machinists, who are organized and able to protect themselves in the wage market. I am not for a moment overlooking the fact that educators are idealists and social ministrants, but I assert that they are also members of the intellectual proletariat, having nothing but their brain power to sell, and I appeal to them to realize their status, and to act upon the realities and not the fairy tales of the capitalist world. The educator is a worker, a useful worker, and the educator's place is by the side of all his brothers of that class. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains, you have a world to gain.